Right. Hello, Gargoyle. Hi. Welcome. And to anybody else out there. Yeah, I'll admit, I'm a little fan of the theatrics myself. Right on cue and all that. All right. So, yesterday, uh, we found out there was the Yatagarasu. The Yatagarasu has been sighted. And oh, one moment. Something is amiss. Oh no. Hang on. Uno momento. Something is amiss. I must look for my phone. Be right back. Curses. Always a setback. Or can it be? Well, this is embarrassing. Oh man. Be right back. Is this one of those days? What? Oh man. Ah, I do apologize, everybody. I seem to have misplaced my phone. There it is. Found it. Ah, forgive my discourtesy of looking for my phone. Oh my gosh. I didn't mean to waste any more time than you know. All right. Everything's good. Everything's great. All right. I'm going to catch you all up to speed now. All right. So, yesterday, as it turned out, a fire has been ablaze at an embassy. The Yatagarasu may or may not have been spotted. Kay is looking for the fake Yatagarasu. Um, she was accused of killing someone and starting the fire. We cleared her name. Um, yeah, we debunked Shinna's rebuttal argument, and we also cleared Larry Butts of his innocence as well after our confrontation with Shilong Ling. And there's been a double murder. Somebody died on one side, somebody died on another side. The plot, it is thickening. The plot shall now be, you know, revealed. Things and things, story stuff. Yeah. All right. I'm gonna start up the game now. Oh man. Sorry, buddy. I was a bit of a wreck. Everything's fine. All right. I'm going to finish off this game, and I cannot wait to start the next game next month of this series. It'll be my final mainline Ace Attorney game as well. I have been really happy that I've been going through this series. Like, some I have replayed, and then I finally got around to the ones I have not played, which made it all the sweeter. And I know some of you have been living on through my vids, VODs, vids. So, here we go. Now then. Oi. Alright. Little guy. Let me put this on you for the occasion. Well, there's no occasion, it's just I usually like to put this little headband on this guy. I don't know if I should get a new one or not. Alright. So there we are. Here we are. We're starting it up now. So from here on out, it's just going to be nothing but testimonies, arguments, and rebuttals. I don't have to do any more investigating. However, there will be more logic. We love our logic here. We like when Miles Edgeworth uses his power of logic. It's the most mightiest weapon of them all. Alright. Here we go. Get ready. Because this is about to be... You'll see. This case... We'll see how I feel about this too. Because, like, man... It's been so long. So revisiting this might, I'll probably feel about the same. March 14th, 11:33 p.m. Diatrim Neutralis Lobby. Let me double check one more ding. All right, good, we're great. Oh boy. Oh, look. Agent Lang. Lang Z says, little cubs, never do they know the real fury of the elder wolves. Damn, I like that. Another quote for me to collect. Yes, I've been collecting these Lang Z quotes. They're pretty damn cool. And this theme is awesome. Like Z says, little cubs. Never do they know the real fury of the elder wolves. These quotes are definitely becoming increasingly difficult to decipher. And what does that mean? It means that you'll never really know how angry I can get. Uh-oh. Mr. Prosecutor. The counterfeit bills made with Ablaze ink, they were all of Zhang Fa denominations. Yes, so I heard from Miss Von Karma. But we don't know where the play money has gone. They must not have figured out that it was all burnt yet. Ever since those things showed up in circulation, my country's economy has taken a big hit. Zhang Fa is in financial chaos as we speak. Because we can't tell the difference between our own bills and the fakes. But it's not just the money. The citizens are also worried. I've staked the honor of the House of Lang on this. And have come to this land and captured a mastermind behind this whole mess. I investigated how the bills were made and how the ink was smuggled into Zhang Fa. And I pursued the smuggling ring all the way here. But tonight, this is where the final chapter was written. Despite my frantic efforts to chase the smuggler down, someone got to him first. And now, I'm called to return home without a single answer. Agent Lang, Don't start. It's not your fault. It's not anyone's fault, Mr. Prosecutor. Ambassador Alba, I'm sorry for all the trouble tonight.
Oh, no. It is I who should apologize. It was all because I was not strong enough. If only I was able to think of a better solution. Carcass, you fool! Curse your empty brain!
You're being too hard on yourself, Ambassador. I take full responsibility for tonight. End of story. Tina, let's go. Time to return to our den. Yes. I don't like to admit it, but there's not much else for us to do but to go home as well. Agent Lang! A moment, if you... You, Wolfman and security lady, hold it. Objection, pal. Hang on. I need to, screen cap this. Look, everybody, it's rare footage of Detective Gumshoe performing his own objection. That's cute. Gumshoe is wonderful. They need to bring him back if they ever do make another Ace Attorney game. Detective Gumshoe, have you got the results of the handwriting analysis already? Yup, and that note was definitely written by Mr. Cochin, sir. Just as I thought. Good work, Detective. The Master Second's note data updated my organizer. Request to steal the Prima Duck's statue. Handwriting matches that of Manny Cochin. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. How long do you intend to hold us up for? Sorry to have made you wait, but I believe that now everyone is finally here. Agent Shinna, I'd like to ask you something if you don't mind. Yes. Oh, we gotta ask Lady Gaga questions. How exactly did you fail to see the Yatakurasu? When you were in the neighboring room to where Mr. Cochin was killed. I'd like you to explain that to us. What? Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. What are you doing asking her about something she didn't see? Agent Ling hasn't touched the Babao investigation at all. So I suppose I will need to explain a few things to him first. Miles Edgeworth, I can't even begin to imagine what's going on in that head of yours. The only thing going on in my head is the pursuit of the truth. And logic is in my head. Oh, it sounds like you have some sort of plan. Very well, I'll supervise you until the end. Is she seriously going to treat me as a subordinate for the rest of the day? Yes. You're not trying to pick a fight with my subordinate on some flimsy guest, are you? Flimsy guess. I'm not trying to pick a fight, and the evidence is hardly flimsy, as you will see. Ah, I should have known that you and I are destined to fight it out to the very end. It would appear that way. Well, I'll prove her innocence, so let's see what you've got, Prosecutor Edgeworth. With pleasure. For my opening argument, I'll discuss the Yatagarasu that appeared in Babao and establish exactly who it was that Kay saw. Who it, and establish exactly who it was that Kay saw. Agent Lane, I assume you've been briefed on Kay's testimony. You mean the suspicious person in a coat that she saw? That's right. That person is one of the keys to solving this case. The person who pretended to be the Yatagarasu. Pretended? And what do you mean by that? I'll get to that in a second, but first, I want to review what Kay's mystery person did. Kay, if you could please explain for us what the person you were chasing did. Okay, you got it. I first spotted the suspicious person near the open air stage on the Ablaze side. I called out to the person, but as soon as I did, that person ran off. I thought it was rather suspicious, so I immediately gave chase. For the sake of argument, let's call this suspicious person the Yatagarasu. Now please tell us what happened when you chased the Yatagarasu up to the 3rd floor. Can do. I chased the Yatagarasu all the way up to the 3rd floor of the Ablaze embassy. It was a pretty straight chase down the hallway until a sudden turn. The Yatagarasu disappeared around the corner, so I did my best to catch up. When I turned the corner, I saw the Yatagarasu run into Mr. Kochin's office. I gave chase and ran into the room. But when I entered the room, it was pitch black. I couldn't see a thing. Oh, one moment. Hit the go lag button. Alright. I felt something on the ground next to my foot, so I turned on the light, but then... Ah! Who's there? By the time I had turned on the lights, the Yatagarasu had disappeared. When Kay entered the room, the person she was chasing was already gone. Why do you suppose that was, Agent Lang? What do you mean, why do you suppose? Isn't it obvious? The person slipped out through the door behind the girl, under the cover of darkness. Objection! Sorry, but I know for a fact that the person didn't escape through that door. Oh, and how do you know that with such certainty? That's easy. If the Yatagarasu had left through that door, they would have run right into this person, Shina.
Take that!
Your answer is Shina? Yes, because let's consider what would have happened if the Yatagarasu had used the door. When Kay screamed upon discovering Mr. Kochin's body, the Yatagarasu would have run right into Agent Shina, who was in the next room over. Ah. Agent Shina, would you mind telling us if you saw the suspicious person in question? No, I didn't see. No, I didn't see anyone. You see, therefore, the Yatagarasu could not have escaped through the door as it just means that the creep slipped out before Shina made it out into the hallway.
Objection!
I doubt that, as there was another person in that hallway, a certain detective. Detective Gumshoe, where were you exactly at that time? Me, sir? Well, when I heard Kay's scream, I ran towards Mr. Kochin's office from the opposite direction of Agent Shina, sir. So, Agent Slane, can you explain how someone could have eluded both of them? Even you must concede that under these circumstances, the door was not a viable route. Way to go, Mr. Edgeworth. You nailed him with just an explanation of what happened. Yes, I've eliminated one of the possible escape routes from that room. But this is far from over. I need to make Agent Lang aware as well of yet another possible escape route the Yatagarasu could have taken. I get it. So that's what you're trying to show me. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, let me guess. This is what you're trying to say, right? Because the door was not a viable escape route, then there must have been another way out. Ah, close up. Precisely. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, it's time to bust out with our resolving. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, it's time to bust out with our revolving fireplace wall expedition, right? No, not quite yet. Huh? But why? I thought this would be the perfect time. The revolving wall on the balcony side is known only to 4 people. And if we use this information unwisely, the truth may escape us in the end. What's with all the whispering over there? Scared I'll figure out your tactics? Humph, nothing of the sort to Agent Lang. Come, let's continue where we left off. That smug, haughty attitude of yours. You really rubbed me the wrong way, you know that? Humph. Well, no matter. I figured you out already anyway. The only other possible escape route besides the door is the room's lone window. And since an eerie picture of said people route exists, are you saying that this photo captures the moment of the Yanagarasu's escape? I guess Detective Bad must have filled him in on this photo. I have to admit that at first, I thought the window to be a possible escape route as well. However, I now know that to be impossible. Now I realize you may not know this, but humans can't fly. Of course I know that. That's bloody common sense. Besides, I never said I thought that photo to be of the Yatagarasu's escape route. I suppose not. Alright then, explain yourself. The shadow in this photo is not the Yatagarasu that Kay was chasing after. You can say whatever you like in whatever language you want. But there's only one language I really understand. The language of evidence. Very well then. I present to you proof that the person K saw is not the same as the one in the photo in this photo. Photo of Yatagarasu. You can also present the fires in Babel on this statement.
Take that!
Let me explain to you precisely why the shadow in this photo is not the Yatagarasu Kei saw. Kei spotted the Yatagarasu heading for the third floor during the second fire. However, the photo in question was taken just after the first fire. Yeah, way to go. That's twice you bit him in the butt now.
Knuckle back!
We're not done yet. You still have to explain what that shadow is and how the Yatagarasu escaped. I don't suppose you can answer both, can you? Regarding the photo, I admit that we don't understand what it means quite yet. Ha! As I thought. However, the Yatakarasu's escape route, now that I can answer. You can? Well then, Mr. Prosecutor, go on. Enlighten me.
Hold it!
Even if I explain it, you'll try to find some flaw with what I have to say. You were busy heading up the Alabashton investigation, correct? In that case, I doubt you have much knowledge about the Babalese side of the case. So wouldn't it be best if the lead on that side, Agent Shina, explained to my steed? Shina's my subordinate. If I don't stick up for her, how can I look her in the eyes and call myself her boss? Oh. Lang, it's alright. I can take care of him. Shina, you've shielded me a lot as my boss. But it's time for me to prove my worth. Uh-oh. Alright, if you're okay with it, then you have my support. You have my support. Finally, it's down to just Agent Shina and myself. This is where the battle really begins. It begins, everybody. Now then, what is it you'd like to ask? Let's see. Why don't we start with your movements inside the Babalese embassy? And here we go. Oh, hold on. All right. Okay. Jinnah's movements. During the first Babalese fire, I assisted in putting out the fire. During the second fire, I was searching for the Yatagarasu that had appeared in Babel. While I was searching, I heard a scream coming from the next room over. Although I was in the next room, I was unable to catch a glimpse of the Yatagarasu. To be honest, I'm actually very skeptical that the girl's Yatagarasu even exists. Oh gosh, that smile. And that is all I have to say. Well, I'm not lying when I say I saw the suspicious person run into Mr. Cochin's office. Like I said earlier, I have no intention of retracting my testimony. Good. Just to confirm, did you have a partner when you were on your investigation? No, I moved alone. In that case, you have no one to corroborate your alibi, is that correct?
Knuckle back!
Are you calling her suspicious because she was in a room by herself? How pathetic. And it wasn't when Agent Shinnok tried to arrest Kay under the same rationale. And how about when you accused Larry because he was the weapon's owner? Brr. Now, not that it's unexpected for that useless slum to get into such a situation. Although, I suppose it's never a good idea to let mistakes go uncorrected. I will make no excuse for what I did in that situation. Then you should apologize right now for making Kay out to be the killer, pal. I'm sorry. Shinna, apologize. I'm sorry. What? It's really okay. I mean, I'm not under suspicion anymore. Right, Mr. Edgeworth? Well, I never doubted you. Not for 1 second. And the same goes for me. I believe in Shinna. Then let's put that to the test and see if she is really worthy of your trust. This promises to be interesting. Shinna's movements. During the first Ablaze fire, I assisted in putting out the fire.
Hold it!
So you helped with the fire extinguishing effort. I was in charge of the police on the Babylese side, so I helped them with their work. Police doing the job of firemen. You really know how to work people. He sure does. That's because she's one awesome woman who knows how to manage. I guess so. She's always bringing you a business card or a scroll at just the right time. To prepare everything, I'm ordered to. That is the definition of a secretary. She kinda seems more capable than Agent Lane, doesn't she? At the very least, she's certainly more capable than you, Detective. Ooh, I kinda had a feeling you were going to say that. Aww. Kidna's more than just a capable secretary, you know. Kidna, tell him what other things you're good at. Alright. During the second fire, I was searching for the Yatagarasu that had happened in Babao.
Hold it!
By the second fire, you mean the one that consumed the third floor of Babao, correct? Yes. That was when the suspicious person was spotted in Babao. Then you were after the same person in the long coat that I was after. Hold it. There is no proof that the suspicious person was really the Yatagarasu. Because no one was able to get a good look at the person's face. By the way, how was your team's investigation? In order to extinguish the fire, water was pumped into the third floor via the windows. So the majority of the investigators conducted their searches on other floors. Maybe they did, but there was one person who was wandering around, lost on the third floor. When the fire was pretty much out, I moved to investigate the third floor. And you did that alone? Yes. While I was searching, I heard a scream coming from the next room over.
Hold it!
So you were in the room next to Mr. Cochin's office. I already told you, I was earlier, as I was examining the neighboring room. I heard that girl's shrill scream. Upon hearing her, I immediately ran towards Mr. Cochin's office. Wherein you proceeded to arrest her, as I recall. Yes, I did. But she was totally innocent, pal. I thought we had already cleared that up. And I thought I had already apologized for my behavior. Now, if the tenacious detective would be so kind as to be quiet. Ooh. I have to agree. Right now is not the time to take issue with that. Not you too, Mr. Edgeworth. But what I do take issue with is the fact that you didn't see the Yatagarasu, Agent Shina. Humph. The prosecutors in this country are also strange. Although, I was in the next room, I was unable to catch a glimpse of the Yatagarasu.
Hold it!
You were unable to catch even a glimpse, despite being in the next room, is that true? I really hate to repeat myself. I'm sorry for inconveniencing you. However, I simply wish to make sure that you are not misremembering something. We wouldn't want you to be accused of lying later on, would we? Hey, Mr. Prosecutor! Are you calling Shina's testimony a lie? Agent Lang, I'm talking with Agent Shina right now. So I appreciate if you wouldn't interrupt us with superfluous comments. Grrr. Aw, I feel kind of bad for him. I understand his pain at watching one of his subordinates being accused. However, I cannot turn my eyes to the truth. Lang, I'm alright. And as for you, I think you should be focusing your doubts on that girl rather than me. And why is that? To be honest, I'm actually very skeptical that the girl's Yatagarasu even exists.
Hold it!
Are you throwing Kei's words into doubt again? Well, she does claim to be the Yatagarasu, right? And she did try to chase down the Yatagarasu, despite being just an average citizen. Actually, she came here with the goal of capturing the fake Yatagarasu. That's right, which is why I would never lie about anything related to the Yatagarasu. And I suppose you have proof of that somewhere? Not quite, but even without any, I have people who believe in me, and that's enough. I see. Kei's testimony is without flaw, but as for yours, well, let's just say that I find your testimony to be a bit suspicious. There seems to be a very large flaw in her testimony. Oh? Then why don't you show her using what we found out with Little Thief? I will, in due time. The escape route of the Yatagarasu that Kei was in pursuit of. If it turns out that it really does lead right to Agent Shina, then what is it that she is keeping from us right now? So, this statement right here. Although I was in the next room, I was unable to catch a glimpse of the Yatagarasu. Oh, really? It's time. The revolving fireplace wall.
Objection!
Being in the room next to Mr. Cochin's office is the problem with your testimony.
Not so fast!
Mr. Prosecutor, I don't see what problem you're talking about at all. Agent Lang, do you recall the secret we discovered about the Alabastion office fireplace? Huh? Oh, you mean how it connects the office with the room next door? What about it? Well, Alabas is the only country of secrets connecting the fireplace. Alabas is the only country with secret connecting fireplaces. What? The fireplace in Mr. Cochin's office holds the exact same secret. What? The Yatagarasu didn't escape through the door into the room or the window. The escape route was through the revolving fireplace wall and into the next room over. Now do you see? If the Yatakarasu had escaped into the next room, then the thief would have run straight into Agent Shina, meaning that it's impossible for her to have missed the Yatakarasu.
Yeah.
What is the meaning of this, Miles? Well, would you care to explain, Agent Shina, how you managed to completely miss the fleeing Yatakarasu? Or shall I? Uh-oh. Her eyes are covered. Your claim that you were in the next room was a lie all along, wasn't it? The truth is, you were the one Kay saw in the coat. Pretending to be the Yatakarasu, and you were the one she chased after. As you tried to lose her, you ran into Mr. Kochin's office and headed for the fireplace. Then, you shed your coat in the next room, leaving it there to emerge as Agent Shina. After that, you came back around to place K under arrest. Does that sound about right? If not, then speak now or forever hold your peace. How dare you make K look like the bad guy when you're the suspicious one, pal? Ah! Fa! Uh-oh. Jenna? That, that laugh. Oh no. It's her. It's her. I remember this irritating laugh. Brr. I'm getting chills down my spine. It can't be, but it has to be. Jenna, what's wrong with you? Phew! I'm sorry. It was so funny that I couldn't help but laugh. Funny, you say? Yes, that you would accuse me of being the Yatakarasu. The prosecutors of this country really are all so very strange. Do you think you can get away with this by simply laughing it off? Phew! You think I'm taking things too lightly? I think not. It's that prosecutor who is. Look, everything you said earlier is nothing more than mere speculation. The Yatakarasu fled through the fireplace. Do you have any proof to back up your claim? If you don't, then you haven't proven a thing regarding the Yatakarasu's escape route. The tone of voice you're taking with me now has certainly changed. That's because it's been a while since I've had this much fun. I think I'll let loose, and then we can have a real battle of wits. For an agent of Interpol to show me the true power of her mind, it is a great honor. Don't underestimate me. I'm not some foolish broad, you know. Damn. Damn. I know. And that is why I won't hold anything back either, as I answer your question. My question? Here is proof that the revolving fireplace wall in Babao was used recently. So, you can present two pieces of evidence here. It's either the revolving fireplace wall, or you can also use Paulino's testimony here.
Take that!
I'm sorry, but is this really your honest answer to my question? Yes, according to Ambassador Paleno's testimony, he said that he was burning some documents in the fireplace with Mr. Cochin. Oh, the ashes of what they'd burned were left in the fireplace, as they should have been there. However, when we went to investigate the room, the ashes weren't there. Why is that a problem? Maybe someone cleaned them up?
Objection!
Hmm, unfortunately for you, Ambassador Paleno said that he forgot to. And so the question remains, why were the ashes missing? The answer is simple. When the Yatakarasu went through the fireplace wall, the ashes were pushed into the next room by the wall as well. The movement of the ashes that were in Mr. Cochin's office is my proof. And just what is so funny? Ash as proof? Are you even allowed to submit such flaky evidence in court? You still wish to fight us? Of course, why wouldn't I? In that case, let's hear your counter-argument. Ah, my counter-argument, huh? This really is just like being in court. Well, to me, we're simply continuing from where we left off all those years ago. Ah, I have no idea what you're talking about. It doesn't matter if we're at the crime scene or in court. Let's finish this here and now. Yeah, Edgeworth doesn't care. It could be in a courtroom, it could be in this lobby, it could be out in the streets, it could be at a bar mitzvah, at someone's wedding, birthday party, at a cemetery. We're taking it out anywhere or something. I don't know. I suppose I've had a lot of fun today, but I grow weary of this game of cat and mouse. Let's make this the last testimony and wrap up this absurd case once and for all. Jinnah's rebuttal. In my eyes, all you've proved is that the rotating fireplace wall was used. But you can't really call that proof that the Yatakarasu used the fireplace now, can you? So then, who was it that used the rotating wall? Show me your answer with real evidence. Remember, we've already finished our very thorough investigation. And we found not a single suspicious thing in Mr. Cochin's office. Ah, and there you have it, my counter argument. That's very impressive. She has been through to the fact that I have yet to gather that one piece of evidence. What is it, Kay? I haven't heard a peep out of you in quite a while now. If you don't think you can handle it, feel free to leave the rest of it to us. But Kay, pull yourself together. You are the true heir to the Yatakarasu's name, are you not? If you want to steal the truth, then you must never take your eyes off of it. This chase you're running to catch the truth, you must see it through to the very end. Mr. Edgeworth, you're right. I will see this through to the end. So, you go get her for me, Mr. Edgeworth. With pleasure. Looks like a lack of evidence has left you wide open, doesn't it? Jinnah, please, show me you're someone I can trust. Don't worry, this will be the deciding match. You'll see. I'm truly sorry, Agent Lang, but I simply can't allow her to escape me again. Lang doesn't know. So sad. Very well then, Agent Shina. Shall we begin? Ah! I'm ready whenever you are. Shina's rebuttal. In my eyes, all you've proved is that the rotating fireplace wall was used.
Hold it!
It sounds to me like you're saying my explanation is not good enough. But I was able to go through the revolving door myself. So that should be proof enough, even for you, pal. Ha! It looks like you don't quite understand. But by your looks, I can guess that you're not all that learned. Youch! Talk about rude. You should watch what you say, pal. Sadly, I can't say I disagree with her on that one. But you know what I mean, right? You may have proven that the fireplace was used. But you can't really call that proof that the Yatagarasu used the fireplace now, can you?
Hold it!
So you want proof that the Yatagarasu was the one who used the fireplace? That's right. Well, do you have any? Ugh. Can you prove that it wasn't the Yatagarasu who used the fireplace? I don't need to prove anything to you. Objection!
Hold it!
Kay, you could please not steal my line. Sorry, but I just couldn't hold it in anymore. Well, don't fret, and leave it to me. All you have to do is sit back and watch. You may seem to have some wiggle room, but without any evidence, it's meaningless. So then, who was it that used the rotating wall? Show me your answer with real evidence.
Hold it!
It's possible that the Yatagarasu left fingerprints inside the fireplace. Hold it. Sorry, but I had the forensics team check that already. All they found were prints belonging to Ambassador Paleno and Mr. Cochin. Curses! It should have known. I should have known better than to think the Yatagarasu would have been so careless. But there must be some sort of evidence that we still have yet to find. Aha! I take it you have no further objections? Remember, we've already finished our very thorough investigation.
Hold it!
So Interpol has finished examining the entire Balbolese embassy? Yes, the investigators who weren't allowed into Alabas were incredibly helpful. They all put in great efforts to search for any sign of the Yatagarasu.
Objection!
And yet, despite all that effort, it appears that they failed to notice the lack of ash in the office fireplace. Furthermore, you were the one who inspected the room next to Mr. Cochin, correct? I didn't notice the ash there in the fireplace of that room, and for that I am sorry. Hold it. You don't need to apologize, Shina. As your boss, your mistakes are my mistakes. So allow me to apologize for you. I'm sorry. You know, maybe this guy's not such a bad guy after all. He apologizes for his subordinate and everything. What a great boss. Are you saying that I don't do anything for my own subordinates? No. Black! No, nothing of the sort, sir. You're someone I really respect, sir. Even if you're a bit too strict sometimes. That is only a problem on your end. Wow, way to be super hard on him in response. Am I really too strict on everyone? Yes. Anyway, Shina, you didn't find anything in Mr. Cochin's office, right? That's right. We finished our investigation. And we found not a single suspicious thing in Mr. Cochin's office. Oh, really?
Hold it!
So you really didn't find anything? Yes, as I said, not one suspicious thing. Although, as you already know, we did find the Yatakarasu's key and the document detailing the smuggling operation. But we still haven't found the blade that belongs to the Babbly's knife handle yet. Ah, you see, my subordinates worked hard to investigate everything, so there is nothing else to find, alright? Wow, Agent Lang really sticks up for his people. Lang Zi says, all men are brothers, and friends become family. Wow. Wow, that's deep. That's like very, very deep to me. I don't know. The teachings of Lang Zi are pretty cool. Hmm. So you see, my people are my family, and their families are my family too. Aw, like the internet? That's a rather large family you have there. Yes, but as we all know, there's always one black sheep in any family. I mean, and though it pains me, Agent Lang, you will know the black sheep in your family. So, do you actually have any proof that the Yatakarasu used a fireplace passageway? No, I haven't found any yet. Then what are we going to do? Then what are we going to do? There's no need to worry. Because there is a loophole Miss Interpol agents argument we can exploit first. The one in charge of the Babbly's the one in charge of the Babbly's investigation was not Agent Lang. Which means that with Agent Shinna in charge, it's possible she may have tampered with the evidence. That piece of evidence that we found. If there is one thing I do know, it is that someone tried to hide it from us. Yep, and it's right here. Ah. So you can either present the counterfeit bills or this wire.
Objection!
You didn't find anything suspicious at all. I highly doubt that. But I didn't. You could even ask the other men. Hmm, I don't need to, for I found what you should have a while ago. Excuse me? In Mr. Cochin's office, there were signs that someone had burned counterfeit bills there. What in the... Yeah. Hold it. That evidence was something you found out through that girl's machine, right? So what if it was? Ah, that's what I thought. Well, unfortunately for you, a recreation made by a machine is hardly concrete proof. Among the ashes you found in the room, did you happen to find any counterfeit bills? No. You see, so there was nothing in that office, nothing you can call evidence, anyway.
Objection!
Speaking of things that you Interpol agents have missed, I did find one more. Your pompous attitude is unnecessary. All I require is the evidence. Very well. I'll show her the hidden piece of evidence that her and her fellow Interpol agents missed. And that would be the wire. Yep, this little wire. Well, it's a wire. It's good length.
Take that!
I'd like for you to take a look at this length of wire. And what exactly is this supposed to mean? Uh-oh, she's sweating. A length of wire? So what about it? I'll tell you what. We found this in the Babalese embassy not long ago. What? And we found it wound up inside the grandfather clock in Mr. Cochin's office. You found that at the scene of Mr. Cochin's murder? Uh-oh. So I think you'll agree now that I cannot trust you when you say that Interpol had thoroughly checked every room, and that this throws doubt on the purity of your investigation into the Yatagarasu. You still suspect me, I see. Alright then, I ask that you point out what part of my investigation is incomplete. The other Interpol agents worked under the command of Agent Shinnah. And is it not possible that the reason the person K was chasing chose the third floor was because that person knew there would be no other agents on that floor? Furthermore, we've come to see that Agent Shinnah was only pretending to be investigating the Yatagarasu to the point of arresting K. In that case, there is one location that no one has yet to inspect. Your team's investigation was incomplete because they failed to inspect this location. This room right here. The room that Shinnah was in.
Take that!
The location, Agent Shinnah, is of course the room you claim to have examined. I believe the room next to Mr. Cochin's office warrants a thorough inspection. Even if you did that, I doubt you'll find anything of use to you there. I'll be the one to decide that. Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir. I'm on it. I'll be right back after I check out that room next to the office. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth. Do you really think that Mr. Shinnah's the Yatagarasu? Yes, if my logic is sound, I believe she is. Then I'm not going to let her get away with ruining the name of the Yatagarasu. But can you prove that she's the Yatagarasu? Is the question. If Detective Gumshoe can find what I'm hoping he will find, then I should be able to. And just what are you hoping he'll find? Let's just say this. I had Detective Gumshoe do a little experiment for me earlier. An experiment, and if that detective has the brains for high science. It wasn't that mentally taxing. I had him use the same escape route as the Yatagarasu. And what did you find out by doing that? First, that it's possible for a person to fit through the revolving wall door. Second, that by going through there, his coat was covered in ash and Balbalese ink. Who cares what his coat was covered in? It's not worth that much anyway. Ah, but is it really worth so little? I believe that it's actually quite a meaningful result, the value of which I'm about to prove. Mr. Edgeworth found some things you really need to see, sir. Oh, so what are these things that you found? Some makeup, a coat, and a pair of shoes, sir. You found a coat? You hear that, Mr. Edgeworth? Maybe it's the one person I was chasing was wearing. Yes, the possibility does exist. Agent Shinnah, were these pieces of evidence not in that room that when you examined it? Unfortunately for you, those aren't suspicious items of any sort. They all belong to me. They were getting in the way, so I stored them in that room. Aww. Thank you for bringing them to me. It saves me a trip. May I have them back now?
Hold it!
These items that the detective brought back are incredibly significant. I request that we be allowed to examine them. They're my personal belongings, so you have no right to touch them without my permission.
Objection!
I wish to examine them for the sake of the investigation. But if you wish to deny us access to them, Agent Lang, let's hear your opinion on this. I say, let them look at your stuff, Shenna. Lang? Uh-oh, she's sweating. Shinna, let's put it all out in the open. If you're really innocent, then you have nothing to worry about, right? I guess so. Alright, go ahead and examine whatever you'd like. After all, I have nothing to hide. Humph. Good, now let us begin. So which of Agent Shinna's belongings are you going to So which of Agent Shinna's belongings are you going to examine, sir? I wonder if we get penalized for this. Hang on. I want that extra flavor text, everybody. Let us check the makeup. I believe I'll examine her makeup. What is this? It looks like a very thin paintbrush. It's a lip brush. It's for putting on my lipstick. I found something with a lot of weird powder inside, sir. That's just foundation powder in there. It's nothing to get worked up over. Wow, you two sure know a lot about makeup. I think I need to confiscate them for a bit. Oh, I never knew makeup consisted of this stuff too. I see. Oh. She seems to be completely absorbed in her study of cosmetics. I guess there really wasn't anything suspicious in Agent Shinna's makeup. I suppose not. Let us move on and examine something else. Let's check the shoes. Let us examine her shoes. There doesn't appear to be anything particularly odd about them. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. You know what they say about men who stare at women's shoes for too long, right? Aha! How scandalous! I am merely doing my job, Agent Lang. I don't see how that warranted a comment. Now then, there is some dirt on the soles, but otherwise these seem perfectly normal. I guess there really wasn't anything suspicious about Agent Shinna's shoes. I suppose not. Let us move on and examine something else. Alright. It's the coat. Let's examine the coat. Yes, sir! It appears you managed to stain your coat rather badly. Agent Shinna. The Yatakarasu that Kei saw was wearing a coat. And I'm beginning to wonder if this stain wasn't created when you went through the fireplace. Aha! No, you have it wrong. That suit probably got on my coat when I was helping the police put out the fire. And what about this dark substance around the hem of your coat? Oh, I didn't realize that the hem was that dirty. I'm sure it's just some water mixed with soot from when I was helping with the fire. I don't think so. You didn't get away with such a transparent lie? Yeah, don't lie to us, pal. This is the same pattern of dirt that got on my coat when I went through the fireplace. Your words ring hollow in the absence of evidence, you know. So unless you can prove that the dirt on my coat is from the fireplace, which I can. How? You did a great job, Detective Gumshoe. Me, sir? What did I do? This coat. This is exactly the piece of evidence I was searching for. I had been hoping to find the coat that the person Kay saw was wearing. And thanks to you, we proved that going through the fireplace was solely a coat. I don't quite get what you're saying, but I'm happy for the praise, sir. All that remains is for us to show what the dark substance on the coat's hem is. Oh, and you think you could do that? Of course I can. This is the dark substance that's sullied the hem of this coat. And that will be the Ablaze ink.
Take that!
Ablaze ink? Yes, that is what will prove that the coats went through. That is what will prove that the coats went through that fireplace. According to Ambassador Paleno, he burned some files in the fireplace this morning. You told us about that already, so I don't really see the point in mentioning it again. My point is that he spilled some ink onto the back wall of the fireplace at that time. If the dark substance on his coat turns out to be Babali's ink, it would prove that you and this coat went through the revolving fireplace wall. Sorry to have clipped one of your wings, Yatagarasu, but we're not finished yet. But you have no way of proving whether or not this is Babali's ink on the coat's hem. Oh, but I do, and I intend to show that it is ink in a few seconds. How? How, you ask? Well, since you don't seem to know, allow me to show you. This is how I will prove that the dark substance on the coat is Babali's ink. Burn the coat. We can find out whether that is Babali's ink or not by lighting it on fire. That's how you're going to prove that it's Babali's ink? Yes. If you could please cut a section of the dark stained area for me, I'd appreciate it. Because I will show you, here and now, what the dark substance is. Shina, sorry to do this, but I'm going to have to cut off a bit of your coat. Go ahead. I wasn't planning to wear it anymore anyway. Now then, if someone could loan me a lighter or something. Oh, I've got some matches. I always carry them with me so I can light smoke bombs. Then if I could please have one, Kay, we can get this experiment underway. The flame! Oh, green fire. It's the same color as the flame's wet crystal oil produces, which means... Babali's ink is a product of wet crystal oil. And when lit, the ink produces a green flame. Uh-oh. I believe the time has come to clip the Yatagarasu's other wing. Miss Shina, you're the fake Yatagarasu. The one who killed my father. It's about time you come clean, Agent Shina. Or should I say, Callisto, you? Yep. Hold it! Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, you're not serious, are you? Do I look like the joking type to you? Ha! Callisto, you? I never heard that name before in my life. That manner of speaking and that attitude. You haven't changed a bit in 7 years. You're the defense attorney that killed Mr. Faraday, then tried to frame me for it. Oh, really? And you have proof? You insist that I am this Callisto you woman, but you can't prove it. If you have no proof, then I'm afraid you won't be able to lay a single finger on me.
Objection!
The raven is a very unique bird, one that flies by the darkness of night. However, the light of dawn has arrived, and it will reveal your true ugly form to the world. Enough poetry. I want to see some evidence. Do you really have something that can prove that she is Callisto Yu? I do. It's something that the second Yatagarasu has preserved for us these last 7 years. Do me the honor, Mr. Edgeworth. I will, Kay, for we have finally come to the end. We'll prove her to be Callisto U with this, and clip this Yatakarasu's wings for good. The perfume.
Take that!
This perfume. This will prove you to be Callisto U. It will. Kay has preserved it perfectly for us. Surely you remember this bottle. This belonged to Miss Yu just before she disappeared 7 years ago. Naturally, this means that a few of her fingerprints are on here as well. This is that bottle of perfume you spilled, which I have preserved ever since. I heard from my father, Baron Faraday, that if stored under the right conditions, a fingerprint can be preserved for decades. Which means that your fingerprints are still on here, every last one. We can clear everything up if we were to compare the prints on this to your own. Now come, Agent Shinna. Will you submit yourself to a fingerprint test? She's lost it. She lost it. It looks like you've been right through. It looks like you've seen right through me yet again. You're sending the biggest chill down my spine, Edgeworth. Callisto, you. So you've shown your true face at last. And look, they even changed her name from Shinna to you because Callisto U. Shinna is Callisto U. This feeling of thrill, it's even greater than that time, 7 years ago. Shinna, you're... Lang, I really enjoyed our days together. You're an insanely strong, nice, kind-hearted idiot of a man. So you were a spy all along? Yes. A mole sent by the smuggling ring I've been chasing after. Someone who has been feeding them intel on Interpol all this time? Yes. Aha. Very good. Maybe you're not as big of an idiot as I thought. Callisto, you, the woman who killed my father 7 years ago. You're her, aren't you? The fake Yatagarasu. That's right, Callisto you. That's just one of my many names. But even that is just a facade. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am the great thief Yatagarasu. Callisto you. This time you won't escape, for this is the end of the road for you. Now come along quietly. You know, you're the one who left the strongest impression on me, Kay Faraday. And had you not used the Yatakarasu's gadgets, I might have never known who you were. But here you are, being a thorn in my side, just like your father always was. Hey! Kay, don't! You! I'll never forgive you for what you did to my father. Pwah! You really are just like him. Mr. Faraday, too, possessed such laughable honesty. Oh no. She's got a gun, everybody. And she's got Kay as a hostage, oh no. Kay! Ah! You let Kay go right now, pal! You despicable. Let go of me, you filthy... You think I'm a fake, don't you? Well, unfortunately for you, I'm the real Yatagarasu. But that's impossible. My father was the one who created Little Thief. Ha! Hey, Edgeworth. The Yatagarasu has 3 legs. Do you know why that is? Why it has 3 legs? There are 3 main reasons why the Yatagarasu will always be one step ahead. First, the Yatagarasu always knows the exact location of the target object. Second, the Yatagarasu always knows exactly how to disarm the security system. No, it can't be. Did you finally figure it out? Do you finally know the real identity of the Yatagarasu? The real identity of the Yatagarasu is... neither person. The real identity of the Yatagarasu is neither Bern Faraday nor Callisto Yu. But by the same token, they are also both the real Yatagarasu. Haha, how very perceptive of you. No way. The single person known as the Great Thief Yatagarasu never existed. Mr. Edgeworth! No, I refuse to believe this. The Yatagarasu is known to have 3 special skills. Skill number 1. The Yatagarasu always knows the exact location of the target object. And a lawyer would have the opportunity to learn the layouts of client corporations. Skill number 2. The Yatagarasu always knows exactly how to disarm the security system. And a good prosecutor will be well versed in the way of a criminal. And skill number 3. The Yatagarasu doesn't leave a single shred of evidence behind. Ever. Aw, snap. Detective Bad! It was only natural for the Yatagarasu to never leave evidence behind. Because the lead detective on the case hid it all away. You're the 3rd member of the Yatagarasu? You. I've been looking for you for a long time. 7 long years. But I finally got you. Ah! Why, Mr. Bad? Long time no see. What happened to us? We used to be such a great team. If you were such a great team, then why did you kill my father 7 years ago? Why indeed? It was nothing personal, really. He was just another person I had to kill. How can you say that? I grow weary of this, and it's about time for everything to come to an end. And this time, I won't miss. Stop! You! Hey! It's over, Shina. Your leg! Bridget Lane! You idiot. What were you thinking jumping in front of my gun like that? What are you risking your life for? I'm sorry, Detective Bad, but no matter what sort of past she may have had, or even if she is a spy, it doesn't change the fact that she is my subordinate. And as long as she is, I can't allow any harm to come to her. Not even from you. You really are an idiot, you know that. Rod. Ha! That's fine with me. You should know by now that this is just how I am. Hey sis,
Yes.
I want you to conduct a full body search. Shina might have another weapon on her.
All right. Detective Gumshoe, your assistance, please.
Sir! Hey, I found something. What is this, sir? It looks like the blade of a knife, but it doesn't have a handle.
This is a great find, Detective.
Huh? It is, sir?
Let's try pairing up this blade with this handle. The Babbly's knife handle.
Take that!
I believe this blade actually belongs to the handle that was on the murder weapon.
Hey, they fit together perfectly.
This blade must have been taken from the crime scene when the knife handles were switched.
I'm going to go return this Babbly's knife now.
All right, I trust that you'll make it sure that it is returned to Ambassador Palino. Babbly's knife handle given to Detective Gumshoe. I believe this makes it perfectly clear who did it.
Callisto, you?
For the only time the handles could have been switched is just after Mr. Cochin's murder. Which means that you must be Mr. Cochin's killer. You killed Mr. Cochin with the Alabazan knife. Then switched the handles and then took the original blade of the Babbly's knife with you. Later, you allowed yourself to be spotted by Kay near the open air stage. You used the fireplace to lose her, and then you went back to accuse her of the murder. Does that about sum it up?
Objection!
Aha! You craft an engaging tale, Edgeworth. But there are two problems with it. Problems? In what respect? What do you think my real reason was in allowing her to chase after me? Wah! It was all so I could capture Kay Faraday. What? When I saw you using that device at Gatewaterland, I knew right away that you were Bern Faraday's daughter. Aha! I became curious, so I researched a little into your background. That's how I found out that you were on the trail of the Yatagarasu. So that's why you tried to pin Mr. Cochin's murder on me? Yes. I knew you would show up at this embassy tonight. So I thought to use you, but pinning the murder on you wasn't my only goal. You had another? Yes. Once I had you under arrest, I had planned to search you and take back the device that rightfully belongs to me, the true Yatagarasu. You were going to take little thief away from me? 7 years ago, it was thanks to that device that Faraday was able to infiltrate this place. But he stole more than he should have. I had a tough time recovering that precious key. Then the person who stole the Yatakarasu's key was Mr. Faraday? You. That incident 7 years ago. What was the catalyst behind it? In the eyes of the smuggling ring, the Yatakarasu was becoming a bit of a problem. It wasn't an especially pleasant assignment. Then why? Why did you become a member of the Yatakarasu? Why? There is no why. I was destined to betray everyone from the very beginning. From the beginning? What is that supposed to be? The person I take orders from hasn't changed. Even now, to this day. Does this mean that the leader of the smuggling ring wasn't Mr. Cochin? Then the real ringleader is still out there, pulling the strings. Are you done asking what you need to know? Because if so, we should probably get going. And you're going to tell me everything you did tonight. Do you understand?
Shina, I guess I should tell you, then, that I was the one who set the Babylese embassy on fire. And why did you do that? I suppose it was to destroy all evidence of the counterfeit bills. Then was what the smuggling ring that was what the smuggling ring was trying to do? But then why start two fires? Sorry, but I can't tell you anything about the ring. It's your job to complete your investigation, after all. I've had my fun. Now it's your turn to enjoy the ride. Wait, I mean, Miss Shina. Yes. When I fell to the floor earlier, these fell at my feet. What about them? They're such pretty hair sticks that I thought, well, that I should return them to you. Haha, you can have them. They're of no use to me anymore. If you don't want them, you can always just throw them away. No, I want to keep them. Ah, suit yourself. Oh, that's right. I almost forgot, Edgeworth. Hmm. About the second problem I had with your story. I didn't kill anyone tonight. What? I'm not saying that as a sore loser. Think of it as a hint, if you will. Mr. Prosecutor! Yes, Agent Lang? Mark my words. I'm not done here, and I'll be back. And it's got nothing to do with duty or anything, because this has become my personal case. I may have been shot, but I'll show you just how dangerous a wounded wolf can be. His anger appears to have negated the sensation of pain in his injured leg. Oof, dude got shot in the leg. It's finally over, Kay. I feel like I've peered into her heart a little, you know? And it's so cold and dark and incredibly lonely. The person who was giving her all these commands, the one who thought my father was a problem to be removed. That person is the real ringleader behind the smuggling ring. Um, Mr. Edgeworth, I have a favor to ask. Can you hold on to these hair sticks for me? They're really pretty, just like the ones they were selling for the Gem and Ninja show. But until this case is over, I don't think I can look at them without being overcome. I understand. I'll take good care of them for you. Hmm. There is a bit of soil stuck on the ends of these sticks. Hair sticks. Data. I jotted down my organizer. Hair sticks. Hair sticks with a candy stripe patterned on them. There is some dirt on the tip. Oh, I guess it's that time already, huh? The design of these things are rather eccentric for hair sticks. Huh? Really? Well, if they're that strange, what should I do with them? Hmm. I have to say, these are by far the most bizarre hair sticks I have ever seen. In any case, Kay, there's something I've been meaning to ask. How exactly do you stick that hair stick of yours into your hair like that? That's a secret. Curiouser and curiouser. Curiouser and curiouser. That's Alice in Wonderland 9. Hey, take a look at this, Mr. Edgeworth. There's dirt on here. It's totally ruining the body. It's totally ruining the beauty of the hair stick. I suppose. Why is there dirt stuck on the end of a hair stick in the first place? We will find out eventually. Oh, I guess it's that time already, huh? So it's midnight, the dawn of another day. Hey, Pops. Thanks a bunch. You've really done a lot for everyone all these years. Detective Bad, don't tell me today is the day. Yeah, it is. With this, I can retire in peace. It was down to the wire, and we almost didn't make it. But we did it. We solved everything. But that's just it. We haven't solved everything yet. The ringleader of the smuggling ring, you, the Yatagarasu, were chasing after. The legend of that Yatagarasu is now over. Mr. Edgeworth, that bit of logic earlier, it was brilliant. I feel like I can leave it all in your hands. I'm counting on you. Is it really true, Uncle Bad? Were you also a part of the Yatagarasu? As I said to you earlier, Kay, I'm truly sorry. I wanted nothing but a peaceful life for you. Uncle Bad? Hey, don't take it so seriously. It's all just one big joke, right? Unfortunately, it isn't. Oh, come on, sir. She's just yanking on my chain. Isn't she, Mr. Edgeworth? Detective Bad? Wait, no. You are no longer a detective. Mr. Bad, I'd like to ask you about the Yatagarasu. Not you too, Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth, here. I should give these back to you. Oh, these are the pages from my KG8 case files that the Yatagarasu stole from my office. This is the documents that was stolen from the very first case of this game, by the way. Huh? Wait, what? Mr. Edgeworth, I must apologize for last night. He was the mystery thief, by the way. Detective Bad. He was the one that held Edgeworth at gunpoint. So the Yatagarasu who stole into my room was you, wasn't it? Was you, was it? Wait, then that means what? Tell me it's not true. That's too insane for me to believe, sir. It's true. Even if it's not something you want to hear. The KG8 incident, it was a very emotionally trying case. We stood in that courtroom, Faraday as the prosecutor, and I as the lead detective. Faraday had evidence in his possession that would prove the defendant guilty. However, because it was stolen, the defendant was found innocent. You was the elder sister of the victim in the case. When the defendant was pronounced not guilty, she let out a great wail. That's when we realized that there was a limit to what the law could do. Hello, Chuckman. Let's see. Yep. Was Lang's true secretary, but turned out to be a spy by the name of Callisto Yu. Yep. Chinna was revealed to be Callisto Yu. And Tyrell Bad here is the third is one of the members of the Yatagarasu as well. Okay. That's when we realized that there was a limit to what the law could do. The only way to bring someone like that to justice was to do so outside of the courts. That's what we thought at the time. That's how we formed the Yatagarasu and vowed to bring to light any dirty dealings companies had with the ring, including companies that dealt with the Amano Group, Mr. Amano's conglomerate. We called ourselves the Yatagarasu and flexed our collective muscle. We exposed all sorts of shady dealings as a warning to the business world as a whole. By doing that, we were able to stop the higher-ups from covering things up. And then, it was finally time. We had finally arrived at the moment when we'd find out the ringleader's true identity. It was then that you literally stabbed us in the heart, and Faraday, he died for it. But why? Wasn't she the sister of the victim in the KG8 incident? After Faraday's death, I looked into her past, and that's when I found out that she was a phony. The victim of the KG8 incident, CCU. She never had a sister. What? Then that means China wasn't the only fake name she used. Callisto U was also another pseudonym. From the very beginning, that woman was a spy sent by the smuggling ring. She said it herself. I was destined to betray everyone from the beginning. She did say that earlier. Anyway, let's return to the real topic at hand. Mr. Edgeworth, this trump card that we stuck onto this page of the case file. Please use it wisely. Trump card. That photo that we stuck on there, try peeling it off. Behind it slumbers a piece of evidence that Faraday hid away all those years ago. It's the mark of the Yatagarasu, but why? This is a directives card from the big boss. Take a look at the back. This was something Cochin had on him at the time of the KG8 incident 10 years ago. That blood is from the victim of the incident, Miss CCU. But why is the card adorned with the mark of the Yatagarasu? The reason why we called ourselves the Yatagarasu was because of the three-legged raven mark that the smuggling ring's boss used. Apparently, orders from the boss would come on these cards without fail. The person who received the order was supposed to burn it immediately after reading it. And apparently, it burns a bright green flame when set ablaze. So you mean the cards were written in Ablaze ink? The fact that the card that Cochin was sent made it into Faraday's hand at all is nothing short of a miracle. We decided that whenever we stole anything, we would send a card along with it to the police. So that's what those white cards are. The great thief that used a mark that only those within the ring would know. It was our message to the ringleader that we were only a few steps behind. Trump card data jumped down in my organizer. Evidence from KG8. Card containing orders from boss of smuggling ring to Cochin. And one more thing, Detective Gumshoe. I'm entrusting this to you. What is this, sir? This is what I was talking about earlier. During the KG8 incident trial, Faraday had this in his possession. This important definitive piece of evidence. But I thought it was stolen. How do you have it? The person who stole it from us 10 years ago was a man by the name of Ernest Amano. Why, hello there, Alfred and the Fedic. Ace Attorney's not your bag. Okay, fair. Hi, I don't like the series. Goodbye. Cool. Was a man by the name of the person who stole it from us 10 years ago was a man by the name of Ernest Amano, and he had it locked and hidden away for all this time. But we forced him to tell us where it was finally, after the other day's kidnapping case. Oddly, a Japanese copy wiggled its way into your hoard. Oh, that's cool. So that will be under the Gyakuten Saiben label. Videotape. Data jotted down in my organizer. Videotape. Evidence from KG8. Faraday had obtained it once, but Ernest Amano had it stolen. This video. Don't come any closer. I'm warning you. This is the same video as the one Mr. Portsman was trying to conceal from me. Yeah, it would seem that even he was caught up in the ring's web. Amano was preparing to take on the boss someday. And the video was his insurance. That's where that prosecutor comes in. He was to retrieve the video. On top of that, he was apparently instructed to sneak into your office and steal the trump card. You saw it for yourself, right? The card that told him to preserve the evidence. Then that card was not the calling card of the Yatagarasu, but rather a directives card from the ringleader to Mr. Portsman. The two pieces together make for a strong weapon for whoever holds them. The evidence Mr. Portsman thought to withhold from me, and the one that you stole from my office last night. Both pieces are illegal, and for me to use either one is, whether you use them or not, is up to you. But they will be of help to you when you take on someone who is above the law. Is the boss one of those who cannot be brought to court that Mr. Faraday spoke of? Detective Bad, there is no limit to the law, for it is the people who determine the limits to them. You still insist that, even now, you really are something else. I leave the rest in your hands. Now then, Detective Gumshoe, the handcuffs. Aw, it's time to lock up the last remaining member of the Yatagarasu. Pops! Don't ever lose your detective spirit. Pops, why is this happening? This isn't justice. Like I always told you, do not get emotionally involved. Now let's go. Yes, sir. And Detective Bad turned himself in. Shucks. Is this really the end of a legend? Yes. To be continued. Yep. So it was revealed that Halisto Yu, Bern Faraday, and Tyrell Bad, Detective Bad, those three formed the Yatagarasu. Well, that solves that. Oh boy. And now for the final three parts of this case. Man, oh man. This is gonna be a long one, but it's okay. I know what I know what I'm in for. All right, let me save that again. All right, March 15th, 12:07 a.m. Theatrum Neutralis lobby. Oh wow. So now we know who the Yatagarasu really was. And yet, there seems much to this case that needs to be resolved. Like how the weapons crossed country lines, for example. The two countries have incredibly strict security systems and entry procedures. Short of a miracle, it's impossible for someone to have smuggled them in. Smuggling them in, huh? We will need to open a new line of investigation on just this aspect alone. Alright, I'll just checking something. We're good. But before we do, I would like to go through my evidence once more. Unnecessary evidence has been removed. Remaining evidence has been rearranged. So all the evidence that wasn't relevant is all gone now. So I don't have to keep on shifting through so much stuff in the menu. So that's good. Hey, there's a VCR here, sir. Now we can see what's on that tape Detective Bad gave us. This piece of evidence from the KG-8 incident, hidden from sight for 10 long years. I just know that this is related to the current case somehow. Detective Gumshoe, if you could please play the tape for us. Sure thing, sir. Oh, there's Manny Cochin, and he's holding both a knife and a black and white Yatagarasu card. This man, it's Manny Cochin, and he's holding a knife in his hand. This looks like footage from a security camera at the entrance of an apartment building. An apartment building? How do you figure that? Unlike you, I actually read the summary. I actually read the summary file on the KG-8 incident, and the crime scene was the victim's own apartment. Why, hello there, Moonlight the Duchy. Nice to see you. Let me make sure that I gotcha. Alright, cool. So this footage was shot at the entrance to the victim's own apartment building. At the trial, Mr. Faraday claimed that this piece of footage existed. However, no one could find it. Yes, somehow, someone was able to steal it and hide it through Mr. Ernest Amano. I can see how this would have been a definitive piece, and why someone would want to hide it. But it's a piece of evidence from a 10-year-old case. There's no way it's related to this case we're working on now, sir. Actually, I believe it has everything to do with the case we're working on now. The ringleader even went so far as to use Mr. Portsmouth to retrieve it. Which means that in this video lies a very inconvenient bit of footage to the ringleader. Where? Where? Wait, what was that? Huh? That bit you played just now. Please show it to me again. This car. This is something we cannot overlook. Why is that, sir? Look here, Detective Gumshoe. Right here.
Take that!
This is the national flag of the Principality of Cadopia. And because it has the national flag on it, we know this to be an official government car. But the question we should be asking ourselves is what was a government car doing there? Oh,
Ah, Miss Von Karma and Mr. Edgeworth. So you were here all this time.
Ambassador Alba.
Thank you very much for continuing the investigation, even at this time of night. Ah, if only I was even a tiny bit more careful. This tragedy would never have happened. I am truly sorry.
This wasn't your fault, sir. This had nothing to do with how careful you were.
You idiot carcass! You couldn't chase after a simple thief. Now then, let's get down to the real reason why I came looking for the two of you. I would like you to put the investigation on hold for a while. Can you do that?
Excuse me?
I heard you've apprehended the thief that turned this embassy upside down. And we are in the middle of an event celebrating our country's reconciliation. We can't exactly have the police and detectives walking around here forever. You're scaring the visitors away, so I hope that you can understand how I feel.
No. But we must finish our investigation and resolve the remaining issues.
Why don't we leave the rest to the Alabashton and Ablaze police?
Ambassador, we are so close. Just a little more, and...
Miss Von Karma, I'm afraid I've made up my mind. And without my permission, you can't proceed with your investigation anyway, right?
That's true. However, as he said at the very beginning, this area can be considered to be Alabashtan soil, in which case we are nothing but foreigners in their land. Is this really where our investigation ends? Shifu, we found Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Shifu, this way.
Yo!
Agent Lang, you're back on the scene rather quickly. If I laid back and took a break, I'd lose the scent of my prey, Mr. Prosecutor.
Agent Lang, why have you returned?
Because I have to solve this case, no matter what.
Well, I'm sorry to inform you. Ah, and don't take this the wrong way. I don't suspect you personally. However, a member of Interpol was just found to be a thief. And so... Grr. Under these circumstances, I wish to put your investigation on hold. After all, I believe our own police can handle things from here. They are quite capable.
Oh, at this rate, our investigation really will come to a close.
Not so fast!
Ambassador Alba, I get it now. I really do.
Oh? I'm very glad you understand how I feel.
No, not that. What I was talking about is... I know who the killer is behind tonight's murder. You? No. The killer?
Do you really mean that, Agent Lang?
Huh. Wolves don't lie. We really don't. And who is it? Well, let me first say that I'm not talking about Mr. Kojin's murder. That was all Shina. Lang Z says, the truth lies not at the exit, but rather shines outside the maze itself. That sounded cool to me. All right. The truth is unexpectedly simple. So let me ask you this. Who do you think was the Master Second's killer? Humph. I'll tell you who. It was you, Franziska von Karma. He's accusing Franny here. He must be high. I was a killer. Hey, wait, but that's impossible. Yeah. Although, that whip is actually quite. Yow! Hold your tongue in that ludicrous remark you were about to make. Agent Lang, are you seriously accusing her of murder? Yeah, I am. He doesn't appear to be joking. Hey, sis. I remember that just before Ambassador Alba went to give his speech, he called you into his office, right? Yes, he did. But what does that have to do with anything? I'm getting to that. Furthermore, in order to solve both cases, you moved around rather freely between Alabast and Babel, did you not?
Objection!
And where's your evidence that I am the killer?
Not so fast.
Humph, I was just getting to that. Trust me, I'll show them to you in due time. Ambassador Alba, in order for me to bring this case to a close, I'll need to inspect your office one more time. Will you grant me the permission?
With things as they are, I suppose I don't have much of a choice, do I?
Good. Then let's move out. Oh, and don't even think about running away, sis. My pack will be keeping a close eye on you. You can bet your bottom dollar on that. Humph. As if I would have any reason to flee. But just so we're clear, your logic had better be sound. Because I'll accept nothing short of a perfect explanation. She seems rather upset. Not that I blame her. I expected that you'd accept no less. But we'll see how long you can keep that nose of yours stuck up in the air like that.
Hold it.
Agent Lang, as someone related to tonight's case, I request that you allow me to take part. And so that I may clean up my superior's mess. Humph. I guess I should. The more the merrier. Especially when it's the peanut gallery. Oh, in that case, I want to join in too. I still haven't seen what it looks like in Alabast yet. If you let Kay in, then you gotta let me in too, pal. I can't sit around and do nothing when Miss Von Karma's in trouble. Hey, Gummy, let's have a competition to see who can save her first, okay? Okay, I'll take you up on that. Oh yeah, I'm fired up, ready to go. As a detective, I don't believe this is something you're supposed to be excited over. Sounds like this is going to get real interesting. Ambassador Alba, I'll be bringing these kids along for the ride.
Very well. But I'd like you to keep in mind that this'll be your last chance.
I'll have this whole mess cleaned up before you know it. Now let's go. March 15th, 12:53 a.m. Alabaston Embassy, Ambassador's Office. Okay now, let's first go over the facts one more time. Manny Cochin's body was found in the Secretariat's office in Babao. The weapon that took his life was one of Alabast's ornamental knives. And then, the body of the Master Second, Mr. Kashino, was found here in the Alabastan Ambassador's office. Through our investigation, we found that the murder weapon was this Primadug statue, and that this is actually Babao's statue. This case, no matter how I look at it, sis, if it wasn't for you, then there's no one else who could have pulled this off.
Objection!
Agent Lang, do you understand the full implications of what you are saying? Of course I do, sis. And I'm serious. You were on the trail of the smuggling ring, and you wanted any evidence you could find. And so, while people were distracted by the Yadagaras's appearance, you snuck in here. That's when you two ran into each other. You and that other thief who took advantage of the confusion from the fire.
Objection!
Even if all that were true, how do you explain the movement of the weapons? Don't worry. I plan to show that you're the culprit behind that too. You had permission to investigate both embassies at will. With that kind of free reign, you could have easily taken the weapon. Oh! You could have easily taken the weapons across country lines. I was waiting for this part. He denied Von Karma of whipping him. He freaking saw that. He countered the Von Karma whip slash. He countered Franziska's whip. This is historic. Hey now. Look, sis. I thought I already told you. I'm not messing around here. This case isn't directly tied to the smuggling ring. But Shinna certainly is tied to the smuggling ring. He is right in saying that she is a member of the smuggling ring. However, the connection between this case and the ring, could it not be deeper than what any of us can imagine? Let's get this ridiculous circus over with already. Franziska, you need to calm down, because you only know the facts of the Alabastan side of the case. I don't believe you can keep the case as a whole, and therefore solve it. What? But don't worry, I am taking this seriously as well, and I will prove your innocence. That's the only way to be, Mr. Prosecutor. But can you come up with anything else that can top my hypothesis? Of course your explanation has to solve the mystery of the moving weapons as well. Of course, and I will. Let us now delve into the truth behind the murder of the Master II. You do understand, don't you, Miles Edgeworth? This isn't just a confrontation against Agent Lang. If you can't figure out how the murder of the Master II is related to the smuggling ring, then it will mean the end of our investigation. As long as I have no good counter-argument to his hypothesis, then the best I can do is walk with this thin, tight rope and see what I can do. Come on, Mr. Prosecutor, let's get started. Yes, let's. Testimony. Border crossing weapons. Alright. One of Alabast's knives was used in Babel to murder Mr. Cochin. And the murder weapon is the killing of Damas II, is Babel's Primaduck statue. Somehow, these two objects were able to penetrate the two countries' impenetrable security. The only one who traversed the two countries just before and after the crimes was you. So as long as I can't explain how the weapons moved about, Francisco remained a suspect. You got it, Mr. Prosecutor. So why don't you stop giving me a hard time? Under these circumstances, who the heck can carry a weapon across country lines? I've worked through every possibility, but there's only one that's plausible. Your boss. Agent Lang, what I've learned from you just now is that you've lost sight of yourself. What are you talking about? By focusing too intently on that which is in front of us, we become blind to the truth. Don't tell me Lang Zi never said anything to that effect. You prosecutor, who do you think you are, speaking about Lang Zi's proverbs like that? I don't need his proverbs. Because my words are all you will need to see the truth. My words are weapons. Or rather, his logic is a weapon. Okay. Border crossing weapons. One of Alabast's knives was used in Babel to murder Mr. Cochin.
Hold it!
I concur that this knife crossed over country lines. Good, but that's not the only thing that did. We mustn't forget about the other weapon. The knife was only one. And the murder weapon is the killing of Damas II, is Babel's Primaduck statue.
Hold it!
So you're saying that the Primaduck statue was also brought over by Francisca? Like I told you before, that's the only way it makes sense.
Hold it!
And how exactly did she bring it over? I haven't figured that out yet. That's a rather weak statement considering how sure you are. Maybe, but there is one thing I do know for sure. Somehow, these two objects were able to penetrate the two countries' impenetrable security.
Hold it!
Impenetrable? I should hardly think so.
Not so fast!
You've seen the top of the wall between the two countries, right? Who in the world could cross over that? Yeah, not even I could climb over that thing with all that barbed wire. The only way into either embassy is through the doors in the Diatribe Neutralis. So the only way for the thief and the Primaduck statue to traverse the two countries is through those security camera equipped well-guarded doors. The only one who traversed the two countries just before and after the crimes was you.
Hold it!
Was Francisca really the only person to have traveled between the two countries? According to the guards at both doors, she is the only one to go back and forth. The cyst there was in Alabast when the Yatagarasu showed. And then, just before you guys found Mr. Cochin's body, she entered Babel. I think we can assume that's when she brought the knife into Babel.
Objection!
Then how do you explain the Primaduck statue? I haven't quite figured that out yet. However, the fact that the two weapons crossed the border proves that the killer must have also traveled across the country lines. The only things to cross the border are the Primaduck statue and the knife. I should hardly think that those are the only two items, Agent Lang. Indeed. Somehow, these two objects were able to penetrate the two countries' impenetrable security. So, it's two pieces of evidence that you can submit here on this statement. You could either submit the Babao Primaduck statue and or the Alabast Primaduck statue.
Objection!
Agent Lang, those two items were not the only two to cross the border tonight. Oh, the Master Second was killed with Babao's Primaduck statue, yes. But if that's the case, then tell me, where did Alabast Primaduck's statue go? Alabast. To Babao. Precisely. And the two statues really were switched. Then this means that both statues were smuggled across the border at some point. Which means that a total of 3 items were smuggled across the embassies. I guess so. But you know what? It doesn't matter the number of items. Only that assists only one who could have done it. Because the only person who went back and forth between Alabast and Babao is her. Is that really true? Was there no one else who traveled between the two countries? Actually, there was definitely another person, one who paid a visit to both sides of the wall.
Objection!
Is that really so, Agent Lang? What a lousy time to try and bluff your way out of this. I checked out what the guard said, along with the security camera's footage. You're not going to overturn my hypothesis that easily.
Objection!
But suppose there was some other way other than through the theater doors. What other way? The other entity that managed to cross the border unharmed. If I point it out, it would open up a whole new possibility. And though I hesitate to bring this out, as long as this entity exists, the impossible road becomes a possibility. It looks like you got some clever idea in mind. I do, and I can show it to you through a single piece of evidence. Fine then. Let's see this piece of evidence that will show me this other route. This piece of evidence will show us another way to move between the two countries. And that would be the photo of the Yatagarasu.
Take that!
Agent Lang, I'm sure you're familiar with this unforgettable photo. That supernatural photo, like I said before. Humans can't fly. No, of course not. I understand that perfectly well. And don't start claiming that Shinna somehow grew wings either. I wouldn't dream of claiming that. And I won't allow you to take back what you've said either. I'll say it again. It's not humanly possible to fly through the air without wings. So you better have a good explanation for this, Mr. Prosecutor. But how can I prove who it was that flew through the air in this photo? Wait, not humanly possible. Eureka! Very well. You will have your explanation. It sounds like you have a good idea simmering inside that head of yours. Let's hear it. The face hidden within this photo's blurry. Trailed shadow is... The alabaster permaduck statue.
Take that!
Naturally, the shadow is the third smuggled object, the permaduck statue replica. You can't be serious. The Yatagarasu, or rather, Callisto Yu, dressed as Agent Shinna, was inside Babao. She dressed the replica statue up in clothes and launched it through the air.
Not so fast!
Ha! Mr. Prosecutor! You left out a very crucial bit in your explanation. I know I did. She launched it through the air? Ha! And how exactly did she do that? He is literally burying his fangs at me. But he has a point. How exactly did it move through the air like that? As long as this remains unsolved, we won't be able to move any closer to the truth. Which reminds me, didn't he say this earlier? Hey sis, I remembered that just before Ambassador Alba went to give his speech, he called you into his office, right? So just before the murder, Franziska was called here, right into this very room. If that's the case, then what may be another avenue I can pursue? Agent Lang, in order for me to answer that question, I will need to hear testimony from Miss Von Karma. Oh, what are you up to now, pretty boy? Earlier, you mentioned something of interest to me. You said that just before the murder occurred, Miss Von Karma had been in this room because Ambassador Alba had called for her, and for that reason alone, you believe her to be the killer. Yeah, I guess I did say something like that. In that case, I believe it is my duty to ask her what her side of the story is. Ha! Do you really think a criminal would tell us the honest truth? How dare you? As I've said numerous times, there is absolutely no proof that I am the killer. Miles Edgeworth, don't tell me you suspect me too. I don't. However, I can't ignore the fact that you were in this room at one point in time, which is why I would like to hear about it from you. Yeah, Franziska, I feel that I still don't have enough information, which is why your testimony is incredibly important to the outcome of this case. Alright, so, what would you like me to talk about? I'd like you to please testify to your movements up until you came into this room. Hmm. Alright, let's try this your way for a change. But if what she has to say turns out to be a waste of time, I'll place her under arrest faster than you can howl. No! Humph, as you wish. Oh wow. We get to hear a testimony from Franziska. Alright. Oh, one moment, everybody. I forgot to post in one more area. Okay. And right here. Let me just get rid of this one notification. There we go. All right. Sorry for the delay. Oh, hold on. All right. Thank you for your cooperation, everyone, and your patience. Movements in Alabast. As I said earlier, I was assigned to guard duty in the Alabastan embassy. After I saw the steel samurai off on his way towards the ambassador's office, I returned to the Rose Garden for a bit and checked up on the security situation. After all the preparations were in place, I was called back by Ambassador Alba to his office. Franziska, I want us to make this clear from the very beginning. So what I wish to confirm is that the only time span in which you were in this office was before the murder occurred. Is that correct? Yes, of course. I see. For now, the only way that I can see for us to break out of this situation is to ask Franziska about her testimony in more detail. Rebuttal. Movements in Alabast. As I said earlier, I was assigned to guard duty in the Alabastan embassy.
Hold it!
I thought your duty was to fact find anything you could about the smuggling ring. Yes, that was my job. But upon hearing that the Yatagarasu had sent a calling card to the embassy, Ambassador Alba called upon us to protect the embassy instead. That incident 7 years ago? Or have you forgotten what happened here back then? No. Anything related to that case we were involved in appears to be rather painful for her. It's not exactly one I can readily forget myself. It looks like you remember the case after all. Of course I do. I inspected every location, every possible escape route, and every aspect of the police's security detail. I did all that. Then after that, after I saw the steel samurai off on his way towards the ambassador office. Oh, the ambassador's office.
Hold it!
So you were at the theater as well? Yes, I suppose you were also there as well, watching that stage show. Well, yes. So Franziska was there. Well, after the show was over, and I saw the steel samurai off, I returned to the Rose Garden for a bit and checked up on the security situation.
Hold it!
Why did you need to confirm the degree of preparation for even the speech? For security's sake, of course. What other reason could I have had? No one knew just how the Yatagarasu had planned on getting in, right? Yes, I suppose you're right. And in the end, the Yatagarasu did choose to appear in the Rose Garden. Even if it did turn out to be nothing more than a shadow. Who would have thought that she would use a shadow? Ah, calm down, Franziska. She must still be nursing a grudge over the fact that she couldn't figure it out herself. Anyway, there was no one in the Rose Garden, and we were aware that the speech was set to start soon thereafter. After all the preparations were in place, I was called back by Ambassador Alba to his office. The Primadux statues were already switched by the time the murder happened. In light of that fact, what Franziska saw in this room before the crime is of incredible importance. As I said earlier, okay, gotta press this one now. After all the preparations were in place, I was called back by Ambassador Alba to his office.
Hold it!
At that time, the Master Second's body had yet to be found in this room. Is that correct? That's right. But Ambassador Alba was here. One could hardly miss his rather large presence. Hmm. A criminal will say anything to get out of getting arrested. How do we know you're not lying?
Well, if you need proof, I'd be happy to oblige you.
Seriously?
Like I keep telling you. When I arrived at this office, Ambassador Alba was already here. He was standing by the flower box on the windowsill, watering his plants. Ah, I can attest to that. I remember speaking with the lovely lady around that time here in my office.
Grr. All right then. Add that statement to your testimony, and let's hear some details. So Ambassador Alba was in this room at the time, was he?
When I arrived, Ambassador Alba was watering the flowers on the windowsill.
Hold it!
For the sake of being thorough, I'd like to ask you something. How did you know the Ambassador Alba was watering his plants at the windowsill?
What do you mean by that?
The entrance to this room is on this side. However, the window is on the opposite side. Is what you say is true? If what you say is true, then when you entered the room, his body would have been like a wall. He would have been blocking your view of what he was doing. Isn't that not correct?
I suppose it was a bit hard to see around him.
But fortunately for me, Ambassador Alba is not an immovable wall.
I knocked before I entered, and as I did, he turned around to greet me, with a watering can in his hand. So it's only natural to believe that he was watering his plants, right? I suppose. After his greeting, we spent a little time talking about his flowers. He had obtained them himself and is growing them with the utmost care, you know. Yes, the plants in this room, they are all like my children. The passion flowers in the flower box on the windowsill are growing beautifully, too. All 4 of them are in full bloom.
Miss Von Karma, what did you say just now?
I said that the flowers are growing beautifully. What about that statement do you not understand?
What do I not understand? I do not understand why a certain thing is the way it is. I'd like for you to append that statement to your testimony.
Very well. There were 4 large passion flowers in full bloom in the flower box.
Hold it!
I'd like to confirm this with you one more time. There were 4 passion flowers in bloom in that box, correct?
Yes, I should hardly think I could have miscounted such eye-catching flowers.
There must be a deeper meaning to the statement, and it appears that I must take a gamble on its meaning for me to make any progress.
And we shall.
Four large passion flowers, huh?
There were 2 of them.
2 of them!
Objection!
Franziska. For some odd reason, your testimony contradicts with this piece of evidence.
It does appear that way.
Ha! I knew it! I knew we couldn't trust your words, sis.
Mr. Edgeworth, what are you doing discrediting Miss Von Karma like this?
Yes, sir. If you keep this up, she's gonna get taken away, sir.
Eek! All I've done is state what I saw. I have not made a single mistake in my testimony. And for this, I am still under suspicion for murder. Is the number of flowers really all that important at this juncture, Miles?
At the very least, it is a contradiction in this enigmatic case. One that I find hard to dismiss as irrelevant. Ha! Then let's hear it, Mr. Prosecutor. What does the number of flowers have to do with anything? What does it prove? I believe the answer to that will become clear if we were to examine the flower box. How did this contradiction come about? There must be something behind this discrepancy.
They're my beloved flowers. I've grown them with the utmost care. So I ask that you please be gentle with them as you examine them, Mr. Edgeworth.
Humph, I understand. Uh, I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious looking nook and cranny. Alright. This watering can has a rather robust design. Mr. Edgeworth, why are you telling us stuff we can clearly see for ourselves? Plus, if you keep wasting time talking about that, Miss Von Karma's gonna get arrested. I'd better examine something else. Sorry for pointing out the obvious. This flower box, it appears to be made of marble. It looks that way. But so what? Is it something that's so important that you absolutely had to mention it? They're making fun. No, not exactly, but... Miles Edgeworth, you do understand our current situation, don't you? No. Yes, of course. I am fully aware of the situation. Oh, then in that case, allow me to ask you once again. Is what the flower box is made out of really all that important? It would appear that the construction of the flower box is not that important. No. This patch of soil looks as though it had had something removed from it. What are you doing, Mr. Prosecutor? Why'd you clam up all of a sudden? I'm still here, waiting for an explanation, you know. Did you know, Agent Lay, flowers are best appreciated in silence? It looks like two things are pulled out of this flower box. Indeed. The name of these flowers, I believe they're called passion flowers. Despite being called flowers, they are actually a species of vine. They appear to be growing well, and are well supported by these plant supports. Yeah, but no matter how I look at it, it looks like there are only two here to me. You realize, don't you, sis? Your little lie has failed you. Miles Edgeworth, hurry up and shut this man up for me already. I suppose I will need to use some evidence to shut him up, won't I? Yes, we will. Show evidence. I believe I have just the piece of evidence you require. Oh, you do you? You have such confidence in the face of your current plight. But I highly doubt it'll last until the end. You howl like a wolf, Agent Lane. But we'll see if you have any bite to back up that bark after you see the evidence. The truth the passion flowers reveal can be seen in this piece of evidence. The hair sticks. The hair sticks. And hello there, pun. The truth the passion flowers reveal can be seen in this piece of evidence. You streamed this game year one? Good memories? Yeah, it's an alright one. Like, it's okay.
Take that!
Jinnah, who was supposedly in Babao the entire time, had these hair sticks on her that look exactly like the plant supports in this flower box. In other words, I believe it could be said that these hair sticks are in actuality support sticks for the passion flowers. Huh, and so what? Is this really all that important to the case? Of course it is. It means that we found yet another item that was smuggled between the countries tonight. Yeah, pun. I've been hearing elsewhere, and not just from Board 8. I mean, but also Board 8. I keep hearing that Prosecutor's Gambit is so much better than this one. I'm looking forward to it next month because I never got to play Prosecutor's Gambit. Well, there's a good reason why I wasn't able, like, well, at least somebody that lives in the West. Because, you know, this game right here, this very game that I'm playing, when it was originally released on the DS, it did not sell too well over in the West, but surprise, surprise, it sold really well in Japan, and it warranted, you know, a sequel. And sadly, we never really got to, at the time, was able to play Prosecutor's Gambit. However, somebody was able to make an English translation of the original of the Japanese version, and I seem to remember somebody else from the Board 8 community by the name of Wolf, one of those two, one of the pronunciation. I remember he had uploaded, or excuse me, if they had uploaded like an entire playthrough of Prosecutor's Gambit at the time, the Japanese version, but translated in English. That was pretty cool of them. But and also at the time, I haven't really dabbled into Nintendo DS emulation. Maybe I was still hopefully holding out for an official Western release, I suppose. And so fast forward to the here and now. You know, Ace Attorney, the collections apparently, you know, did really well to warrant these re-releases. And we finally got Ace Attorney Investigations collection, which not only did they give you the option to play with HD sprites during the investigation phases, there's also, you know, you got the artwork sections and the soundtrack sections and the what have you. But more importantly, it's thanks to this collection that Prosecutor's Gambit finally got a, you know, not only a Western release but a worldwide release, and of course in several different languages. Yeah, it just never came out in the West. I was just saying. Yeah, I saw that message. But here, what is here? Don't forget, there are other parts all over the world. And they must know the language as well. Well, yeah, I cannot wait to get to Prosecutor's Gambit. It's been fun revisiting this entire series. Up until, of course, I have mentioned before, I finally got around to playing both Great Ace games for the first time ever. 2 months ago, I did the first Great Ace, and last month, I did the second Great Ace game. And man, let me tell you, they were great. I almost regretted not playing them sooner. But I was glad to stream my first time, you know, experience. So this has been good. Alright. I'm glad I had that little chat.
Ay-ya!
Think about it logically, Agent Lang. These sticks were originally in Alabast, but somehow they wound up in Shinna's hands, who was in Babao the whole night. So make no mistake, these sticks were smuggled somehow, just like the knife and statue. Humph. Very well then. I want to hear from you exactly how they wound up in Babao. How did these support sticks find their way to Babao and why? There must be some reason as to why they ended up there. Aha! So that's why. Agent Lei, if you would please take a look at this and tell me its shape. It's just another stick, isn't it? And so it is, but the shape of the support sticks is what is important. For when they are used with something in this room, that's when it all comes into focus. And the object that completes the picture when used with the support sticks is a freaking crossbow.
Eureka!
That's a crossbow. Wait, you're not really suggesting. I am. These hair sticks, or rather, plant support sticks, they make for perfect arrows. I've done it. I found the common thread that connects the two offices. But this thread is yet to be completely untangled. Even using the arrows, how does this explain how the statues were transported? Furthermore, who could it have been who fired these sticks as arrows? There must be a common thread that ties all of these things together.
Not so fast!
Mr. Prosecutor, hold up a second. You do realize what happens when you tie a statue to an arrow, right? They don't fly at all. Border Crossing, Part 2. So Babal's statue was draped in the Yadagaras's clothes, and then shot over here. Even if you fired the arrows from this side, they wouldn't go far with a statue tied to them. I don't think I need to tell you that the Permadex statues didn't sprout wings. You're a realist after all, aren't you? The Permadex statues didn't sprout wings? Of course they didn't. Glad you understand. I feel much better already. I was afraid for a second that you were unaware of that crucial fact. It's only crucial because you're under the belief that wings are necessary to this equation. What? You need to free your mind a bit more and let it fly like a bird on the wind. The Permadex statues flew, but not on the wing. Allow me a bit of your time and I'll explain this mysterious phenomenon for you. Oh boy. So Babal's statue was draped in the Yadagaras's clothes, and then shot over there?
Hold it!
But that incredible scene just happened to have been caught on film, resulting in this photo. Ah, and what an incredible scene it was. This photo was taken by a freelance photojournalist, right? Yes, so I hear. And not every photojournalist is known to be honest, right? Especially not the ones that sell photos of spirits and giant creatures to tabloids. Poor Lotta. Yes, I know what you mean. I've seen those sorts of photos many a time in court. But there have been times when those photos have turned out to be telling the truth. If you had ever stood in a court of law, you would know that it's entirely plausible. Ha! Do you really believe the stuff you're spewing right now? A courtroom certainly is a strange place if what you say is true. But there really is something odd about that photo, no matter how you look at it. I don't think I need to tell you that the Primaduck statues didn't sprout wings.
Hold it!
The statues didn't need wings to fly. Then how would you explain things? I'm almost looking forward to whatever fantastical explanation you come up with. You're a realist after all, aren't you?
Hold it!
Of course, and I assure you that my hypothesis is firmly grounded in reality. Ha! Well, all I'm hearing is the fantasy of a desperate man. At times, even reality itself can be a mysterious thing. Even you must admit it. Even you must admit that. Heh, do I? If it's so true, then why don't you go ahead and show me? Mr. Edgeworth, I think I understand what went sailing through the air. I suppose that's because you're an expert at things that fly through the air. What do you expect from the second Yatagarasu? Indeed. Now to show Agent Lei what really went soaring through the air tonight. Even if you fired the arrows from the side, they wouldn't go far with a statue tied to them.
Hold it!
But we are in agreement that an arrow by itself would reach the other side, correct? But just the arrow by itself is pretty meaningless, don't you think, Mr. Prosecutor? Because the things they wanted to smuggle here are a lot bigger than nothing. No, that's not necessarily true. What? What I need right now is not further discussion of my conclusions. It's the launching of my conclusions. What the shooter wanted to launch with the crossbow was not the statues themselves, but rather something a crossbow can launch that can be used to move the statues. If it wasn't a statue that was tied to the arrows, then what did the crossbows launch?
Hold it!
The thing that crossbow launched. Allow me to show you the answer. Well, come on then. Show me what you've got. But I warn you, I'll know when you're just bluffing. This is what was launched from this Alabashton office with the crossbow. The wire.
Take that!
Finally, we have reached this point in our discussion. For I present to you that which was carried by the arrow from the crossbow. Heh, I get it now, Mr. Prosecutor. I can see exactly what you are trying to say. You're saying that the wire was tied to an arrow and then shot into Mr. Cochin's office. All the way from the 5th floor of the Alabashan Embassy down to the 3rd floor of the Balvanese Embassy. If what you're claiming is really what happened, I can see how Alabast's Primaduck statue could be moved. Gravity could be used to move the statue down the wire from the 5th to the 3rd floor. But then, what about Babal's Primaduck statue? The dark shadow in this photo is clearly flying away from Babal, going in the opposite way of gravity from the 3rd floor of the Balbalese Embassy up to the 5th floor of the Alabashan Embassy. How do you explain that? Aha! I think I finally see how the gears behind this whole trick work. Agent Lei, the motion used behind this trick. I wonder if perhaps you have yet to envision how it works in your head. Motion? What motion? This is the motion that was employed to smuggle Babal's Primaduck statue. Rotary motion. I believe it was done via rotary motion. If the two statues were transported simultaneously,
Not so fast.
get real. The statues would collide somewhere along the way.
Objection.
Did I ever say that there was only one line of wire between the two offices? If you shot an arrow with the two ends of a wire tied to it, a circular belt can be formed.
Not so fast.
Lang Z says, don't object and call a success what is beyond reasonability. Reasonability. Another Lang Z proverb, which I am easily amused by, because they sound so freaking cool. Taking into account the tension difference between the two wires, the top one would sag too much to the point where the statues would collide anyway.
Objection.
Agent Lang, as you know, the Permaduck statue is a one-of-a-kind national treasure. And the fact that Babao's statue is a hollow replica of the real statue, it would be naturally be lighter than the real one, meaning that my idea is very possible. Lang Z says, here's what I believed happened. Miss Yu and her mystery co-conspirator set themselves up in the two different rooms. The co-conspirator bridged the rooms by shooting the two ends of the wire down on one arrow. Then, the two of them covered the statues and proceeded to transport the statues. After the switch was completed, another arrow was fired, carrying the other end of the wire down to Babao, where it was to be disposed of. And to do that, Miss Yu hid it inside the grandfather clock, QED. Ha! Ha 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 ha! Grr. This proves it, right, Agent Lang? That I'm not the killer. Not yet, sis. I still haven't had my dessert yet. Right, Mr. Prosecutor? The proof is in the pudding, as it were. Pudding is a nice dessert. So, do you think you can do it? Can you prove that what you said is what happened? Because remember, if you can't, I'll be taking a certain someone back home with me as a souvenir. I agreed that as long as there is no proof, my hypothesis remains just that. However, what I have laid out is no mere hypothesis, for there is one more piece of evidence. One more? This should be interesting. You think you have a piece of evidence that will turn your hypothesis to fact? Well then, let's see it, Mr. Prosecutor. The thing that made it possible to create a circular belt out of a length of wire. I believe that it is right here in this very room. Now then, I believe this is what made the circular belt transportation method possible. The ceiling fan.
Take that.
Ah, Looks like you dropped another bomb on us again. The last piece to the trick are two pulleys. Precisely. The ceiling fans double as pulleys in this case. And thanks to the fact that there is one instilled in each of the offices, the ceiling fans made for the perfect pulley set for the wire to run on. This must be it. This is how the smugglers bypassed the impenetrable security. Gerner, you really are something else, Mr. Prosecutor. I bet you figured it out already, haven't you? You know who the big hotshot that set up this real-life stage show is, don't you? The person who set up this rather large and complex stage show needs to be someone who had foreknowledge of the existence of a ceiling fan in both the Alabashton and Babbley's offices, and that the passion flowers support stakes could be used as arrows. The real mastermind behind this case. Well, don't you dare make this wolf wait for his food. Yeah. Why are you so hesitant, Miles Edgeworth? If you can't say who it is, why don't you present something like you always do? A single point of the finger here, and this case will explode into an international incident. However, it's already too late for me to stop the forward momentum. It appears that I have no choice now, but to rush in. There is a piece of evidence that will point us to who the mysterious mastermind is. It's actually two pieces. You can present either the crossbow arrows and or the passion flowers. Neither hair sticks nor support stakes, they're actually crossbow arrows.
Take that!
This smuggling could not have been possible without the use of the crossbow. Furthermore, the arrows that were shot by the crossbow were plucked, as it were, from the flower box in this very room. They were planted so long ago that the passion flowers had the time to grow so big that Miss Von Karma didn't even notice the arrows when she visited this room today. On top of all this, the fact that the culprit knew that both offices had ceiling fans tells us that the person has very detailed information on the embassy's layout. So as you may have already guessed, the person I'm accusing of hatching this plan is the person who grew the flowers in the flower box with the utmost care. Thus, it can only be you, Kirkus Alba. Oh no. Are you out of your mind, Miles Edgeworth? No. I'm certain of what I am saying, and I am sure that he is the culprit. Tell me, Mr. Prosecutor, what was the ambassador trying to accomplish by doing all that stuff he just outlined? Why in the world would he need to use a trick like that? I understand your need to doubt me. However, there's one thing that stands out to me as very odd. Just one thing, huh? The one single end result Ambassador Alba sought to obtain. If we were to examine the focus of this complex trick, I believe we will finally find the answer to everything. Everything will become clear once we examine this piece of evidence. And that will be the Alabaz Permaduck statue.
Take that!
I would fully understand the reasoning had the situation been the reverse. However, to go through the trouble of swapping the real Permaduck statue for the fake, I sense a very shady reason for such a bizarre action. And who better to ask for that reason than King Permadux himself? I see. Ambassador, we'll be examining that statue now, with or without your permission. All right. With this sword drawn like that, there is an aura of valor and bravery around King Primadux. He looks so cool standing like that with a sword stuck in the ground in front of him. Maybe I should try and come up with some cool pose with a shuriken or something. I am seriously beginning to think that her real goal in life is to become a ninja. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, there isn't anything particularly odd about the sword, right? No, not really. I suppose we should examine a different area of the statue now. For flavor text. A shield, huh? There doesn't seem to be anything unusual about it. I bet it's supposed to mean that the guy is protecting something. I don't think it's supposed to have that deep of a meaning behind it. In that case, what are we wasting time with this for? Let's look at some other area. These are Mr. Cochin's fingerprints. The fact that they are on here suggests that this statue once belonged to Babao. So it was smuggled from Babao to Alabast, huh? Why was there a need for them to smuggle it in? Ahead. This guy kind of looks like the Steel Samurai, don't you think? Maybe it's because they look alike that he was picked to be the Goodwill Ambassador? I suppose that's possible. Take a look at this area around the base of his neck. It looks like a gap. Hey, you're right. Maybe it's meant to be some kind of secret? Perhaps it's possible to open the statue for this gap with its contradiction. What? Hurry up and open it, Miles. Alright, here goes. Ooh, look at that. Wow, it really did open up. Hey, what's this thing that fell out? I believe a more thorough examination of it is required. Wow, the statue opened up. What in the... is this? Hey, is this what I think it is? It's a plate for making counterfeit bills. Somehow, it appears that we've at long last arrived at the exit to this complex labyrinth. We finally hold within our hands one of the counterfeit money plates. And the reason why the replica was smuggled into Alabast to begin with. Counterfeit. Oh, yeah. Counterfeit plate data jotted down my organizer. Counterfeit plate. This was found from within the fake Primadux statue. Alba smuggled into this country. Ooh. It's a counterfeit plate used to make counterfeit Zhangfa bills. It's incredibly detailed and even includes a phoenix taking off into the sky. With plates as finely crafted as these, it's no wonder the fakes are so hard to spot. Wow. The Primadux statue can only be handled by the ambassador or the secretariat. And the replica is nothing more than a hollow shell covered in gold. These two circumstances make the statue the ideal object in which to hide contraband. After receiving the statue containing the counterfeit plate from Shinnah, the ambassador had the misfortune of accidentally running into the Master II. Surprised by the thief, the ambassador raised the replica statue at the Master II and... Then, in order to frame the steel samurai of the murder, he covered the samurai sword in blood. Well, Ambassador Alba, you're the leader of the smuggling ring? My country is a mess, and it's all because of you? You're the one who killed Damas II? Answer us!
I never thought. I never thought that you would figure things out to this level. However, there is one point I disagree with you on. The head of the smuggling ring was Mr. Cochin.
Quit screwing around! I have no sympathy for someone who would try to pass the guilt onto a dead man. If there is one thing I'm sure of, it's that you're the real ringleader, Kirkus Alba.
It's not good to speak with such subjectivity. You know, Agent Lang?
Subjectivity. My conclusion is anything but, and as a result of logic and investigation.
Logic and investigation. Only seconds ago, you were ready to arrest Miss Von Karma. I don't think we can give such flip-floppy logic any real weight. Do you?
It looks like you still don't get why I came back.
Excuse me?
You see, the reason I came back is so that I can sink my fangs into your wrinkly old neck. From the very beginning, my real target has been you.
What?
Agent Lang, I demand an explanation. Sorry, sis. I didn't mean to put you through all that.
Oh, really?
I knew you were innocent from the very beginning. You did. I knew that this whole incident had been meticulously planned and prepared for. So naturally, the occupant of this room, Ambassador Alba, seemed the most suspicious. But without the ambassador's permission, we couldn't get in to take another look around. Ah, so that's why you put on this big show to accuse Franziska of the murder. Using Franziska as the bait, you were able to gain us entry and investigative rights.
That's cool.
Yeah, if I hadn't done that, I doubt the ambassador would have given the okay to poke around. So that's what all this was about. Very well, I will forgive you. But in exchange for using me as bait, you will take some responsibility and help us find the truth. Agent Lang, for giving me such a great opening, I thank you. You know, I just knew, Mr. Prosecutor, that somehow, if we were able to find some proof by investigating this room, that you would not be able to figure out the real culprit with your special brand of logic. The evidence detectives collect combined with the logic of a prosecutor. That's just as it should be in a prosecutor-detective team, right? I don't know about all that. But one thing I do know is that I'm itching to see that old man get what's coming to him.
Oh, Lang. Yeah. It's gonna take a while, too. Ho ho! You're quite scary when you want to be, aren't you?
Hey, you were the one who was planning to use me to push all the guilt onto the sis. But unfortunately for you, you misjudged me.
Agent Lang, I wish for you to stop trying to intimidate me. What we need right now is evidence and proof. I wonder if you have what is necessary to prove that I am the head of the smuggling ring.
Objection!
Don't be such a sore loser. If you really are the head of the smuggling ring, then you should acknowledge your crimes with dignity.
Dignity? That is nothing more than a fool's insincere display of strength. If you really wish for me to acknowledge my crimes, then I would like to first see some of this thing you call evidence.
Grr.
I tell you, I knew nothing. Really. I didn't even know that a counterfeit plate was hidden inside that statue.
Objection!
You swapped a real statue that vested in your country the authority to rule for a fake. It doesn't make any sense that you didn't know anything.
It doesn't make sense? Where doesn't it make sense? Can you prove that it doesn't make sense?
Ugh. He's really got us. He's turned the entire situation around against us. Turnabout. The proof that Interpol has been after which points to this man as the real ringleader. If we can somehow find that proof now, then we can see to it that justice is finally served. Is there nothing I can use to break this case wide open? The trump card and the videotape. With those two items, we might be able to finally bring this man down. But the card is evidence from a case that Mr. Faraday hid away in secret. And the tape was stolen by Detective Bad from the police. They're both illegal evidence. No matter what, a protector of the law can't be allowed to use such pieces of evidence. Needless to say. Oh, look. The wise words of Satan. Needless to say, we Von Karmas are commanded to achieve nothing but victory. And by any means necessary. By any means necessary! The only way to bring someone like that to justice was to do so outside of the courts. That's what we thought at the time. I no longer follow the path of Manfred von Karma. Good, because following the path of Satan is bad. And I won't follow the path of the Yatagarasu. I mean, they were kind of cool up until that point. And Kei's gonna be the second Yatagarasu? This leaves me with what? What creed will I believe in? If I want to pursue the truth, then I will sully my hands in illegality. And if I want to pursue justice, then I will lose the truth. What is the law? And what is justice? And which path is a prosecutor supposed to follow? That choice is one I must make by my own hand, here and now. It is time. Use the trump card. There is no limit to the law. Any limit that exists was set there by man. When a person goes beyond that limit, then the law, too, crosses into new territory. For what reason were laws invented? The answer to that is what I must now show. So, in other words, you're pulling a Ryu. The answer lies in the heart of battle. Ambassador Alba, I wonder if you might recognize this.
Oh, I wonder what that card is. I've never seen that before in my life.
Oh, did you? Did you not? It's a directives card used by the leader of the ring to relay instructions to his subordinates.
Oh, is that what it is?
This card was sent to the real culprit behind the KG-8 incident 10 years ago. A man by the name of Mr. Manny Cochin.
Oh, so why do you have such a card in your possession?
Because it was hand-delivered to me by a certain great thief, the Yatagarasu.
The Yanagarasu gave that to you? Don't talk nonsense and let's be serious, Mr. Edgeworth. Do you have any proof that the card contains directions from the ringleader?
I'll have you know that the card is not the only thing I was given.
What?
This contains security footage that was shot just before the start of the KG-8 incident.
The KG-8 incident?
The card in the video. These two pieces of evidence are what will seal your fate.
Ho ho. Very interesting. I must admit I am very curious now. Very curious indeed in these case-deciding pieces of evidence you presented.
The prey the Yatagarasu has been chasing all this time now stands before me. I can't allow this man, who has had free reign for 10 long years, to simply walk away. Now is the time for me to bring to fruition the valiant spirit that was given to me. March 15th, 1:34 a.m., Theatrum Neutralis Lobby.
So, what is this interesting thing that you wanted to show me?
The trump card and the videotape. These two pieces of evidence together make for the ultimate hand. And this is where the real meaning behind Detective Bad's words will be realized. Detective Gumshoe.
Yes, sir.
What you see here is security footage just before the KG-8 murder occurred. From this footage, we know that the card is a directives card to the smuggling ring. This is the section that proves that the card was used to relay an order. And that will be the card itself right here.
Take that!
As you can see, Mr. Cochin is holding the card in his right hand.
I see. The killer is indeed holding a card with the exact same design on it. But that card is the one you have. Just because they look the same doesn't mean that they are, does it now?
Ah, but there is a very easy way for me to prove that they are, in fact, one and the same. All we have to do is simply take a look at this. Bloodstain. According to Detective Bad, Ambassador Alba's directive cards bear the mark of a three-legged raven. Or in other words, a Yatagarasu. I suppose this mark was the inspiration for their group's name, the Yatagarasu. A section of the text has been obscured by blood, but it's clear the writing is Kodopian. According to Detective Bad, Silence CCU. is what is written here, along with the method to be used and where she lived. The evil intent displayed in this writing will not go unpunished. Boom. This dark red blood. Yes, this is your proof. Proof that the orders in this card were played out in that terrible tragedy. The blood belonged to the victim of the KG8 incident. With a bit of DNA testing, we can very easily verify that as fact. If you have no objections, then I'd like for you to take a look at this next piece of footage. This car that passed by in front of the victim's apartment building. It's an official Kodopian government card.
Well, what?
Detective Gumshoe, if you could please magnify the footage. This area of the footage directly links the smuggling ring with Kodopia. And there it is.
Right here.
Just gotta make sure. Yep.
Take that!
The shape of this pocket and the directive's card in it. It tells us that without a doubt, this person in this card is Mr. Cochin.
Yeah.
The license plate on the car was also captured by the security camera. And with it, you could easily find out who was sitting in this car on that day 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Which is why I can say with confidence that you were riding in this car on that day.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. He's transformed. He has become Dr. Doppler from Mega Man X3.
You've done well, boy, to make it this far. However, about your claim that I was riding in the car at the time, that's going to be mighty difficult to prove.
How so?
The Principality of Kodopia no longer exists. So naturally, all records from that time period also no longer exist.
That arrogance. What he really means is, he's already erased all traces of them.
Are we finished here, boy?
Look, I got so many medals, blah blah blah. These are all my achievements, me. Look how great I am. The only weapon I have left to me now is this piece of footage. There must be something here that I can use against him. And this is a pretty dang tricky one. Behold, the reflection of the mirror. Right there, you see it? You see it, everybody? That metal, right there.
Take that!
Ita. Ambassador Alba!
Yes, what is it?
You were once an army man in the service of Kodopia. And it was you who made the many missions. You participated in successes, correct?
Why the sudden backhanded praises, boy? Oh no, to be sure. The brilliant medals on my breast were awarded to me during the era of Kodopia. But now, I am the only one who owns this particular medal.
In that case, the only person that could be who is sitting in this car is you.
How do you figure that?
By the medal captured here in this footage. It is clearly this exact same medal as the one on your chest.
What?
He's like a tree, everybody. This is how it will be, but I won't look back. For this is the path that I have chosen.
Yeah. You've moved me with your devotion to this case, Mr. Edgeworth.
Why is he taking such an arrogant stance with me?
It's almost looking possible, isn't it? For the lot of you to have come this far. It looks like I just might lose our little game this time.
You might lose the game this time. You don't get another round, Mr. Ambassador.
Is that a fact? Very well. I decided to confess and admit my guilt.
You're going to confess?
And I will accept whatever punishment that may come as a result.
What the?
Regarding the second murder, I admit it.
I did it out of self-defense. You're claiming it was justified self-defense?
The Master Second attacked me, and I felt that my life was in danger. If I hadn't done what I did, I might be the one you found dead instead of him.
What a pathetic performance.
I am not giving you one.
Wow, you two really know how to laugh at inappropriate times. If you wish to claim it was justified self-defense, then we will need some evidence.
It's always the evidence with you, isn't it? But if that's what you require, I'll provide it. That man left a mark on me when he attacked.
What?
I don't particularly want to show it off, but this is proof that it was in self-defense.
Oof.
I'm an old man, and sometimes I don't pay enough attention when I should.
But the Master Second didn't have a single weapon on his body.
Hold on, it's nothing to get worked up over, because I hid the weapon.
You hid it?
I'm sorry, but as you know, a murder is a murder, even if it's in self-defense. And I couldn't let it become public, seeing as how I am an ambassador. This is the weapon you seek.
My special bonsai trimming, my special bonsai trimming shears. Ooh, it's covered in blood.
He was trembling quite badly during our struggle. But that's when he grabbed the shears that were sitting in my office and attacked. So you see, it was an act of self-defense.
Is he right, Mr. Edgeworth? Since he has both a wound and the weapon that caused it, it's enough to declare it so. Ambassador Alba's wound data. Jotted down my organizer. Oof, jeez. Ambassador Alba claims it's proof he was stabbed by the Master Second, so it was justified defense. No way!
Oh, which reminds me, I guess there is still one more accusation I need to resolve. Smuggling and counterfeiting. Unfortunately, all of that is my secretary's doing. I had no knowledge of what was going on.
Now go back!
Stop spewing nonsense. You're trying to throw my investigation under the bus in your desperation. If you want to get real honest, everything in this case can be connected to you. The murder of the Master Second was done in self-defense. In my trials, no man escapes his crime alive.
Perhaps so, if you were my opponent in court. However, there is one very important fact that I think you may have forgotten.
And what is that? Ah! That's what you mean. Extraterritorial.
That's right. This embassy sits on what is effectively unabashed soil. So any trial that is to be held will be held in unabashed. Therefore, the crime I just admitted to will never be tried in your courts. Agent Lang, what is Interpol's stance on this? Agents investigate. That's our job. The judgment of people who have confessed to their crime. That's the court's job. And I've already confessed to all of my crimes, Agent Lang. Furthermore, by the very nature of my position, I have full extraterritorial rights. These rights are effective, even on your country's soil. Therefore, no matter where a crime may take place, I will never stand trial in one of your courts. That arrogance and your expression, that's nothing like the face of someone who is ready to accept the consequences. Don't tell me you have your own country's judicial system eating right out of your hands. These crimes you all speak so seriously of. To me, this has all been nothing more than a game. You may chase me out of this embassy with your accusations, but it's no big deal. Alabas has numerous other embassies in other countries around the world. All you would accomplish is you would change the backdrop of our little game. These two layers of protection. These two layers of protection that extraterritorially provides him. This is why he is one of those who cannot be brought to court. You see now, don't you? I live in a whole different world than you. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go and fetch your eviction papers. Hey. Is there nothing we can do? Curse your diplomatic immunity, which we will tear apart somehow. He who is above the law. No one is above the law. March 15th, 2:11 a.m. The Atrium Neutralis lobby. I can't believe it, sir. Extraterritoriality. Yes, and there's nothing we can really do about that. In the end, we didn't have enough authority to bring him to justice. I can't believe that even though we know he's the boss, we can't lay a figure. We can't lay a finger on him. I know. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Sorry to skip out on you, but I've got some business to take care of. If we can't even give an evil guy like him a slap on the wrist, then what the heck were laws created for? What good are they? If the law can't help us, then I'll go as the Yatagarasu and take care of this myself. Don't you dare. Mr. Edgeworth. Sorry, that was a bit too harsh. I know how you feel, sir. We're trying to take on an ambassador after all. And he did tell us earlier to get out of the theater. This is kind of their country, I guess. But I feel like I've been slapped across the face for just doing my job. What am I going to do? The slap. Hello there, Zophar. We're trying to take down this ambassador who has a striking resemblance to Dr. Doppler from Mega Man X3. And by the way, congratulations on beating Mega Man X4 as my namesake, Zero. And yeah,
Just good job. Just good job in general. So yeah, X4, arguably the best. Like it could be. It's already said. I've said this already. Between like this is just amongst general consensus, but I know we all have like our own favorites. You know, like it's between the first game and X4. Like they go. It's like a really friendly struggle of like which is the best game in the series. And X4 is just so great. And I think it's pretty much in due part in, you know, presentation, as laughable as some of the English voice acting is, some semblance of a story, and the different play styles of X and Zero. Yeah. Okay, so far it is definitely like the best X game that you have played of the first four. Yes, third best of all Mega Man. Yeah, like if you're grouping like Mega Man games in general. Cause yeah, they are definitely similar. You know, Mega Man Classic and the X series. You know, Part 2, Mega Man 2, Mega Man 3 for some people. First Mega Man. X X4. It's pretty cool. Like, you know, and it's also nice to hear how like everybody, has a different favorite. Yeah, it's just so good. It's just good. But also, I think that you saw in your Discord, your general discussion. Okay, let me see your preference right now, and this is your preference, which I do respect. Smiles. Let's see. So as a whole of Mega Man that you have played and streamed, but also played, Mega Man 2 is your number one so far, followed by Mega Man 3. Respect that. Mega Man 3 is my fave of the 11 so far, of the mainline series, which is also counting Mega Man and Base. Because that does count, by the way. Mega Man and Base. Mega Man X4, and then X3 above X1. Mega Man 5. Mega Man 5 is, pretty comfy, It truly is. And Mega Man 6 is solid. Mega Man 7. Let's put all the difficulty into Dr. Wily. And everything else is not that bad. Mega Man 1. We all gotta start somewhere. Ooh. That kind of pains me to see Mega Man X2 that low down there. It'd be a different story though, if, you did not get the Shoryuken, and if you found all of Zero's parts, but it's another story for another time. Mega Man 4, we know why, I'm not gonna get into it. And poor Mega Man 8. Mega Man 8 doesn't deserve all the hatred and ire it gets for its so bad it's good voice acting and jump, slide. Oh man! Oh come on! Okay, you're being a little mean there, calling Mega Man 8 garbage. I mean, okay, maybe like by itself, but I guess compared to the rest of what you've played. But no, it's fine. Like I said, not gonna go and bite your head off or anything like that. And Mega Man seems to be okay with your ranking. Isn't that right, Mega Man? Yes. Ah. 8 at it, nothing could have removed good things. Ouch. I mean, you had the shop system. Then again, Mega Man 7 also had that. And then it was questionable that they took away energy tanks for whatever godforsaken reason. Oh, but you can use that one rush first aid move. That doesn't count. And RNG items. But yeah, I'm not gonna get into that though. Like it's fine. It's whatever. Like I can understand from a little bit from your perspective. Some of it's a little warped, but not too warped in that I can actually understand. But no, that's cool. And also, but yeah, what I was gonna say yesterday, last night, on your Discord in your general, you saw some of our opinions concerning Mega Man X5. And it's also like I said yesterday. I don't know if you caught it. I think give X a little break for now. Space it out for a bit. I'm just saying you gotta be in a good mindset for X5. Oh wow, Mega Man 8 looked like the Kirby. Oh yeah, Mega Man 8. It's pretty bright and colorful. A little bit different from the 16-bit lifestyle, graphic style. Yeah, but hey, Kirby looks nice. I mean, but yeah, I get it. I get the comparison that you're trying to make. Too happy. What? You didn't like that? Wait, except for that one cutscene where Mega Man's getting squeezed to death and shouting at the top of his lungs. There wasn't anything happy about that. No, but the rest of the rest of the rest of the vibe of the game though. Yeah, like everything's like squeaky, even the jumps are. Nothing wrong with Britney, but you want Manson. It's like if you listen to Marilyn Manson record, it sounds like Britney Spears. Oh my god. That's a scary thought. Well, yeah, but also, if you do feel like in the mood for like your next like Mega Man game, I think checking out Mega Man 9 will be nice. Back to basics, maybe. I should really check out your suggestions channel a little bit more on Discord and actually suggest stuff. Suggestions are merely that, a suggestion. They could be looked into or tossed in the trash heap. If you have a modern console lying around or a Steam account, here's the thing. For modern consoles, Mega Man 7, 8, 9, and 10, they are on, because here's the thing. On Switch, at least in America, it's a digital download. Even when they even give you a download code in the box, in the case. But I was thinking, there's also a physical disc I think you can get on your PS4, or if you or PS5, whichever. There's also the Xbox. Whatchamacallit. I don't know if you have an Xbox lying around. Let's see. Xbox One. Yeah. Because, or, you can just get it on Steam if you want. And of course, I don't know, if you have the means to emulate stuff on the Wii on your Mister, I think another thing you could do is, there's, because originally Mega Man 9, it used to be on 360, PSN, like for the PS3 and the Wii. on the Wii Virtual Console, which is no longer available. But yeah, I think you should just, I don't know, like I said, any of those, it's up to you. PC, on Steam, Switch, Xbox One, PS4, PS5, if you have backwards compatibility to that. Nah, you're not dumb. It's because you had a lot going on your end, you know? You said it yourself. You kind of hadn't gamed for a while when you were maintaining Zophar's domain, Zophar's realm at the time. And since you have you know, made yourself known, you have come back on the internets via Twitch and elsewhere and everywhere. And yeah, it's cool. So yeah. All right. That was a fine chat. I guess I'll keep chatting. I'm just gonna keep on going now. Let's see. Now then. I can't believe it, sir. Extraterritoriality. Yes, and there is nothing we can really do about that. In the end, we didn't have enough authority to bring him to justice. I can't believe that even though we know he's the boss, we can't lay a finger on him. I know. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, sorry to skip out on you, but I've got some business to take care of. If we can't even give an evil guy like him a slap on the wrist, then what the heck were laws created for? What good are they? If the law can't help us, then I'll go as the Yatagarasu, take care of this myself. Don't you dare. Mr. Edgeworth, sorry, that was a bit too harsh. I know how you feel, sir. We're trying to take on an ambassador after all. And he did tell us earlier to get out of the theater. This is kind of their country, I guess. But I feel like I've been slapped across the face for just doing my job. What am I going to do? Should I retreat for now and formulate a better plan of attack? Being slapped. Hold it. Come on, everyone. We can't give up yet. Okay. I want you to think about something for a sec. We never let up for even a second. And as long as we don't stop investigating, we might find the rotten treasure hidden here. She's right. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. You're right, Kay. Very well. Let us reopen the investigation and see what we find. Come on, Kay. Right behind you. Okay, then I'll go check out Babao a bit more, sir. And I have something that I need to investigate further in Alabast. Oh, everyone's doing their investigations. Now then, before I gather any more information, I should do a bit of housekeeping. Passion flowers data erased from my organizer. Oh, no more flowers. Begin investigation. Oh boy. Ambassador Alba seemed agitated over something. Agitated Alba. I sense there is something he doesn't want us to investigate. I wonder why. There are two special circumstances that surround the ambassador. First, the embassy itself has extraterritorial rights. If something happens on Alabastan soil, we are unable to legally prosecute him. Cool, it sounds like embassies are the perfect place to steal whatever you want. And murder the Master Second, run a smuggling operation, and make counterfeit bills apparently. Ow, that's a lot. But I thought all the counterfeiting was done by Mr. Cochin. In Babao? Yes, he apparently used the embassy's coupon printing press to do it. Cochin's counterfeiting op used Babalee's embassy's printing press and Babalee's ink to make counterfeit bills. But it's the same story over there anyway. But Bao also has extraterritorial rights. Which brings me to my next point in the ambassador's extraterritorial rights. Those rights are effective even in our own country. Really? No matter what happens, he can never be tried in our courts. He retains some very special rights indeed. Basically, no matter what wrongs he may commit, we can't bring him to trial here. So I guess we really don't stand a chance, do we? We might stand a chance if we can somehow nullify either one of his special rights. Alright. So, let us... This was taken just before the two ambassadors gave their bouquets to the Steel Samurai. Wait, is it just my imagination? Or is there something in this picture that I have seen before? I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Oh wow. There's that troublemaker, standing there smack in the center, making two peace signs. Wow, the Steel Samurai stands out even more than the two ambassadors in this picture. Oh hey, the person playing that Steel Samurai is one of your friends, right? Yeah, it's this guy. Larry Butts. No, I have no idea who he is. Wait, but you just said he. You knew which gender he was. So you must know him, right? I beg that you please refrain from talking about that person with me ever again. Mr. Poleno has a really great smile, don't you think? I bet he was really happy that they were going to become Kodopia again. Perhaps, but instead he became the greatest victim in today's case. An ambassador like him, who is always thinking of his country, is really to be admired. Yeah, although this happened, I hope they'll be able to reunite the country someday. I hope so as well, but for that to happen, we need to solve this case first. We need to see to it that those who would harm the new Kodopia are locked away. And we will. It seems that lilies are at the center of this bouquet with an accent of chamomile. Chamomile, like Cammy Neal from the second case. She was named after chamomile. Wow, I can totally smell the wonderful fragrance. Okay, this is just a picture. Look, I know that. But it's nice to imagine things once in a while, you know? Where's your sense of empathy? If you can smell the fragrance of flowers from a photo, that's more like a hallucination. You don't have to be mean about it. Let's just drop this before it's in full bloom. I can't believe he was pretending to be a harmless old grandpa. Talk about deceptive. I don't suppose anyone expected him to change that drastically. I bet he's thinking of something evil behind that cheery smile. Okay, please try to remain calm and focus on the here and now. Yeah, you're right. Sorry I got all worked up there. Well, the only way we're going to be able to steal the truth is if we keep... the only way we're going to be able to steal the truth is if we keep on investigating. It appears to be a bouquet of Persian cyclamens and roses. Wow, you even know the exact species. I never would have figured you for an expert on flowers. It's all because of those flowers that old lady sends me every month. Just look at me. I sound like some sort of botanist. So, what exactly is this yellow flower here? That's what. I'm not sure. What? You don't know? As far as I can recall, I've never seen a flower like this before. But I feel as though I've seen this shape somewhere before. Indeed, we have. We have indeed. Alright. Let's see. We'll check that out momentarily. Let's investigate something else. Flowers are sent by a variety of people and businesses to celebrate the Goodwill events. Even the Steel Samurai received some flowers from the ambassadors. There are so many bouquets here, it's like a wedding ceremony. I believe the flowers for those are for a slightly different reason. What do you mean? This event was supposed to be like a wedding between Alabast and Babel, right? Actually, I believe they're more in a state of divorce. Okay then, this event was supposed to be their remarriage ceremony. I suppose you could call it that. It's a backdrop they used at the Steel Samurai stage show today. I love the climax of that show. Steel Samurai Sushi Slash. That was the first time I'd seen that special move. But, well, the Jam and Ninja stage show's climax is much better, of course. Oh, is that a fact? That scene was where he sang for Princess Mizola and gave her those hair sticks. I could totally feel the love there in my heart. Perhaps the Jam and Ninja is just more popular with female audiences. As long as they're not played by Juan Corrida. That dude was awful. Yes, the investigation. We've come too far to give up. We must expose Ambassador Alba's misdeeds, Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, of course. And we've got to find a way to steal the truth and get it out there for my father's sake. Yes, we will. The reason for Ambassador Alba's nervousness must still be here somewhere. Furthermore, I need to pin down exactly what happened in here. I'll start by thoroughly examining this room for any information I can find. Notice anything? The bouquet in the commemorative photo we saw earlier was really pretty. Even if Ambassador Alba did look super unenthused. Yes, he did. She must mean the photo in front of the theater. I remember thinking something about the bouquet Ambassador Alba was holding was off. Looking at him being so bored just makes me so mad. Actually, just seeing him with the Steel Samurai really makes my biscuits. I'm a Gem and Ninja fan after all, and he should be one too. Okay, after we solve this, I have something I'd like to talk with you about. Huh? About what? Are you going to give me a reward or something? You'll see, Kay. You'll see. Agitated Alba. Mr. Edgeworth, if you don't pay attention, Ambassador Alba's going to get away. Yes, I know. Now hurry up and do that swing thing you always do. I have no idea what you're talking about. What? You don't? Oh, come on, you know what I'm talking about. That thing you do. Are you talking about logic? Yes, that's it. So hurry up and let's swing already. Swing? Alright. To be honest, it's been a bit hard to connect everything up until now by just looking. However, I should be able to piece things together if I take another look at my leads. Perhaps now is the time to use logic and reason my way to the truth. We will soon. Alright. She wouldn't know nothing about that. Alright. Alright. Alright, here we go. Uncle Bad entrusted you with this piece of evidence, Mr. Edgeworth. I think he believes that you're the one who will finally bring the truth to light. And I believe in you too, Mr. Edgeworth. K. Aw. That was nice. Alright. Here we go. Let's investigate some more. On the orders of Ambassador Alba, no one is allowed into Alabast. No, but I thought a lady with a whip passed through here not too long ago. She is from Interpol and had the proper paperwork. So while I was reluctant, I had to let her in. Sounds like Francisco, right? Besides, if I didn't, that whip of hers. Yup, definitely Francisca. Ha ha ha. These flowers were sent by Global Studios. Global Studios, that's where they filmed the Steel. Oh, same text. Yep. Alright. That same flavor text from yesterday. You can see the Babalese embassy, which is undergoing major renovations, from room expansions to garden upkeep. It feels like a lot of construction is going on. Mr. Polino said all this work is really hard on him. He said that since Mr. Cochin passed away, that maybe I could work part-time for him. She got really chummy with that ambassador. What can I say? I just have a good news. I just have a good nose for money. Hello, and welcome to the Embassy of Babel. I'm sorry, but I don't really need to enter your country at this time. Right now, for a limited time here at the Babalese Embassy, we're offering the very special Experience the Terrifying Fire's Ashes tour. So how about it? Shall I sign you up? We're fine, thanks. We have an investigation to run. Alright. It's time to enter logic mode. Swing. That's what she meant by swing. Alright. Cochin's counterfeiting up with the renovations. Use Babalese Embassy's printing press and Babalese ink to make counterfeit bills. Renovations. The Babalese Embassy is undergoing renovations from top to bottom. We know that the counterfeit bills were printed using the embassy's press, but the necessary materials, such as the Babalese ink and paper, must have been hidden in a secure location. But what do you think would have happened if the renovation had begun? Well, he probably had to find a better hiding place or get rid of it all. Right, so we could assume that the renovation was the cause of the plate and bills disposal, and the reason Mr. Cochin was killed as the ringleader of the smuggling operation. Based on what we know, who do you think was the one with the most to gain? That will be none other than Kirkus Alba. Coleos is a nice guy, and Manny is dead, and this just leaves this guy. It's the one person who has been erasing all evidence of the smuggling operation. From both embassies, the co-conspirator, who is mopping up, Ambassador Alba. Ambassador Alba had a very strong motive to kill Manny Cochin. Motive to kill Cochin? Alba could conveniently place all the guilt for the smuggling onto Cochin. Agitated Alba? Motive to kill Cochin. The cause of Ambassador Alba's agitation. The rotten treasure we may find. And the motive for killing Mr. Cochin. Miss Yu said it herself that she didn't kill anyone tonight. If we were to take her words at face value, then the reason for the ambassador's nervousness can only be one thing. He didn't want us to discover the real circumstances under which Mr. Cochin was killed. Then you mean Ambassador Alba is the real killer? But I thought the two of them were friends. Maybe they were, but what if Mr. Cochin was the one who first betrayed their friendship? Oh, I get it. Wasn't Mr. Cochin pushing really hard for Mr. Poleno to be ambassador after the reunification? Yes, and that was the real reason why he wanted to steal Alabast's Permaduck statue. So Mr. Cochin hired Damas II to go steal it for him. But when Ambassador Alba found out what he was up to. He killed Mr. Cochin? It is definitely a possibility at this point. Those two really were thinking of no one but themselves. But the question now is, how did he do it? Ambassador Alba was in Alabast. But Mr. Cochin's body was discovered in Babel, right? Right. And that is what we must solve next. Alright. Now then. There it is. That yellow flower. Right there. And we shall deduce that. Is this spot somehow connected to any of this evidence I hold? Yes. The Alabastan knife.
Eureka!
Babel's national symbol is a butterfly, and Alabast is the flower. It would appear that someone is employing the old hide a tree in the forest trick. What are you mumbling to yourself about? Wait, what? The handle on this knife. Ah! Yes. It's the handle that was supposed to be on the blade that killed Mr. Cochin. The weapon that killed him was carried through the diatrim neutralis. In the very bouquet Ambassador Alba was carrying. Commemorative photo. Data jotted down by organizer. Commemorative photo. Taken at diatrim neutralis. The murder weapon can be seen in Mr. Alba's bouquet. The flower motif. It looks like one of the flower petals is missing. Oh, and take a look at the weapon itself. It's missing the exact same petal. Then the knife in this photo is most definitely the same as his murder weapon. Alabastan knife. Alabastan knife data uploaded by organizer. Blade determined to be Alabastan. The flower motif's petals are separate. Ah, yep. One of the petals is missing. There is a striking flower ornament on the handle of this knife. Compared to the Balbalese knife's handle, this larger one gives Alabast more presence. Indeed it does. Indeed it does. There is quite a bit of Mr. Cochin's blood on this blade. Thanks to being a prosecutor, I guess I have become accustomed to seeing blood. I believe we now understand why Ambassador Alba was so nervous and agitated. It must have something to do with where Mr. Cochin was killed. A place where the Alabastan ambassador was likely to meet the Babalese Mr. Cochin. The place where Ambassador Alba happened to have committed the murder is... Diatrim Neutralis.
Take that!
The only place that makes sense is here, at the Diatrim Neutralis. What? Here? The Goodwill event was being held here today, correct? So the only place that the both of them would have been is here. But if that's the case, then everything changes. This theater isn't actually Alabastan land. So that wipes out one of those extraterritorial rights he has. It makes logical sense, in which case, it is a reason for us to investigate further. So what should we check out? Let's see. I believe we should check the immigration records for both Alabast and Babal post-haste. Babal's records should be easy to obtain. However, the problem will be Alabast. I wonder if they would allow us to see the records despite the order to vacate.
Objection!
Oh, hey. I'm already one step ahead of you, Miles Edgeworth. Francisco. I have here the security footage from both Alabast and Babal. You would do well to take a look at its contents. Security footage data jotted down in my organizer. Footage of the entranceways into Babao and Alabas to the Diatrim Neutralis. You move fast. 5:21 p.m. Oh, 5:22 p.m. There's Kirkus Alba. 5:23 p.m. There's the Steel Samurai and the Iron Infant. And 5:25 p.m. Nobody there but the guard. Okay, you move fast. Avant Karma strives to be perfect in every way. It's not my nature to keep on retreating like this. I took the liberty of looking over the Babao investigation reports as well. From now on, you will make no mistake to back down or say that we can't solve this case. No, I'm sorry about earlier. We won't be beaten because my cute little subordinate is going to try his very best, isn't he? Hasn't she patronized me enough already for a lifetime? No. So this video contains footage from Alabas immigration screening area. I really hope there's something in here that we can use. That's dramatic. Dun dun. Which minute's footage should I examine? I say we examine the footage at 5:23 p.m. It appears that he is inspecting the person coming into the country. Are you kidding? It's more like he's not checking the Steel Samurai. And then they gave me such a hard time. There are certain risks involved when you give some people brief preferential treatment. There certainly is a variety of posters on this wall. It's kind of hard to see what's written on them, so you just look festive, you know? Those are all tourism posters for this country, although most are of Gatewater Land. I wonder if any Alabastans actually go to Gatewater Land for fun. It's just really hard to imagine them hanging out there. True, they do seem to be a nation of extremely serious people. It's the door connecting that hallway in this theater. Nothing appears to be out of the ordinary. Indeed. Oh, hang on. Let's get some flavor text. I tried so hard to go through this door, by just gonna get in. It's the door leading to the Diatrim Neutralis. But it felt so great when I finally was allowed to go through there. You know what I really wanted to do, though? I wanted to try sneaking my way in. At least nothing seems out of the ordinary with the door. This man is the immigration officer who was on duty. He's making a really scary face, even though there's no one around to see it. I wonder if he's just a grumpy sort, although that wouldn't do much for tourism. Hey, he smiled a little just now. I wonder if he recalled something funny. Well, even if he did, he still has that hard glare in his eyes. It would appear that he was bored with stern-looking eyes. Rather fitting for someone in the security business, I'd say. Oh, I don't remember all these posters. I wonder what they're of. I do remember a bunch of these hanging in that hallway. I believe they were all related to tourism and sightseeing. In Alabast, impossible. If it were Babao, I could believe that, however. No. They were posters promoting tourist traps in this country. And I believe they were mostly of Gatewater Land. I see. So they were targeted at the embassy's staff. There's Kirkus. I can't believe how completely fooled I was by the way he carried himself. He had me fooled too. According to the files I had sent for earlier, Ambassador Alba was a Cadopian hero. He saved the royal family from danger countless times. So what bothers me is why would a man like that create a smuggling ring? Even with all the authority I have, I still haven't been able to figure out why. It sounds like the ambassador was a hero who was corrupted by evil. But no matter what happened in the past, we can't let the man he is now escape justice. It's a door leading to the Theatrum Neutralis. The more the guy tried to keep me out, the more I wanted to get in. It's human nature. But I guess I can't complain too much. I did get let inside in the end. At least nothing seems out of the ordinary at the door. This man is the immigration officer who was on duty. He's making the exact same scary face that he was making a minute ago. Wait, is it just me or is he blushing? It appears that he gets flustered around the ambassador. I guess the ambassador is well respected inside Alabast too. You could say that. The guard doesn't appear to be capable of looking at the ambassador. Those are posters of this country's tourist spots, though most are of Gatewaterland. I wonder if Alabastians in general like theme parks at all. The guard who stopped you has been to Gatewaterland a number of times apparently. I guess they don't have theme parks in Alabast, huh? Steel Samurai. On the outside, it may look like the Steel Samurai, but on the inside, it's just Larry. Other than the fact that it's that good for nothing, nothing else seems out of order. Wait, you know as well as that anything could happen if he's involved. You're not suggesting that someone else could be under that mask, are you? No, I don't think that. Just before he entered here, he gave me an autograph, so I'm certain it's Larry under there. Doesn't something about this lump shape strike you as odd? Huh? Isn't it supposed to be this shape? No, there is clearly something odd about the bulge. If only we had the pushcarts itself, we could compare and confirm my hunch. Pushcart. Data jotted down my organizer. A Steel Samurai pushed this to Alabast from the dressing room. The bulge is unnatural. Next, let us check the footage from Babao's security camera. I hope it shows us something good. Phooey, there wasn't a single sign of a suspicious person or anything. That right there is the contradiction. Huh? Did I miss something? You didn't miss anything, because there is nothing to miss. However, what is missing is the image of Mr. Cochin entering his own country. But wasn't his body found in Babao? It would appear that the true face of our final puzzle has finally revealed itself. Investigation complete. Yeah, I forgot. That was the final investigation phase, I think. Ambassador Alba.
I thought I had asked for you and your group to vacate the premises, Mr. Edgeworth.
Actually, I thought I should let you know that this theater sits in my country's soil.
You've had your fun, and I've enjoyed our little game. I dare say that you've even achieved a new high score. However, once you've recorded a score, that same game can never be replayed again. Hey, do you understand what I'm saying to you? Your game is done, and it's game over.
No.
Objection!
Where do you think you're going at this time of night?
After admitting to my crime, I was overcome with regret. So I am heading to the airport now to return home.
I'm afraid I can't let you do that. There are still too many issues we need to discuss with you.
You can't stop me, Mr. Edgeworth. and you know it. Urgh.
Hold it. Hold it. Please, may I have a little bit of your time, Ambassador Alba?
Ambassador Polino,
Even just a teeny tiny bit is fine with me. The already strained relationship between our countries is in a precarious situation, you know?
very well. If you insist, I will play just one more round with them and see what they want. Not that they'll get any further.
Ambassador Polino. Mr. Edgeworth. All I wish for is the normalization of relationships between our two countries. But there is one person standing in the way of that dream. I believe in you. You'll do what's right. Thank you for your vote of confidence. Oh,
Now then, what was it you wanted to ask me about? I do have a flight to catch after all. So I'm afraid I'm going to have to limit you to just one question.
that's more than enough because I only have one question anyway. I want to hear your alibi about how you couldn't have killed Master Mandy Cochin.
Oh, I see. You seem to have a good hand this time around. This should be fun.
This really is the very last chance we have to bring him down. I won't allow even an atom-sized contradiction to slip by. The size of an atom. Testimony. Ambassador Alba's alibi.
Frankly, I still don't understand why I am being placed under suspicion here. Under your hypothetical scenario, Mr. Cochin and I were fellow smugglers. But to get to the point, I was in Alabas the whole time. But it's simply not possible for me to have killed him in Babao. That is my alibi.
So, that is your alibi?
That is correct. It's simply not possible for me to have committed a crime in Babao. Now that we cleared that up, I'd appreciate it if you would move out of my way.
Hold it!
I said hold it! What is it this time? I thought I told you I'd only allow one question.
Humph, you did. But you still have yet to really answer my one question.
What?
Until you tell us the truth, I will refuse to budge an inch from where I'm standing.
Very well. I'll play with you just a little longer.
Miles Edgeworth, as my subordinate and representative of this country's prosecutors, you are forbidden to lose. Of course, that is something I've understood from the start. That guy's the one who ordered my father killed, isn't he? Yes, I believe so. The goal of the first Yatagarasu was the capture of the smuggling ring's leader. My father and Uncle Bad. Their legacy will live on, through me. So that's why we just gotta catch him, okay? We will, I promise. Now, Ambassador Alba, let's have at the truth now, shall we?
No matter how many times you ask, my answer remains the same.
Really?
Frankly, I still don't understand why I am being placed under suspicion here.
Hold it!
Being the leader of a smuggling ring while taking on the duties of ambassadorship. Don't you think that the combination is more than enough reason for suspicion? Then there is the matter of the crossbow arrows and the permaduct statues.
Objection!
He objects.
All of that is nothing more than your flights of fancy.
What do you mean by that?
But to get to the point, I was in Alabas the whole time.
Hold it!
And what exactly did you do while you were in Alabast?
I had a meeting with the Steel Samurai
and then I arranged a few files. Around that time, that thief who was sneaking in took me by surprise.
Objection!
Are you saying that it was the Master Second that made the first move? Yes, and it was after I was attacked that I hit him on the head with a permaduck statue. Unfortunately, he died from the blow, but it was an act of justified self-defense.
Objection!
Calling it that doesn't cover up what you really did. Ha 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 ha! Cover up? No, my boy. I'm not covering up anything. I'm telling the truth. You weren't planning to admit it, which is why you've tried to frame the Steel Samurai. If you weren't an ambassador, I'd be letting my whip fly loose on you right now. I am terribly sorry that I didn't clean up the body better, but I'm a busy man. I had a speech to give in the Rose Garden after that, you know.
Objection!
Yet despite that, you still had time to kill Mr. Cochin, didn't you?
Objection!
Man is evil, and I am sure you are familiar with the facts, but Mr. Cochin was killed in Babel, while I was all the way in Alabast. So it's simply not possible for me to have killed him in Babel. That is my alibi.
Hold it!
You insist that it's not possible for you to have killed Mr. Cochin in Babel. And you are correct. Oh, I thought you would put up a bit more of a fight, but if you must concede to me, the only thing I am conceding is that it's not possible for you to kill him in Babel. I am not conceding that your alibi is the truth. Oh, I see. However, no matter how you try, know that you can't crush my alibi. You would be wise not to underestimate a prosecutor of this country. We'll see about that. So Mr. Cochin was a friend of Ambassador Alba. If that's true, then why did the ambassador kill him? It's not like in the case of my father, where he ordered someone to do it. The problem we have here is we don't know what their exact relationship was. Indeed, if they had complete trust in each other, then there is no motive for murder. However, both men were very selfish, and I believe that is from where his motive arose. Under your hypothetical scenario, Mr. Cochin and I were fellow smugglers.
Hold it!
It's not a hypothesis. Earlier, we proved it to be what happened. Ha ha ha. Well, let's leave that to one side for now, because it doesn't change the fact that I have no motive. Oh, so you really had no reason to kill Mr. Cochin? If you want to suppose I had one, then why not? I'll indulge you. After all, there is nothing more to this. This is nothing more than a silly game to me. Even if that's how you see things, I'd appreciate it if you would take me seriously. Wah ha 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 ha. I'm sorry. I suppose you're in a bit of a pickle. Very well. A game is no fun if the playing field isn't level. Therefore, I formally claim I had no motive to kill. Now let's see you disprove it. How can he stand there looking proud when he knows he killed another human being? Well, I'm not going to stand by and just watch him get away with his crimes. In that case, what motive would I have had to kill my co-conspirator?
Hold it!
Are you serious that just because you were partners, that you had no motive to kill? I'm only following your hypothetical scenario to its logical conclusion. Ha 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 ha. Looks like he's not going to admit it himself that he was in league with Mr. Cochin. I suppose not, but I do know his relation to the smuggling ring and to Mr. Cochin. You mean he's the ringleader and that Mr. Cochin was his subordinate, right? Correct, but I know more than just that. Miss Von Karma, I'm sure you remember the safe in Mr. Cochin's office, correct? Yes, the safe had two compartments to it, didn't it? Yes, and why do you think these stolen goods were being stored in Mr. Cochin's office? Could it be because he was trying to cheat Ambassador Alba behind his back? So, Mr. Cochin didn't turn the goods over, but decided instead to keep them for himself. I suppose that's possible. It seems to me that both men were only concerned with their own wealth and well-being. Then that means that maybe they didn't have a trusting relationship after all. What Ambassador Alba had to gain? I believe that this is his motive for killing Mr. Cochin.
What are you people whispering about amongst yourselves over there?
Ah, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Now then, let's continue with your testimony. Your motive is right here. In this note.
Objection!
Damask II's note. If you want to know, I believe you did have a motive to kill. It was because Mr. Cochin had betrayed you. But you had your own reason too. Namely, you wanted to pin the smuggling all on him. Evil begets evil. And because you were trying to test each other, it turned into this mess.
Objection!
I don't believe this. You have a bad penchant for telling tall tales, Mr. Prosecutor.
And if you're not, then I suppose you have some proof to support your argument? I never use guesswork in moving my cases forward. It has been proven that this note was written by Mr. Cochin's hand. Shall we take a look at it? The content of the note is a request calling for the death of Alabaster's Primaduck statue. By killing him and pushing all the guilt for the smuggling onto him, you walk away spotless. I believe you understand what I'm driving at. You had more than a few reasons to kill him.
Objection!
What?
Are you finished with your
Hypothesizing? Excuse me?
Let's suppose I did have a motive. Even so, a motive or a thought alone can't kill. Isn't that right?
I didn't expect him to resort to playing the semantics game with me. It appears that this is where the real battle would begin.
Now then, if you will excuse me.
Wait, what?
I told you at the very beginning, didn't I? You only get one question.
Ambassador Alba, if you could please give us just a little bit more of your time. It doesn't matter what kind of man Manny was. He was my subordinate. Which is why I would like for us to figure out the real cause of his death.
That is something for Babao to figure out, and something to which I have no relation to.
Now he's even turning down a request from Ambassador Apollino. I'm very sorry, but it seems that now even my voice falls on deaf ears. Oh. There is no need for you to apologize, Ambassador Apollino. We must find some way to stop him from leaving.
It seems there are no further objections. In that case, please allow me to return home.
Hold it. Hold it right there, Ambassador Alba. Okay. Like I said, Mr. Edgeworth, the Yanakaras's legacy will live on through me. Yes, but how do you suggest we stop him from leaving? You just leave that to me. Ambassador Alba, do you recognize this? No, and why should I recognize that tattered old organizer? Wait, where have I seen that before? That is a clue my father, Bern Faraday, left for us. Did you say Bern Faraday? Mr. Faraday's organizer. Don't tell me this is the one from the second KG8 incident. The one in which he wrote about the Yatagarasu's key? Yes. This organizer belonged to the prosecutor you had Miss you killed 7 years ago. I have no idea what you are talking about. You say that like it was related to me. Inside its organizer, he wrote up every detail of every evil thing you did. What an amusing little girl you are. But that sort of trickery won't work on me. If you don't believe me, then take a look at this. And what is that toy there? That's... This thievery device was used by the Yatakarasu, or rather, by my father. 7 years ago, he used this when he snuck into this embassy. What? These two pieces of evidence that hold information the Yatakarasu dug up on you. If you go home now, I won't hesitate to send it all to Ablaze right behind you. Little girl, get to the point. I want you to go up against Mr. Edgeworth one more time. If you win, then I'll hand over these two pieces of evidence. Yatagarasu, even the door to my side. Yatagarasu, ever the door to my side. Hey, does that organizer really contain any information on his dirty dealings? It's nothing case-breaking, really. Ah, then it was just a bluff. Even if it was, we still can't let all the info my father and Uncle Bad found go to waste. Plus, the existence of Little Thief is troublesome enough for him. Those two pieces, aren't they keepsakes of your father? It's okay. I believe in Mr. Edgeworth. He'll come out on top in the end. Okay. When the going gets tough, someone's gotta be there to put the wind back in your sails. After all this time, you're still quite the feisty one. I applaud your powerful nature. I refuse to lose this too. Ambassador Alba, you won't be returning home until you give us further testimony. How dare you all, barring a person like me. Ambassador Alba, your testimony, if you please. Yeah. All right, but this is the absolute last. Spoilers, it's not. Then, even if you use all the power of Ambassador Paleto's office, you won't stop me. I can't let this opportunity Kay has created for me go to waste. Alba's Alibi, Part 2. The last time I met with Mr. Cochin was here at the Diatrib Neutralis. After that, I was in Alabas the rest of the time, as I stated earlier. In any case, I did not see Mr. Cochin again after that. So you see, there is no time span in which I could have killed him. Wouldn't you agree? Now, since you people were practically begging, I'll allow you to question me. What an arrogant old man. Yes, but no matter. We can't allow this chance to escape us. I will warn you though, you've reached the end of my patience. Waste my time with any inane questions, and you will be punished. That's messed up. So, any needless pressing or presenting will hurt our case. In that case, the only thing you can do is present the correct evidence. Understood? Of course, I don't tend to let him intimidate me. I know Mr. Cochin was killed before he returned to Babao. In which case, there is only one statement to which I need to present the evidence. So it's this kind of testimony. So as a reminder, if you all remember back in Justice for All, in the second game of the series, there was a certain testimony you couldn't press on Mo the clown, because if you did, you would get penalized. And I also seem to recall, I think it was in the second case of Trials and Tribulations, when you're cross-examining Luke at me at the end of the trial. I think you had to press the correct statement, because otherwise, I think in that one you would get just a full game over. All right, so for the sake of flavor text, I'm going to see what happens when I press him.
Hold it!
You met with the victim here. I was watching the Steel Samurai, as was Mr. Kochin, who was sitting nearby. I've been meaning to ask why invite the Steel Samurai as a guest for an embassy event. I like Steel Samurai Daddy, so I asked for him to be at the event. I see. So it was by Ambassador Alba's request. Now then, will that be all? No, wait. I'm not finished yet.
Objection!
You're not very good at listening, are you? I told you I don't have the time to listen to a bunch of useless questions. Ah, this time remaining for me to find the truth has just been blown away. Hello there. Master Remastered. I'm on the second to last part of this case. It's a long one, but I'm gonna be finishing it soon. I did address this plenty of times that this was a long one. Alright. Let's see if I can get more flavor text here.
Hold it!
Do you have anyone who could testify that you never left Alabasta after that? Of course I do. I was in front of a large crowd to give my speech, wasn't I? I guess he's not lying about being in Alabasta the whole time. Yes, as long as he is willing to admit to Damas II's murder, then I suppose so. But he keeps saying that it was justified self-defense. Oh, I get it. Okay, so what if I were to pretend to be a real klutz? And then tripped into Mr. Metals really hard. That's count as self-defense, right? That's not self-defense, that's just being careless. Well, you never know until you try. I suggest that you don't, especially since you've given me a statement of intent. Now then, will that be all? No, wait. Alright. I'm glad I'm getting this, flavor text. The time remaining for me to find the truth has just been blown away. The last time I met with Mr. Kochin was here at the Diatrim Neutralis. After that, I was in Alabasta the rest of the time, as I stated earlier. In any case, I did not see Mr. Kochin again after that.
Hold it!
So you never saw Mr. Kochin again after you left this theater? That's correct. I'm an incredibly busy man, you know. So it's more likely that Mr. Kochin ran into Ambassador Paleno. Even now, you will push this murder onto someone else. How dare you! Saying that I would kill Manny! Ambassador Alba, I demand that you refrain from making baseless conjectures. I was merely offering a possibility. No, this won't do. I can already see this is turning into an international incident. Who exactly is pressing who here? In any case, what I need to do is stay positive and forge on.
Objection!
Alright. So you see, there is no time span in which I could have killed him. Wouldn't you agree?
Hold it!
Your alibi is that there was no time span in which you could have killed Mr. Cochin. Yes, because I was in the theater watching the stage show. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, do you remember seeing him sitting in the audience? I'm sorry, but I don't remember anything outside of what was going on stage. You shouldn't have been so focused on the show and paid attention to your surroundings. Mr. Edgeworth, it is a fact that Ambassador Alba came to the theater. But I guess you didn't know that because you didn't see him at the Steel Samurai show. Well, I do recall that he and you had a photo shoot with the Steel Samurai. It looks like you are finally beginning to understand. Now then, let's be all.
Objection!
Amazing. Diplomats really do know how to craft answers that don't answer anything. So if the only place he met the victim was at this theater, then when was he killed? We know that Mr. Cochin didn't return to Babao alive. Which means that the only time he could have been killed is when they were both here. And that means that he was planning to kill Mr. Cochin from the start. So, let's reload. We got all that wonderful flavor text. So, on either the first or fourth statement, because these are contradictions right here. You just can't press them without getting penalized, which I showed you earlier. The last time I met with Mr. Cochin was here at the Theatrum Neutralis. So you see, there is no time span in which I could have killed him. Wouldn't you agree? Disagree. Because this evidence shows right here. This was taken at the Theatrum Neutralis. Right here. He was right there, everybody. You all see it right here. The last time I met with Mr. Cochin was here at the Theatrum Neutralis.
Objection!
I'd like you to take a look at this picture. It's a rather nice picture, isn't it? It was to commemorate the restoration of relations between our nations. What is that monster? Oh, hold on. In the middle this is the Steel Samurai. And this is Kirkus Alba, his fake form. This is the dude that we're currently cross-examining. And that's Coleus Polino, the other ambassador over in Babao. Oh, it's commemorative, all right. One that captures the proof I need to show that it was you who committed the murder. Come again. This is the knife that killed Mr. Cochin. I see you recognize it as well as you should, for it was you who brought it to this theater. You hid it in among the flowers you were to give to the Steel Samurai, meaning that you killed many Cochin here at the theater. Grrr. Wah ha ha ha. It's time for me to catch my flight.
Objection!
We're not through yet.
Objection!
It's game over for you, Mr. Edgeworth. But I thank you for the entertainment. Nah. No matter how passionately you orate, the end result will still be the same. To give a formal, often pompous or dramatic speech. That's what orate means. Is the Steel Samurai a robot? Oh no. The Steel Samurai, he is a samurai made of steel, and that's a costume. Um, in the lore, he wasn't. I don't think they ever mentioned like he's a robot from the show that he comes from. It's a dude in the costume. No matter how passionate you orate, the end result will still be the same. I won't be returning to this country ever again. That's right. This man is an ambassador, and he has extraterritorial rights. No matter how hard we chase after him, we won't be able to have him tried in court. Yes, it's exactly the face you would be making. The face of a worthless cur. Oh. Now then, ladies and gentlemen, I must bid you farewell. Yeah. The courts. Is there no one who can lay a finger on this man? Is this really the end?
Not so fast!
Not so fast. Hell yeah. Agent Lang with the assist. Agent Lang. Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Prosecutor. Get out of my way. My plane is scheduled to take off soon. Sorry, but you're not going anywhere, Mr. Alba. I'm through playing games with you people. You can't touch me. If you do, it would spark an international incident, Agent Lang. Sorry, but no, it wouldn't. What? Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Good job holding the fort down till I got back. So, Mr. Alba, your diplomatic immunity has just been revoked. That has got to be a line from Lethal Weapon. That was definitely a line from Lethal Weapon. And we are dealing with a dude that has diplomatic immunity, by the way. Your diplomatic immunity has just been revoked. What do you mean, revoked? Spare me this nonsense and let me through.
Not so fast!
Lang Z says, before aiming for the throat, chew the neck shield off first. Ooh, that's a good one. That's something a wolf would do. And this man is very wolf coded. Yeah, this dude is definitely one of my favorite characters in the series. I mean, the wolf motive does help, but aside from that, he's just freaking cool. He's got a lot of charisma, cool design, and he's a really good character. Interpol agent Shi Long Lang. Interpol headquarters in the Imperial household of the Kingdom of Alabast. Took a while to get things rolling, but they finally moved on it. The Imperial household? You? What have you done? You have been relieved of your duties as ambassador, Mr. Alba. What? 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 Effective today, effective right now. And you have Mr. Prosecutor's videotape to thank for this. The video that Yatagarasu protected? You can't be arrested simply because you're an ambassador? In that case, I thought I'd strip you of that title. You underestimated me, a descendant of the founder of the Tainment philosophy, Lang Z. 4,000 years of deeply entrenched connections and networks around the world have really paid off.
It can't be. I don't believe this. My ambassadorship has been revoked?
Looks like you're finally coming to grips with your new standing. Woohoo! Looks like he's turned docile again. He's probably in shock from the loss of his shield. What a shame. I had so wanted to use my whip on him. I mean, still can. Dude deserves 1,000 lashings.
Why is this happening to me? I'm just a hardworking, honest ambassador.
Not so fast.
Do you really think you could still pull that on us now? We've already ripped away the mask and seen you for who you really are, Mr. Alba. Yeah. Whoa! Oh no. He has grown again.
Objection.
And he objects.
No, I won't be stopped now.
He still intends to fight us? Yes.
So what if I am no longer an ambassador? You still don't have any evidence on me.
The fact remains that you cannot arrest me. I expected no less from you, the boss of the smuggling ring. Well, the rest is up to you, Mr. Prosecutor. Understood.
You say that I killed Mr. Cochin at the theater.
But even if that's true, that there was a knife in my bouquet,
I left that bouquet at the theater.
so anyone could have taken it out from there and used it, right? Besides, the claim that he was killed here itself is odd. After all, wasn't his body discovered in Babao? Are you claiming that I carried his body all the way over there? Preposterous.
Objection.
I'll be the one to prove whether it's preposterous or not.
Yeah.
Ex-Ambassador Alba, are you ready? Because this is no game. This is war. Damn. Testimony. Alba's Alibi, Part 3. Jeez.
I killed Mr. Cochin in this theater using a knife that was stuck in my bouquet. I left that bouquet in the theater. Anyone could have taken the knife from there.
Besides, Mr. Colchin's body was discovered in Babao, right?
There is no way for me
To have transported his body from the theater to Babao.
Look, don't you think you've had enough fun with me?
You've already stolen my ambassadorship from me. Would you have me surrender too? Yes.
Not so fast.
You have no plans to ever return to this country, isn't that right? Did you know that a bunch of your subordinates are seeking asylum because of you?
Ha ha ha. As if I care.
Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, boot this guy out of the embassy, and we can finally end everything. Working on it. I know, and I will give it my all to see that he leaves in handcuffs. Without the title of ambassador, he is just another witness. Yes, just another witness. All right, what are we waiting for? Let's get this guy. and get him good. I wonder if they understand that's all I can do is present evidence to the testimony. Alba's Alibi, Part 3. Alright, okay, since he's no longer ambassador, he's not gonna do that thing if I press him and he'll penalize me. I just want to double check. I killed Mr. Cochin in his theater using a knife that was stuck in my bouquet.
Hold it!
That's right, as I explained earlier. The commemorative photo shows that you had the knife on your personage.
Objection!
You have no proof that the bouquet was prepared by me, isn't that right? Excuse me. The fact that there was a knife in the bouquet was something I wasn't aware of.
Knuckle back!
What a pathetic excuse. The weapon that was used is one of your national treasures. It is exactly something anyone other than you could touch, let alone take. I allowed some of my trusted subordinates to handle them. It could have been my secretary. You're an even bigger slimeball than I thought. You would push the guilt of Mr. Cochin's murder onto one of your subordinates. In any case, the fact that the knife was in the bouquet means nothing. I left that bouquet in the theater. Anyone could have taken a knife from there.
Hold it!
You still wish to deny your actions. And you still wish to deny reality and accuse me of murder? Yes. What? I am not in denial. Even though he's not an ambassador anymore, he's still got a real bad attitude. I believe it's because he no longer... Oh, no worries, Mastery Master. Thank you for stopping by. I believe it's because he's no longer ambassador that he can let himself speak freely. Well, if he's not holding anything back, then neither should I. Wait, for the sake of the case, please refrain from what I think you're about to do. Ah, quite a pair of frightening women you are, but I digress. Besides, Mr. Cochin's body was discovered in Babel, right?
Hold it!
Even if he was found in Babel, he was killed somewhere else.
Objection!
Stop bluffing because you can't prove what you're claiming. If this were a court-martial in my country, you'd have already been removed from the room. Are you taunting us on purpose? Because I'd be happy to show you my claws.
Hold it!
Hold on, Agent A. Allow me to fight him my way. With evidence. Yeah, with claws. I was just joking. I'm not so easily ruffled by the likes of him. Too bad. Though I'm no longer an ambassador, it still could have been an international incident. If you have the will to threaten us with that mouth of yours, then perhaps you can use it to return to the testimony. Very well. But to be fair, you should watch what you say as well. Ooh. There is no way for me to have transported his body from the theater to Babao. About that.
Hold it!
Is that really so? You could have easily blackmailed your subordinates to be quiet and then moved the body.
Objection!
That's quite an insult to me and my subordinates, and I'm afraid we can't have that. It's very difficult to enter my embassy, as the guards always conduct a thorough check. If someone was so much as makes an unnatural movement, it would arouse their suspicions. Come to think of it, there wasn't anything unnatural about him in the footage. No. Wait, let me think about that for a second. Mr. Alba said that the guard would become suspicious if someone acted unnaturally. But then, by the same token, the guard would not become suspicious if someone were to act naturally. If we retrace Mr. Alba's movements, we should find some hint to solving this case. Well, right after the Steel Samurai stage show, he went back to Alabast, right? From there, he started preparing for his speech in the Alabast embassy. It does sound like it was impossible for him to have gone to the Babalese embassy. He couldn't have gone to Babal, but the body didn't remain at the theater either. Is it possible that the body was temporarily taken to a different location first? So, on this statement right here, you can present two things. You can either present the security footage or the pushcart.
Objection!
Actually, I do believe there is a way to transport the body out of the theater. Perhaps you should give this a look. What is that supposed to be? It's footage from a security camera that captured the state of the immigration area. Should I congratulate you on getting your hands on it? Just letting you know that we're not the only ones watching your every move. Watching your every movement. Thank you for the warning. Now, if you could take a good look at this section here. This lump here inside the pushcart. Do you know what's causing it? Should I? Because I don't. In that case, allow me to enlighten you. This is the cause of the unnatural lump under the cloth of the pushcart. Notes on Kochin's body.
Take that!
What is the meaning of this showing me that? It is to say that the unnatural bulge in the pushcart is Mr. Kochin's body. You had the Steel Samurai wheel his body away from the real crime scene. Gwa ha 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 ha. What a guess. But I wonder if you have any evidence to support it. I admit that for now, but it is but a hypothesis. However, ha ha ha, if you can't prove it, then I'm afraid I must be on my way. I don't have any more time to play with you people. Hold it! The other MVP, everybody. Give this man a raise. Give this man a promotion. He deserves better than eating cheap ramen. Sorry I took so long, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. And I love that. I love that remix to his theme. It's so damn good. Gummy? Detective Gumshoe. Is that the Steel Samurai's pushcart? Yes, sir. I found it in the open air stage area. So that's where you went. The detective spirit that Pops left me with? I thought I'd follow my gut and go with it, sir. And Detective Bad is awesome, even though he was also one half of the Yatakarasu. So, Mr. Edgeworth, is this worth anything to the case? Yes. It just might play a major role in solving this case, Detective. Hello, Rowley. But something isn't right. I thought the entire samurai family was in Alabast. Where exactly, in the open air stage area, did you find this pushcart? I found it just lying there at the edge of the stage, sir. Oh, well, let's leave that for now and examine the inside, Detective. Yes, sir. You was chosen to unalive Edgeworth. Good. Yeah, I'm on the final case. It is, doozy. Now then. Steel Samurai Daddy used this pushcart to wheel the Iron Infant around. The Iron Infant is the Steel Samurai's and the Pink Princess's kid, right? Yes. He made an appearance at the end of the stage show. Heh. It was a rather fitting ending to the whole thing. That the Steel Samurai was unwillingly forced to move the body is just unforgivable. And there it is. The blood stain is in the cart. Is this game sans Phoenix? Yes. However, Phoenix did make a background cameo. And that's all he gets. A background cameo. He doesn't, like, appear, like, in any of the cases. Except for, like I said, the background cameo. It's also tied to a silly achievement. Also, Rowdy, this game also takes place in the middle of... This takes place after the third game, Trials and Tribulations, and before Apollo Justice, Ace Attorney, the fourth game. And then this is the fifth game that was released in the overall series, up until that point. But in the timeline, yeah, it takes place after the third game and before the fourth game. They do make a lot of references to the trilogy, the OG trilogy, and they only made like one reference to Apollo Justice, and it's not. It's kind of funny. It's only just one. Max Galactica versus the Grimari troop. Yeah, and I cannot wait to play the second game next month. I never got to play the second game, but I heard it's really good. It's supposed to be really good. Yeah. And this game was basically damage control after Apollo Justice, Ace Attorney. It's blood. This must be Mr. Cochin's blood, which only goes to prove that Mr. Cochin's body was indeed transported by this pushcart. I believe you understand what this means, correct? You killed Mr. Cochin at this theater and then placed his body inside the pushcart. And then, you forced the Steel Samurai to unwillingly move the body for you.
Objection!
I forced him to move the body into Alabast? What nonsense! Why would I bother to do such a thing?
Yeah, why?
Objection!
You were scheduled to make a speech in Alabast, meaning it was difficult for you to make a stop in Babao. However, what if you moved the body to Alabast? Because it was your embassy, you could keep an eye on it and tamper with the evidence. And then you smuggled it out of Alabast.
No!
Yes. If I can show you how you moved the body from Alabast to Babao, then I win.
But you can't. The security between the two countries is incredibly tight.
I'll be the one to judge whether I win. I'll be the one to judge whether I can or cannot prove it. And so I ask you to provide us with testimony regarding your movements after your return to Alabast.
Nah.
Miles Edgeworth, have you figured it out? Do you know how the body was moved? To be honest, I have nothing to support my hypothesis at this time. However, I don't believe I made a mistake in my logic up until this point. Which means there is no question that can't be answered, right? The Primaduck statue was smuggled successfully through a brief flight through the air. Dude's nose looks like very Pinocchio. Not a fan of the gray-haired lady. So here's the thing. That this dude I'm facing. You know what? I could touch up on the trivia for you right now. So he has like a tree motive. Kirkus Alba. So check this out, Raleigh. So Kirkus Alba is a scientific name for the white oak. This may be a reference to his appearance, as he looks very much like an old tree. His tree looks like the leaves of an oak. His long nose resembles a tree branch, and his wrinkled skin bears some resemblance to tree bark, and his beard looks like the roots of a tree. In fact, there is a small tree in the corner of Alba's office that actually bears a striking resemblance to the man. And his Japanese name, Kaneji Onredo. His Japanese name may be a play on red carnation, following the floral theme of his country. Alternatively, it could be a play on carnage on red, with carnage meaning death and destruction, and red referring to the color of blood, or his victim, Kashino, whose Japanese name contains the kanji for red. Yeah. So, yeah, check this out. We're trying to prove the murder of. So, this guy right here, Kashino. He's the second the mask. He's just a fanatic. So, what you call it? Kashino. It's a pun on casino. And while his name is read in the usual Asian format with surname first, it could be a play on no cash, no kashi. But his Japanese name is Aoi Akaishi. His name is likely meant to sound like Akaishi Aoi, meaning being red and also green, like his costume. And there you go. And yeah, you know what? It's kind of funny you mentioned Pinocchio because, tree bark, nose, the dude's a freaking liar. Yeah, not a fan of Franziska. Valid. She's okay. I still think she's an all right as a character, but as a prosecutor, I think she's still okay. The whole whipping part can still kind of get old, but yeah. She is cooperating with Interpol on the smuggling case in this game. Kind of cool. The Permaduck statue was smuggled successfully through a brief flight through the air. Hold up. She looks like one of the nurses at your job who has hit on you too many times. Oh, totally valid. I read that part now. So why shouldn't there be an answer as to how the body was moved? Which means that there must be a logic flaw somewhere I can exploit. Ah, snap. All right. This is the final testimony, but it's not the final part of the case. The next finale is coming up next, just to give you a heads up, everybody. Because this guy doesn't know when to quit. He's always trying to weasel his way out. Oh. After I returned to Alabast, I had my picture taken with the Steel Samurai, shaking hands. Then, Just as I was about to start my speech, the Yatagarasu appeared. I feared for the national treasures, so I raced back to my office. Wow. Is that all? Yes, that's all.
Objection!
It looks like you left out a few things, such as the murder of the mask the second. Furthermore, you left out the part about meeting with me in your office. Ah, those trifling matters. I don't believe I need to speak of those things again. I do so hate to waste time. What? You? It's not very life precious? You is not every life precious? Do you really need me to answer that for you? No.
Objection!
People like you cannot be allowed to wander freely through society. Then you'd better try hard, because I doubt you'll find a single contradiction. He's really full of himself, isn't he? Yes, he is. How could he be so confident at a time like this? Come, don't be shy. Go ahead, ask whatever you'd like. Alright. So. I can't find a single contradiction. Mr. Edgeworth, he's totally dead on the inside. Just like a hollow tree. Damn. You're the only one that can cut him down to size, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. At this point in time, we lack the information required to fight back properly. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, you just say the word and I'll get him talking for you. Don't forget that we have plenty of ways to get him to talk. We've got some real scary people on our side, huh, Kay? Well, I'm all ready to help out, Gummy. How about you? I can't believe even you're getting into this. In that case, I'm ready too, sir. Ah, everyone please calm down. I think I'll think of something. So yeah, you just have to press every statement here. There is no contradiction. After I returned to Alabast, I had my picture taken with the Steel Samurai, shaking hands.
Hold it!
So why was it only with the Steel Samurai? I thought the Pink Princess was also around. The Pink Princess was suffering from a bad hip at the time, and the doctors recommended that she rest. Wow, so you do have a soft side after all. The pain of a bad hip. I suppose none of you can really understand how it feels. Wow. Oh, so you tend to strain your back as well, huh? But isn't that just because you're normally all hunched over? He did need to keep up the act, no matter what, I suppose. Humph. The point of this is not to discuss my back problems. For about 15 minutes after our headshake, I was in my office preparing for the speech. Then, just as I was about to start my speech, the Yatagarasu appeared. Oh, okay. Excuse me. I'm just checking up on something. All right. Proceeding. Right. Just as I was about to start my speech, the Yatagarasu appeared.
Hold it!
That Yatagarasu was just a trick that you had set up. Ha ha ha. A most amusing joke. And how do you propose that I set it up? If you really want to know, I can explain it in detail for you. You arranged the spotlights in the rose garden so that when you were to take the stage, the audience would see the Yatagarasu's chateau. Oh, that is an interesting tale. Sadly, it has nothing to do with me. You, what's it going to take for you to fess up to everything? Very well, then, let's move on to a different question. After the Yatagarasu appeared, what was the state of the Rose Garden? Everyone took refuge inside the embassy. I even helped with the effort. And then, once everyone was inside, well, I feared for the national treasures, so I raced back to my office.
Hold it!
And what happened after you returned to your office? I don't want to keep on repeating this, however. Upon my return, I had that stroke of bad luck and bumped into Masked Man.
Objection!
And I don't want to keep on repeating this either. But his name was the Masked Second. Who cares what he was called? By the time he got to the Permaduck statue that he was supposed to steal, it had already been swapped for the fake. Talk about unlucky man, being bludgeoned to death with a fake statue. Miss Von Karma's really letting her whip fly now. Eek! I think the scary part is her silence while she's doing it. She must be at the limit of her patience as well. But physical attacks are meaningless here. Only evidence will suffice. Yeah. I can't find a single flaw in his argument. At this rate, I won't be able to prove that he is actually guilty of anything. Are we finished here? Miles Edgeworth, can you not come up with how the body was moved to Babao? Sir, Mr. Edgeworth. Grrr. Even after proving so much, is he going to get away with it? No. Is this the end? Hold it. It appears that we made it just in time. Oh, look. It will be a great honor if you would allow us to be your allies in battle. Oh, no. It appears that we made it just in time. The Steel Samurai, and the Pink Princess, and the Iron Infant. Evil Magistrate, it is time for you to pay. Oh no. It's the Steel Samurai? No. No, you are mistaken, for I am Steel Samurai Daddy, married man of Neo Tokyo. And this is Pink Princess Mommy. Oh no. Edgy Poo. Oh no. Ugh. The two people that I wanted to see the least. Larry! What are you two doing here? Way to show your gratitude, Edgy! We just wanted to help! Yeesh! I'm gonna get the bad guy with a single thrust of my samurai spear. Go away! How can you be so mean to us, Edgy Poo? All three of us came to lend a hand, and this is how you treat us? Well, isn't this grand? And I see they managed to find the Iron Infant. Does that really matter right now? Hey! Is it just me, or is the Iron Infant completely soaked? Oh yeah. I found him in Babel, but he was in the middle of the pool. Wait a second. Larry, go back to what you just said. Huh? Oh, it appears that we made it. Not that far back. Something about finding the Iron Infant in Babel. And he found it in a pool. I don't recall there being one in Babel. So that? Well, I was in Alabas the whole time. So I have no idea how the Iron Infant wound up in Babel. I thought I had lost him in the Rose Garden. Well, I guess maybe this cute kid can swim, huh? Wait, what? Larry, you lost the Iron Infant in the Rose Garden? Are you sure about that? Yeah, I'm sure. But I found him in...
Hold it!
That's enough, Larry. The Iron Infant that Larry lost managed to move between the two countries. Furthermore, the Iron Infant was found soaked in the middle of a pool. This is what I've been looking for. It's another smuggling route between the countries. The key to the route the Iron Infant took to travel from Alabas to Babel is the bilateral symmetry. Ah, that's right. This embassy was built with bilateral symmetry in mind. Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir. There is a location I wish for you to examine post-haste. It is where I believe the routes used to smuggle Mr. Cochin's body lies. Does something like that really exist, sir? An embassy built on bilateral symmetry, meaning that this is where we need to examine. Right here.
Take that!
Yes, sir. I'll be back before you know it.
It's too late. It doesn't matter. Now, what you do, it's all a waste of time.
Knock them back!
You will stay here with us and wait. Oh, this is Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth, it's here, sir. There is a reservoir here, just like in the Rose Garden. Just as I suspected. What is it? The two sides of this embassy are mirror images of each other. Which means that there is also a pool at the corresponding location on the Balbolee side. Mr. Cochin's body was moved into Babel through the pool in Alabast.
Objection!
Avoiding the topic with a vague answer like that is unbecoming of a prosecutor.
If you don't mind, I'd like to see more physical proof if you have any. The Iron Infant is positively soaked in water. Why do you think that is? It's because he was fished out of a pool, and not just any pool. It was the Babelese one. I think it's pretty obvious at this point what must be true. The water reservoirs in the two courtyards are connected.
Objection!
And where is your proof that the two sides are connected?
Objection!
Do not get in an objection war with Edgeworth. The proof is right there, before your eyes, the half-drowned Iron Infant.
What? This blasted doll!
Mr. Edgeworth, I'm back. Hey, don't tell me you guys figured everything out without me. We did, thanks to this hero of Justice's son. Even if he is just a doll, he managed to help foil the villain.
Knock them back!
Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, look, I don't want to say this, but it's kinda unlikely that the body just happened to have passed on through to Babel. This guy's a doll, and he's small, but so I can believe it made it. But he has a point.
Yes, that's right. I'm glad someone here understands. Mr. Edgeworth, are you going to next propose that a dead body swim through a pipe?
No. You see, Mr. Prosecutor, our chase after this man is far from over. Agent Lang, why is he helping Mr. Alba out now? He's not. He realized the flaw in my argument and is helping to move the logic along. In which case, I should return the favor and find an answer. And another thing, Mr. Kochin's body was found in his office in Babao. So what happened to his body after it was transported to the open air stage? Mr. Alba had an accomplice in Babao, remember? You mean Shina, right? With her there, you could see how it was possible to move the body up to the office.
Objection!
Are you seriously claiming that she swam through the connecting pipe with the body?
He's right. Miss Shina would drown if she did that. It's hard to imagine that she swam through the connecting pipe.
It looks like your hypothesis about how the body was moved is still only half-baked. In the end, it's all just the befuddled musings of an accusatory man. Now then, I believe you should give up and allow me passage. Because from the start, there was no feasible method of transporting the body.
What? Mr. Prosecutor, recall Shina's movements. No. What was happening in the embassy around the time Miss Shina was in Babao? Oh, if only there was a way to get rid of the water in the pool. Get rid of the water. Aha, that's it.
Now I believe this time you really are done, right?
No.
Objection!
Unfortunately for you, it's far from over, Mr. Alba.
You are a most persistent man. Are you saying that you've thought of a way to move the body through the water?
Move the body through the water. That is completely unrelated to how it was done.
Excuse me?
The reason I say that is because there wasn't any water there at the time. What do you mean, there wasn't any water? Just what it sounds like. Tonight's events made it possible to drain the water, allowing the body to be moved. The fires.
Take that!
Tonight, the Atakarasu set fire to a variety of locations in the Balbalese embassy. In order to put the fires out, much of the reservoir's water was used. Of course, when the water was used, the reservoir's water level went down. If enough water was drained, the connecting pipe could be used to traverse the border.
Objection!
So what? The water level went down? The reservoirs were connected? Does any of this matter? You can't prove any of this.
Pretending to be ignorant won't work with me. We both know what kind of situation we're in right now. Even in a game, there comes a critical game-changing moment. A moment in which you hit a wall that you must overcome in order to beat the game.
I haven't lost yet.
I found the route used to smuggle the body, and that route will lead to your defeat.
Not so fast!
Even if all the water was used by the firefighting effort, you still can't really call that a smuggling route. I know that. I should have figured that you would notice. Hey, Mr. Alba, how deep are those pools anyway?
I'll have you know,
Those pools are extremely deep, and there are no ladders or footholds along the walls either. It would be difficult for Shina to hold the body and climb out of the pool. Hmm, ladders or footholds along the walls. There is no need for such things. What do you mean? If one were to use a certain something, they could go up or down in the pool at will. Oh, it looks like you got an answer already. Well, what are you waiting for, Mr. Prosecutor? Enlighten us already. The way in which Miss Shina and the body were able to rise up to ground level. If there was a way to control the water level, that could be the way the body was moved. This was used so that the body and Miss Shina could have moved up and down to the pool. The fountain spouts. Auto refuels the water when the water level is too low.
Take that!
Mr. Alba used the fountain spouts in a manner of speaking. He used the fountain spouts. How so? The water level in the pools can be controlled by opening and closing the spouts. Miss Shina and the body were Miss Shina and the body were lifted upward by their buoyancy in water. The fire on the Babalese side and the firefighting effort. These were set in motion, all for the sake of smuggling Mr. Cochin's body. Nyeh. Shall I show you where the final destination of my train of logic leads? First, Mr. Alba closed the fountain spouts in advance, in preparation of things to come. Then he took the pushcart that was brought to the Rose Garden and pushed it along with the Iron Infant and Mr. Cochin's body into the pool. At this time, Miss Shina was busy conveniently starting the first fire in Babao. He then made for the open-air stage's pool to wait for the firefighting effort to begin. When the firefighters used the water in that pool, the water level went down, and by the time the fire was put out, the pipe between the two pools was exposed. This is when she pushed the pushcarts from Alabast to Babao. Once that was accomplished, Mr. Alba simply opened the fountain spouts once more. Insane. And the water level rose up to its original level, along with Miss Shina and the body. After that, Miss Shina used the pushcart to carry the body up to the Secretariat's office. There is an elevator in the embassy, after all, so you see. Even with her small frame, she could have easily transported Mr. Cochin's body. After that wraps up my thorough explanation of how the body was moved. No. Well, ex-Ambassador Alba, what do you think? Not so untouchable without your precious extraterritorial rights to protect you, are you? I knew you could do it, Mr. Edgeworth. Way to fight back.
Objection!
You accused me of moving the body across the country lines. But when you get down to the nitty-gritty, you don't have what it takes to indict me. The nitty-gritty? What does this old man want now? Proof, I believe, is what he seeks. Yes, proof. Without any, who is to say whether or not any of what you said really happened? He wants proof? What are we going to do, Mr. Edgeworth? There is no need to worry. I've had all the proof we will need all along. The body wasn't the only thing to go through the pool's connecting pipe tonight. Just as Detective Gumshoe found the pushcart to the open-air stage area, so too did I find one other item there, and that piece of evidence is what will prove that the pools were the smuggling route. This was another thing that was smuggled over to Babao's open air stage area. The pick.
Take that!
And what exactly is this? You have no idea, do you? This little piece that I found on the babbly side will be your undoing. A guitar pick? Would you care to explain how that is going to do me in, as it were? Much to your chagrin, perhaps, but this is not a guitar pick. What? This is something I found at the open air stage, which was transported with the body. I naturally assumed that you would recognize it, since you took a photo with it after all. But since you don't, allow me to show you what this fragment from the stage area belongs to. The alabaster knife.
Take that!
Let us take a good look at the murder weapon that was used to kill Manny Cochin. On the handle of this knife, there is a beautifully blooming flower. However, it would appear that it's missing a single petal. Now let's see what happens when we try to fit this pick in that open slot. It's a perfect fit. I assume that the petal must have fallen off of the flower during Mr. Cochin's murder. And then it was accidentally placed into the pushcart along with Mr. Cochin's body.
Objection!
That's an interesting story. Nothing more.
Objection!
Oh, I assure you it's more than just a story. Because for some odd reason, this flower petal was wet when I found it. It was wet, you say? Yes, and the only piece it could have gotten wet from is the open air stage's pool. Now I ask you, how did a part of the weapon which was smuggled into the theater wind up in the open air stage area on the Babbly side of the embassy? I don't think I need to waste any words explaining this, as this petal explains it all for me. It proves that someone went from the Rose Gardens pool on through into Babao. Impossible! The people of Zangfa have been waiting to see you face to face, Mr. Alba. I'll tell everyone back home we'll be there soon. You should be happy. Why? Why? It's a little late to be asking that question. You should have known from the very beginning. When you took your first life, no matter how you may plot, or how you may try to cover it all up, you can never hide from your crime and what you've done. Because we're here to see to it that justice is served to people like you.
Objection!
You can't call what you've given a perfect argument. You know, I don't think this guy is going to ever admit to his wrongdoings, Mr. Edgeworth. Because he values himself above all else. People who can't be negotiated with, or people who refuse to admit when they've lost. I don't believe those kinds of people really exist because everyone breaks eventually. You're right. In that case, I have no choice but to use all the evidence I have. I'll use it all until he breaks under the weight of his crimes. Mr. Alba, I request that you testify once more. Oh no. This really will be the end of the line. Okay, everybody, if you're all still out there, I'm doing it. The final testimony is next. This is it. We're gonna hit a home run here. The final testimony Kirkus Alba. Thank you all for still being here. March 15th, 3:33 a.m. Diatrim Neutralis Lobby. Mr. Alba, I request that you testify once more. As if there's anything else for me to testify about. I still have yet to fully prove that it was Mr. Alba who murdered Mr. Cochin. Well, I would like to hear about your movements before the murder occurred. I wonder if you could tell us about what you did here at the Diatrim Neutralis. Very well. I suppose I could tell you about that. Because about all I did was watch the Steel Samurai stage show. Humph. Elaborating on even that alone is good enough for me. The only way for me to place this man under arrest is to pinpoint the exact location of where the murder took place, for that is the key to this investigation. This is it, the Steel Samurai show. I watched from the last row. The stage was well lit, but it was dark out in the audience. I swear I was there in the audience, but it's hard to prove that, I suppose. I do remember the content of the show very well, though. Is that proof enough for you? Those moving scenes were seared into this old man's heart. I'll never forget them. Yeah, okay. So you were in the theater proper, watching the Steel Samurai stage show, were you? Of course I was. I have a great fondness for the Steel Samurai. Yeah, I was pretty cool up there, wasn't I? You're not the one who was cool. It's the Steel Samurai who is cool. Uh, that's funny. I'm going to screen cap this. That's too funny. Yeah, and the Steel Samurai special finishing move today was really something, huh? Huh? Hey, Edgy! Who is she? Who is a super cute girl? She's been standing here this whole time, and only now he notices her? Her name is Kay Faraday, and she's helping me in my investigation. Sorry I didn't get to introduce myself earlier, but better late than never. Yes, okay, I'm Larry Butts! Silence in the peanut gallery. There's no time for such trivialities at a time like this. Thank you. Mr. Prosecutor, this is the final battle. You got that? I know. This is the end. For that man there. Now that's the kind of thing I like to hear. I think I'll give trusting you a try, Mr. Prosecutor. Or rather, Mr. Edgeworth. I leave this critical battle up to you, Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, he's calling him Mr. Edgeworth. That's cute. Have no fear. I will finish the job. I will finish the job. This really is the end game. The time has come to expose every last one of Mr. Alba's lies. Oh boy. Hang on, everybody. Okay. I'm going to keep going. I watched from the last row. The stage was well lit, but it was dark out in the audience.
Hold it!
The last row. I should think that an ambassador would have had special seating reserved. I wanted my staff to enjoy the Steel Samurai show as well. So I gave up all of the good scenes for them. It was enough for me to simply see them.
Hey, the Steel Samurai wasn't the only hero. Let's not forget about the Pink Princess here.
My dear madam, if you continue to thrust about like that, your hip may begin to hurt again.
Oh my. Well, aren't you the considerate person when you want to be? But this young butterfly is on the side of Edgy Poo. So you can spare me the flirtatious come-ons.
Wow, he's completely frozen. In frustration, perhaps. I dare say she could be one rather trying opponent. In any case, Mr. Alma, can you actually prove to us that you were watching the show? I swear, I was there in the audience, but it's hard to prove that, I suppose.
Hold it!
Are you admitting, then, that you have no way of proving to us that you were watching?
Objection!
Quiet. You buzz in my ear like a pesky little fly. If you don't wish to listen quietly until the end of what I have to say, then perhaps you should pack up and get out of my way. Ugh. I see that you're willing to be a bit more receptive now. While it's true that it may be difficult to prove that I was out in the audience. Those moving scenes were seared into this old man's heart. I'll never forget them.
Hold it!
I agree. Today will be a day to remember. Especially when we finally make you pay for all the wrongs you've committed. What?
Hey, that's what Steel Samurai says when he defeats the evil magistrate. Actually, that line was just something I ad-libbed.
You may act all surprised, but naturally, you remember this line, don't you? Of course I do. I just now understand how the evil magistrate felt, that's all. Then allow me to make you identify with the evil magistrate some more.
Hey, then that makes you the Steel Samurai, huh?
Yes. Well, if you had to complete the analogy, I suppose then yes. And I do believe it's about time to bring the curtains down on this man with a bang.
I wonder if Mr. Alba was really there watching the show.
I don't think so, because the only time he had to commit the murder was during the show. And the only time he could have placed the body into the pushcart was during the scenes when the Iron Infant was not out on stage.
Then that means that by the end of the stage show, are you saying that the body was already in the pushcart by then? No way! I mean, you mean I was pushing a dead body around? That you used me in such a foul manner is unforgivable, evil magistrate!
Well put, Steel Samurai. Well put, Steel Samurai. And now we show to all those present just who is the evil magistrate that the Steel Samurai must defeat. Oh, Edgeworth. I do remember the content of the show very well. Though, is that proof enough for you?
Hold it!
Well, I remember the content of the show as well myself. That's nice. That's nice.
Miles Edgeworth, don't allow yourself to be riled up by him at this important juncture.
No, I wasn't planning to let him.
Well, if you ask me, I think I'm the biggest Steel Samurai expert around here. And didn't you think the climatic scene of today's show was just totally awesome?
Yes, I remember that well. And that spectacular special move. The way you delivered the final blow against the evil magistrate. Early summer rain jab. Oh, that scene will live on in my heart forever.
Is that how it went? I totally forgot about that.
How can you forget your own special moves? That's the special attack that the Steel Samurai uses when he's using the Samurai Spear. Yes, and today was the first time they showed it off, was it not? If I hadn't watched the show, then how could I answer you with the name of the move? I suppose you are correct, but if you could, please elaborate on this point for me. One of the scenes was of his never-before-seen early summer rain jab move.
Hold it!
Early summer rain jab was a move that was to be unveiled today. And because I saw that brand new special move, I believe it confirms my alibi. How sad. The only way he's got to protect himself is that he watches Steel Samurai. I guess this guy really has nothing else left. Yes, to avoid arrest, you can bet he'll say or do anything. But with all of us here, there will be no escape for him. Yeah, we'll find a way to bring him to justice. Now then, let us continue with your testimony, Mr. Alba. Very well. The Steel Samurai special move, and the various other scenes. One of the scenes was of his never-before-seen early summer rain jab. Because he bent it, Larry couldn't do the early summer rain jab special attack. Got him.
Objection!
The special move today was the early summer rain jab. Is that your final answer? Is that your final answer?
Objection!
You little irritating gnat. Do you think you can trip me up by asking the same question over and over? That was not my intention. Your testimony is more than sufficient. However, I believe it would be wise for you to take a look at this. The Samurai Spear? What about it? This spear actually never made it on stage today. Excuse me? Unfortunately for you, tonight's Steel Samurai happened to be a goof of a young man with an abundance of useless hot-bloodedness. Having said that, said useless man bent the spear during his rehearsal this evening. Hey, do you remember what the Steel Samurai special move was tonight? It was the Steel Samurai Sushi Slash. Ah, correct. Because he couldn't use a spear, a last-minute change was made. Had you really been watching the show, you would have known the move that was used. Turkish Alba. You didn't watch even a single minute of the Steel Samurai stage show tonight, did you? Aha! So if he wasn't watching the show tonight, then it opens up the possibility that he was busy killing Mr. Cochin instead. So where were you during the show? I demand an answer now. Just what is so funny? You're so sloppy, and so are your conclusions. I still insist that I watch the show, or most of it in any case. What do you mean by most of it? You see, during the show, I left my seat for a spell to visit the bathroom. I assumed that was when that dramatic scene was played out on stage. That is the lousiest lamest excuse I've ever heard in my life, pal. I agree. Just because he got the name of the move wrong. We can't really use that as proof that he didn't watch the show at all. As a fan of the Steel Samurai, I had wanted to watch the entire show, honest.
Objection!
As a Steel Samurai fan, for someone who wasn't even in his seat for the climax of the show, you have no right to call yourself a Steel Samurai fan, ever. Edgeworth calling him out. Hold it. Who said that? Who was that just now? Oh, hold it. It'll be I, young lady. Larry, what are you doing interrupting me like that? Angie, please, hold for a second, I beg. You may never accept this old man as a Steel Samurai fan, but I totally think he's a Steel Submaniac. What exactly is a Steel Submaniac? Steel Submaniac, pal. I believe he meant to say Steel Samurai Maniac. Yeah, and trust me, I know a real fan might see one. Because I'm the Steel Samurai.
Objection!
I will never acknowledge you as the true Steel Samurai. What are you getting so worked up over, Mr. Edgeworth? It appears that the real Steel Samurai recognizes me as a fan. As well he should, for I am a fan. It's not as though I missed the entire show. It was a most amazing show, filled with the spirit of the young and the young at heart. The sarcasm dripping from his long, wooden nose couldn't run any thicker. Getting the name of the move wrong only proves that he didn't watch the last scene. What I really need here is something more definitive. Something that links Mr. Alba directly to the murder of Mr. Manny Cochin. You know what, Gramps? You're really something else. I'm honored to receive such praise from the Steel Samurai. But what is it for? Well, I was just wondering how you found out about the early summer rain jab. That move is a bit of a secret that only a small portion of the staff know about. Wait, it was a secret? Larry, wait, what did you just say? Huh? Did I say something stupid again? No. Did you say that the early summer rain jab was actually a secret? Well, maybe I shouldn't have said secret. It's more like we only decided on the name of the move right before the start of the show. Right before? Yeah, the stage director was going nuts because we were supposed to debut the move. About 5 minutes before the show, we threw it up on the dressing room's whiteboard. Early summer rain jab. That's kind of how we decided the name of the move. Ah. But by the time I'd already bent the spear, so I guess the whole thing was kind of pointless. All of you Steel Samurai actors are the same. The director has my complete sympathy. Long story short, because we changed the move to the sushi slash, we kind of pretended that the early summer rain jab didn't exist at all. I mean, it'd be bad if someone found out we changed the move, so we made it a secret. So basically, a gag order was issued for publicity's sake. It almost makes the early summer rain jab sound like a lost art. Yeah, which is why I think most of the staff haven't even heard the move.
Objection!
Hold those lips of yours still.
What the heck, old man?
I've done nothing but listen. From what I can tell, it's all very unrelated to the case. It's also very tedious and a pointless exercise and wasting time, much like a kid's show.
Objection!
Mr. Alba, I believe the one who should be quiet now is you. How dare you? I suspect that you've already noticed exactly what the very severe implications are in this man's testimony. Ha! So now you're trying to bully me, huh? There are no implications to be read into a behind-the-scenes story of a kid's show.
Knock 'em back.
Don't even think about trying to slither your way out of this, Kirkus Alba. You were the one who said it yourself, that the name of the move was Early Summer Rain Jam. But that name was only decided upon right before the show was about to start. So, just what are you driving at? That the name of the move he told us that the name of the move he told us was never used in the show or said aloud. Now then, would you care to tell us about how you found out the name of that move? Because I can only think of one way you could have known. Kirkus Alba, this is the only way you could have known the move. You could have known the name of the special move. It's because you saw it. You knew the name because you saw it. You saw it on the dressing room's whiteboard. The staff members who knew were keeping it a secret. So you couldn't have simply gone up to a staff member and asked. Which means that the only other option left is that you saw it on the whiteboard. So, that means that Mr. Alba was in there at some point, right? But what's the big deal, sir? I don't see what that means. There is another piece of evidence that has a great deal to do with the dressing room. So we can't afford to let this slide. This is related to both the dressing room and to Mr. Cochin's murder. And that would be the pushcart.
Take that.
The pushcart that was used to move the body was right there in the dressing room. Push this. During the show, the pushcart awaited its turn to be pushed on stage in the dressing room. And it was finally pushed there, along with the Iron Infant, in the last scene of the show. And then, right after the show ended, it went into Alabas along with the Steel Samurai. Which means that the only time the killer could have placed the body inside the pushcart was when the pushcart was in the dressing room backstage. So basically, the killer has to be someone who visited the dressing room during the show. Precisely. Rah! Oh, but wait. What if? And this is just a what if. What if the murder took place right in the dressing room? What do you mean, Kay? I have to admit, she brings up a valid possibility. During the show, the dressing room was supposed to be devoid of people. Slipping undetected into a private dressing room. Slipping undetected into a private dressing room then would be as simple as pie. The killer must have come up with the idea to move the body with the pushcart then, too. Correct. Thus making the theater's dressing room the ideal location for the murder of Manny Cochin. Kirkus Alba, during the show, you went down to the dressing room, and I want to know why. Yes. Yes, I was there. I went into the dressing room. I knew it. I'm placing you under arrest right now, pal. You got that? Arrest.
Objection.
Oh, please. Not so fast. What is it now? Don't I deserve a chance to explain myself? Explain? What is there to explain? I believe I told you earlier that I went to the bathroom. Well, I got lost when I did. I wanted to ask for directions, but when I opened the dressing room door, no one was inside. And that's when I saw the name of the move on the whiteboard. You punk! Still trying to get out of this? Do you really think you can get away at this point? Mr. Edgeworth, isn't there anything you can do to stop him? No. I don't have enough evidence on hand to do anything. I don't have the airtight evidence I need to put this man away for good. But if that's what I need, then perhaps. Agent Lang, I believe an investigation of the dressing room in question is in order. It's possible that we may find new evidence there. Yeah, Mr. Edgeworth pokes around in there. I'm sure he'll find some new facts, pal. Oh, and if we use Little Thief, we may even learn something from a recreation.
Not so fast.
We don't need to do any of that. What? Wolfie? How could you? I'm not saying this to be mean. Oh. It's just that we've already searched there. Oh? My men really are something else. And they found nothing? There's only one thing I can say to you, sis. And it's that they found nothing. That's it. I guess you're right. If they had found something, they would have reported it to us. Ha 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 ha. They couldn't find anything because there was nothing else to find. And if there's no info to feed into Little Thief, then I can't do much to help either. Is this the end? No. The murder took place in this theater, which is not protected under extraterritorial rights. And the fact that it was Mr. Alba himself who committed the murder. If I can't prove both statements to be true, Mr. Alba walks away a free man. Is there no other course of action left to us? It would appear that your hand of cards has turned out to be a bust. Now, if you'll excuse me, because of you people, I missed my flight. Now I must make haste to arrange for a new one. Who is it this time?
Hold it! Hold it right there, you whippersnappers!
Ugh. First Larry and now you?
What is it with that scary mobster-like scowl on your face, Edgy Poo? Don't treat me like I'm some sort of nuisance. I've been meaning to say this, but all of you keep talking about things I don't get at all. You're all leaving this lady in the sad, depressing, lonely dust that I'm about to cry in.
Why did you have to speak up right at this instant?
But you know what, Edgy Poo? Cheer up! Because I'm about to give you the most wonderful thing.
The most wonderful thing? From you?
It's so super special, I couldn't give it away to just anyone you know. Ah, my special present of love to my sweet Edgy Poo. Are you ready? It's this!
It's... It's a box of those samurai dogs, right?
Yes! Oh, Edgy Poo, here, go on and eat one, and you'll feel as bright as rain.
No. No. Are we through here?
Why did everyone get so quiet all of a sudden? Edgy Poo! Tell me you understand the depths of this lady's love for you. I'm not one to hand out snacks willy-nilly, you know. No, sir. The thought occurred to me that maybe it would be...
Oh no, she's ranting. Stop, please, no. Oh my god. Jeez. Here goes.
The thought occurred to me that maybe it would be good if I fed you and made sure you were nice and full. One day, it's my dream to serve you some of my own homemade food. I mean, isn't it the desire of every woman to make sure their beloved never goes hungry? And that's what I wanted to experience. I'll tell you one thing, though. A long time ago, they used to say that I could make the most delicious meal out of any ingredient you threw in front of me. Oh, I was a star in the kitchen back then. I was.
Mr. Edgeworth, can't you do anything about her? No. There is no power on earth that can force that woman into silence.
But I'm so sick and tired of it. All you people do is look down on me. Even this box of samurai dogs played me for a fool. It had a special design on its fan, like the Japanese flag, so I thought it was special. But when I ate one, it tasted just like all the rest. Oh, it made me so mad.
Wait, a special box with a Hinomaru like fan on it? I've never heard of such a piece of merchandise existing before. Ah. So, in the original game, they used to call them Rising Sun Dogs. Then they renamed it to Hinomaru instead. I never heard of such a piece of merchandise existing before. However, there it is. The red sun on this fan is filled in. Is it possible? Could it be? After the show, the samurai dogs are piled up on the dressing room floor. However, there is no such thing as a Hinomaru dog. Taken from the dressing room, the fan's red sun is filled in for some reason. Alright. This contradiction of facts between something that should not exist and yet it does. The rays from this red sun may be just what we needed to point us in the right direction. A present. The studio bigwigs basically told us to play delivery boys. We were supposed to hand the dogs off to the embassy people and tell them, hi. I had to pile them all into the pushcart just to move them. Samurai dogs. Boxes of samurai dogs were sitting in the pushcart. I believe you understand what this means, correct? You killed Mr. Kochin at this theater, and then placed his body inside the pushcart. Body in the pushcart. The killer placed Kochin's body into the pushcart in the dressing room. And then, you forced the Steel Samurai to unwillingly move the body for you. It's time to piece the final pieces of this logic puzzle together. No matter how fragile or small the connections may be. Once we've found them all, the way to the truth will be revealed. The final logic, everybody. So, samurai dogs, body in the pushcart. Boxes of samurai dogs are sitting in the pushcart. The killer placed Kochin's body into the pushcart in the dressing room. The killer used the pushcart to transport the body, which means that they had to remove the samurai dogs from within first. Therefore, the samurai dogs that were piled up on the dressing room floor were most likely taken out of the pushcart by the killer. Yup, samurai dogs were removed. Dogs were put on dressing room floor by the killer to make room for the body. So, the final logic. That which should not exist. This box of samurai dogs with a Hinomaru on it. If this red sun was filled in when the killer was busy removing samurai dogs to the pushcart, then it's proof that the murder took place in the dressing room. As long as this red substance turns out to be what I believe it to be. When the old bag? I thank you. Aw. Aw, he thanked her. What you have given to me is truly something very special.
Edgy poo!
Mr. Edgeworth.
Mr. Edgeworth, are you sure you're feeling okay, sir?
Mr. Alba. As I suspected, you killed Mr. Cochin in the dressing room. How many times must I listen to you repeat myself? How many times must I listen to you repeat to yourself? Haven't you figured it out yet? Your words are meaningless, worthless, and powerless. The only way I'm going to continue to cooperate is with some definitive evidence. That arrogance, that self-confidence. You believe that you've erased every piece of evidence that could incriminate you. However, there remains one piece here, and it is what will put you away for good. Ha! You're bluffing. Oh ho, hey Mr. Prosecutor. Sounds like you finally found them. You finally found the fangs we need to go after this guy's juggler. So tell us, what about that box of samurai dogs is going to put the old man away? The trace evidence that will bring him down. Why, it's here, of course. This part is just the same as all the rest of the boxes. But there is one spot in particular on this box that seems off. What exactly is it? And that would be this right here. This box of samurai dogs with a Hinomaru on it. This should never have existed. So I want you all to take a good look at this red spot. It's a single drop of blood. Huh? What? Blood, you say? Blood, you say? Agent Lane, I like this blood analyzed post-haste. I've got to admit, I'm a bit surprised. I can't believe we found blood in a place like this. Hey you, get this down to the lab, pronto. But why was there blood in that box to begin with? If we think about the flow of the crime, I think the reason will become obvious. Larry, you said that you transported the samurai dogs to push carts, correct?
Oh, yeah. You have a great memory, Edgy. That pushcart was a bit too big for my son, you know what I mean? So to make sure everyone could see him, I had to pile some stuff in. I figured the samurai dogs were there, so I used them to fill up the cart.
If what Larry says is true, then what were the boxes doing on the floor? Ah, I see. The killer took them out in order to place the body in the pushcart. Exactly. And that is what I believe the victim's body found its way onto that box. But when my men investigated that room, not a single box of samurai dogs was in there. Because embassy staff members had already confiscated them. Yes, no doubt to hide the evidence of the murder.
It's a good thing Miss Oldbag managed to steal that one box before they got to them, huh?
Yes.
Looks like Miss Oldbag also managed to put this great thief to shame. What a scandalous way of putting that. I didn't steal. I received it for myself.
Kirkus Alba, I'd say this was one very fatal oversight on your part. Sorry to rain on your little love fest, however. How? How can you be so self-confident in a no-win situation for him like this? Even if that blood turns out to belong to Mr. Cochin, then what?
Heh. So, Mr. Edgeworth, it sounds like he's not ready to call it quits, huh? To call it... It sounds like he's not ready to call it quits yet, huh?
The sole piece of evidence that was left at the scene of the crime. That alone has shed light on the new fact. At the very least, we now have proof that the murder occurred in the dressing room. And You say that like it means something. Huh? Excuse me, sirs. Report. What were the results of the analysis? Sir, the analysis came back and confirmed that the red substance is blood. I knew it. With this, Kirkus Alba, Mr. Edgeworth, I wonder if you might humor my question. Your question? The one from before, or have you forgotten? Even if that is Mr. Cochin's blood, what difference would it make?
Not so fast.
Like we already told you, it proves that the crime scene was that dressing room.
Objection.
But it doesn't prove that I am your killer, does it? That's... No. He has a very good point. The blood on that box doesn't prove that Mr. Alba is the killer. Then, this evidence, it's meaningless? That can't be. We were so close, sir. I want to smack that smug look off his face. Come on, there's gotta be something we can do. We finally found a solid piece of evidence. There must be something I can expose with it. Back. I can't think of a single thing. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll be on my way. Who was that? It's too late. I won't allow anyone to stop me now. It wasn't me, pal.
And it wasn't me this time either. It wasn't me either.
It was me. Why did you... Because I haven't finished reporting everything to you yet, sir. There's more. What? Hurry up and spit it out. Yes, sir. That blood I mentioned. It's not of the same blood type as the victim's blood. What? No. What? What do you mean it's not the same type? You mean it's not the victim's blood? If it isn't his, then who the hell's is it? I don't know, sir. All I know is that it's not the same blood type as the victim, sir. What should we do now, Mr. Edgeworth? I have no idea what's what anymore. Neither do I. My, what's an amusing turn of events. That blood dropped proved something to be true, all right. Namely, my words. And which one of your words would that be? The ones where I said that your words are meaningless, worthless, and powerless. That blood has nothing to do with the murder investigation whatsoever. Need I remind you that the blood got onto that box long before it entered my embassy? What sort of nonsense? Yeah, it's blood, pal. There's no way it's not related to the murder. So you would like to believe. But what if someone preparing the samurai dogs had a small nosebleed? What then? Yeah, I guess that's possible. Damn it. Have we been wasting our time on a red herring? No. The blood doesn't belong to anyone connected to the case. That should be clue enough. Kirkus Alba, you bastard! Silence. Don't you ever address me with such a filthy word again. But you're a bastard, bastard. By the way, you're a bastard. I've wasted enough time here with you, and you have your answers. Now let me through.
Not so fast.
Alba, it doesn't matter where you run off to. You'll never escape me. Someday, I'll have the satisfaction of sinking my fangs into you. You'll see. Arr. And all of Interpol will be behind me, working to see it to it that that day comes. Do you know what your words sound like to me? They sound like the whinings of a pathetic loser of a mutt. Is this really the extent of all that we can do? No. Is the blood really from someone completely unrelated to the case? Or is there another possibility? Someone else other than the victim? Just when I thought I had picked just when I thought I had just when I thought I had him backed into a corner, it is I who has been backed into one. In a situation like this, what could that man do? What would he, who can turn any desperate situation around, do? Turn it around? What would he, who can turn any desperate situation around, do? He was referencing Phoenix. You know, Phoenix Wright, that cameo dude we found in Case 3. That's it. I must turn my way of thinking around. It's not whose blood is this, it's whose blood could get onto the box like this. And if I think about it that way, if the blood got onto the box when the body was being placed onto the pushcart, then the owner of said blood must have been in the dressing room at the time. And there is only one person that could be. Well, I must praise you for trying so hard. It's because of you kids that I was removed from center stage, and will be forced to live out the rest of my life in the shadows, unfortunately. But it's not a total loss, as the underworld will allow me more freedom than you'll ever know. Freedom like what the raven feels as it flees through the dark night sky. You can't lay a finger on me, not now or ever. The arm of the law is powerless before me. Oh yeah?
Objection!
Humph. Powerless, is it? I wouldn't be so sure about it if I were you. What do you mean? Allow me to describe you in one word. Pitiful. Pitiful? How so? Kirkus Alba? Your wings were clipped long ago. And for someone who is trying to fly away on them without noticing that fact, pitiful is the perfect word to describe you. We have reduced him to name-calling. Ha! Mere words. What do you mean by his wings are clipped, Mr. Edgeworth? Just what you think it means, Kay. We had already caught him in our trap a while ago back, with an incredible, powerful, definitive piece of evidence. Hey, Earth to Mr. Prosecutor. Care to speak in English? What are you talking about? What piece of evidence? The piece I speak of is, of course, this drop of blood. But we know that it's not from the victim. I don't see how it remains relevant to the case at all. Miss Von Carmen, I believe that is exactly why it's very important to the case. And the part that is the most important is the fact that it's not the victim's blood. You're looking a little pale. Good. Then I believe you are already aware of what I mean. Then you know who the blood belongs to? Humph. Of course I do. This piece of evidence is the irrefutable proof that will stop the killer in his tracks. The blood that soiled this box of samurai dogs belongs to this person. It belongs to Kirkus Alba.
Take that!
The blood of the Red Sun on this box belongs to you, Kirkus Alba.
Yeah.
What? What? Why is his blood on the box of samurai dogs? He's not even a victim. The blood fell onto the box where Mr. Cochin's body was being loaded into the pushcart. At that time, the only two people in the dressing room were the victim and his killer. So that's what you mean. If the blood doesn't belong to the victim, then there is only one other person it could belong to. Yes, and that person is the murderer himself. That's the only logical conclusion. But Mr. Cochin was the one who was stabbed, sir. Why would Mr. Alba have been the one who was bleeding? What if, during the murder, Mr. Cochin had fought back? You mean if before Mr. Alba could kill him, Mr. Cochin managed to wound Mr. Alba? Yes, I believe we have a piece of evidence that proves that he was bleeding then. What is the piece of evidence that shows that Mr. Alba was probably bleeding at the time? Right here. His wound.
Take that!
Mr. Alba, you bear on your body a great wound.
That was from when the Master Second attacked me with a pair of scissors.
Yeah, and that happened way after he was in the dressing room. Ah, but is that what really happened? You can manufacture a weapon by smearing blood on it, so I can't just accept that as fact. Shall we try a test, Mr. Alba, and see if the shape of your wound matches the scissors?
Objection!
You really are something else, Mr. Edgeworth. You don't let a single thing slip you by, no matter how insignificant the possibility.
You're one to talk, Mr. Alba. You've managed to give the law the slip for 10 years as the smuggling ring's leader. No matter the danger, you can hide every last ounce of fear and anxiety from everyone. You truly are a one-of-a-kind criminal.
Objection!
I am the master of my fear. However, to think that a person such as you could miss such a large thing.
You believe I've overlooked something?
You said that my wound was caused by Mr. Cochin, and that it was caused here in one of the theater's dressing rooms, right?
Yes, that is correct.
I like to point out that it's simply not possible. My wound is a stab wound, and one that could only have come from a blade. I wonder where you will propose that such a weapon came from.
Ah, this theater was packed with security guards. It would have been impossible for anyone to come into this area with a weapon of any sort.
Not so fast!
Just as Mr. Alba was able to bring in the alabaster knife in a bouquet. There must have been some other way to sneak in a weapon of some sort.
Ah, but as long as you can't prove what that other way is. All your talk about Mr. Cochin stabbing me is pure nonsense. So if that other way does exist, you better hurry and tell me now.
Oh, that's cute. With pleasure.
Wait, what?
This piece of evidence shows us how Mr. Cochin brought a weapon into this theater. Here it is, everybody. The finale. Yatagarasu's key.
Take that!
It's done. Game set, match. Among law enforcement, this piece is known as the Yatagarasu's key. That's key. It's a key that my father stole from here 7 years ago. And it is very unique in that it is both a key and a knife, meaning that under the guise of a key, it could have been easily brought into the theater. Wow! You couldn't dispose of the knife that stabbed you. Therefore, you wiped off the blood and placed it back in Mr. Cochin's pocket. After all, the key itself opens the safe in his office. And inside that safe, there is a document about Kadopian paper, signed by Mr. Cochin. In order to make it look like Mr. Cochin died as the leader of the smuggling ring, you had to make it so that the police were the ones who opened that office safe. Humph. All that hard work to save yourself only served to destroy you in the end. Shall we try matching this knife's blade with your wound, Mr. Kirkus Alba? It's done. And that is what some may call the coup de grace. Impossible! You can't take me down. Swine! All of you! Especially Manny Cochin. This is all because of that man's betrayal. He sought to steal control of the smuggling ring from me by removing me as ambassador. Which is why he deserved to die while bearing the guilt for all of my crimes for me. That's why I sent out the Yatagarasu's card, and how this incident was born. Manny was supposed to be the smuggling ring's leader, who was killed by the Yatagarasu. But I had yet another reason, yet another story that was supposed to play out. Manny's death was supposed to bring everything to a close. And I would have gotten away with it too, if it wasn't for you meddling prosecutors. Ah, ha, 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 ha. He pulled a Scooby-Doo. That was too funny. Mr. Alba, I'm afraid there is one more question I forgot to ask. This country's, or Alabas, which country's courts would you like to face first? Either way, it's game over for you. Edgeworth! Where's his eyes? That's creepy. What a breakdown. The dude withered away like the tree that he is. Haha. March 17th, 11:21 a.m. District Court Defendant Lobby number 2. Whoa, this is it. The big day. It's Mr. Alba's trial today. And next week, he's scheduled to stand trial in his own country of Alabast. Franziska is heading that one. I suspect she'll be serving a full course of whiplashes at it. Having to face Miss Von Karma in court right after facing you, sir. I don't even want to think of what that would be like. I caught a glimpse of Mr. Alba as he was being escorted into the courthouse. And boy, he looked about as glum as I do the day before I get my monthly paycheck. You know, I've been thinking. The flight, that flight attendant, and even Mr. Portsman were all Mr. Alba's secret agents. Correct. That smuggling ring was the common thread between all the incidents. Cammy Beale was to provide support during smuggling ops, using her job as an attendant. And Mr. Portsman was to manipulate trials related to the ring to end in their favor, punk. Oh, Go You Airlines? And even the prosecutor's office. No one was safe from the smuggling ring, huh, sir? I suspect there are even more members of this ring spread throughout the world. Yeah, it sounds like such a big op that I can't even begin to imagine what it's like. What is it, detective? Nothing. It's just, well, come to think of it. Mr. Ernest Amano's trial is also scheduled for later today, sir. I'm aware of that. Mr. Amano has been working with the smuggling ring now for over 10 years. He used the Amano Group's various connections worldwide to assist the ring. But all of that has come to an end, as his conglomerate is now undergoing harsh scrutiny. I owe Mr. Amano a debt of gratitude, but he must pay his debt to society. Well, with the arrest of both Mr. Alba and Mr. Amano, I guess that about wraps up the KG8 incident as well, huh? I suppose so. The real killer in the KG8 incident 10 years ago was Manny Cochin. And 7 years ago, the killer in the second KG8 incident was Mac Rell. Those two facts are the unshakable truth, however. It seems that a lot of effort was put into hiding these and other truths from us. And I will expose it all at the trials today. You're solving cases left and right today, aren't you, sir? CCU and Deadman. Perhaps now, these two brave souls who tried to make the truth known can rest in peace. By the way, I received some gifts from Ambassador Paleno. Shrimp, crab, beef. I don't need any of these, so I'm giving them to you. What? Seriously, sir? Wait, actually I don't think I want them anymore. The way you're holding them. Don't tell me they're just coupons, sir. Detective Gumshoe, have you not read the paper recently? Ever since the two countries became Codopia again, its economy has changed. Really? And it seems that Ambassador Paleno has reaped a few benefits of his own from it. He has been announced as the official ambassador of the newly reunified Codopia. Ah, what a pity. Even though every item he sent is a treasure, you don't seem all that interested. Well, if you don't want them, I can give them to my lovely assistant, Kay. Wait, that's not what I said. So, Mr. Edgeworth, please let me have them, sir. Actually, come to think of it, where is Kay? How come she's still not here? Hey, you gotta be more alert than that. Yeek! I can't believe you didn't notice. I was even mimicking Mr. Edgeworth's voice for a bit. I totally didn't notice you, or realize that voice was you. Lang Z says, ferocious love blooms with each new spring. Ooh, I like that. That was pretty good. Oh, hang on. Agent Lang, a pleasant surprise to see you here. It's been a long time since I set foot in the courthouse, but I wasn't going to miss watching the guy who screwed up my country finally get what's coming to him. Well, that and something else. I want to see you in action in court. Is that so, Agent Lang? We flushed out all the counterfeit bills, so Zhang Fa is finally at peace again. And it's all thanks to you. So I just want to say, thanks. Shay Shay. Wow, I never thought I'd see the day all Wolfie says, thanks to Mr. Edgeworth. I should be the one thanking you, Agent Lang. If you hadn't negated Mr. Alba's extraterritorial rights, I would not have been able to bring him to trial. I believe the victory belongs to the both of us, in this case. A shared victory, huh? Look, don't get me wrong. I'll still never forgive you prosecutors. And I have zero interest in that truth thing you talk about in court. I've always done things my own way, and that's not about to change. You got that? I see. Well, I believe you should follow your own creed when you do your job. Yeah, and if there's ever someone your precious truth can't catch, feel free to sit around and cry about it all you want. But as for me, I'm going to get that person no matter what. Alright. It's about time for the trial to start. I will see you later. I'll be watching your performance in the gallery. I'm looking forward to this. I prepared a whole ton of ticker tape for today's victory, sir. I'll help throw some around when Mr. Edgeworth wins. Hope you've got enough, because I'm going to go call my men up as well. A modest amount of ticker tape goes a long way. The scene shifts to the courtroom, and the final act of this long tale begins. The legend of the great thief Yatagarasu. It's the story of those who chose to dedicate their lives to the pursuit of the truth. Prosecutors are those who seek a guilty verdict for the defendants they meet, and to that end, you have no choice but to win by any means necessary. That creed was forced to me since I was very young. However, I no longer think that this is all as prosecutors are. That is because... Oh, look at that. Back in courtroom. Even though I've only been away from the courtroom for a short time, I feel as though it's been a lifetime since I've set foot in one, and today, more than any other day, I feel the fight fed me rising. I am really in Mr. Edgeworth's debt for the other day. Thanks to him, I'm still free to serve in the friendly blue skies. Oh, so about my suitcases. I've been selling them on the internet, and they become a real sensation. Aww. Thanks to the praise the art world has lavished on my work as being truly postmodern. The airline has chosen me to design their new line of Go You jumbo jets. Just think, someday you'll be able to take a ride in my pink-walled, yellow-seated jet. You can go on Etsy.com and buy her suitcases. Edgeworth? Ah, that rudeness of a man. Rude man? Because of him, my money and money. My time and money is wasted. But more importantly, I received the most fantastic treasure recently. A primitive statue of the Principality of Cordopia. It weighs a bit light in my hands, but the Ambassador Paleno was most generous. Ah yes, the one that speaks Hadouken. We finally caught Agent Hicks' killer, and I was able to witness Mr. Alba's teary eyes. It feels good to finally bring everything to a close. I received another offer from the Interpol to work another case in cooperation with them. However, the Kodopian courts await. Kodopia's air is supposed to be very fresh, so my Wetwood should find new vigor there. Aw. This little patrolman has been fired as of today, sir. I thought I was safe since we found the gun I had dropped. But I hadn't noticed that I had dropped my police badge, too. I guess what really broke the camel's back was that I couldn't find my badge. My little life has suddenly tripped into a dark black hole, sir. I think I'll go to the courthouse and file a complaint with Ruffles Man. And then he ends up in Apollo just to say sincerity anyway. According to the timeline. I was actually hoping to talk with Mr. Edgeworth a bit more than I did. But I've got to get going and return to Europe. I've still got a long way to go and a lot of sites to study there. Next time I help Mr. Edgeworth on a case, I'm going to do it as a real forensic scientist. I'm sure he's going to need all the help I can give him scientifically. And she finally does realize that dream in spirit of justice. Aw, Lauren. Because the kidnapping was staged, I was let off easy. Aw. But I won't be going outside much anytime soon, but that's really okay. The only prison I'm forever trapped in is the cage of love. The guard down at the detention center? Well, when he's on guard duty, he has such a cold look in his eyes, just like that prosecutor. Ah, stop it, Lauren. When will you ever learn to stop being a prisoner of love? So she got a lighter sentence. It sucks that she took part in the kidnapping, but she still did wrong. But she got a light sentence, thankfully. It appears there are all sorts of drama that takes place outside the courtroom. Since we judges are here day in, day out, I've only heard a few rumors, but apparently Mr. Edgeworth teamed up with a thief and became a detective. Maybe I should team up with a bailiff and try to become a lawyer or something. Yes, judge lawyer. Lawyer judge. Thank you, Gargoyle. Double salute. Bow. Ooh! I barely escaped death yet again. Yeah, but boy, were we lucky to have Mr. Edgeworth help us out, huh? Yeah, but because I lost the key, I got fired from my security guard job. Don't let it get you down, Maggie. You still got me. You're right, sir. I won't be sad. I'm going to pick myself up and get through this. I wonder what my next job should be. Oh, this is actually kind of fun. I wonder if I'll see her again in the sequel of Prosecutor's Gambit. Because that was like her last appearance, if we're counting this game. I don't want to know, though. Why not come to Kodopia for your summer vacation? We have coupons aplenty. Right now, our embassy is proud to present our Let's Investigate a Murder show. Although recreating that particular case has created a few small fries of its own, then we had a few problems with the fire marshals, but the next event will be great. It will be an attraction entitled Capture the Yatagarasu. Of course, I hope to, in this case, help in creating our latest attraction. That dude's funny. He was a good red herring character for the record. I can't believe that Mindy ditched me and went to Japan! But it's okay because that's how I met Miharu. We're planning to go to Paris soon and start a business. We're going to sell blue ocean dogs. They'll sell like hotcake hot dogs for sure. A blue hot dog and a blue bun, I guarantee it'll turn your tongue and your face blue. I know I'm not really the type of to work a lot or at really, but oh, so I noticed that I really haven't seen the guy in the blue suit at all recently. I wonder what's up. Well, the next time we meet, I'm gonna make him eat one of my dogs. Oh, you mean that Ace Attorney guy? Ryuichi Naruhodo? He has his own series. And he showed up as a background character. I gave testimony in court today as a member of the Yatakarasu. You, Mr. Bag, you look well, all things considered. By the way, have you noticed that elements within the ring have begun moving? They're probably fighting over who should succeed, over who should be the next boss. Although, to be honest, I wish I could forget I'd ever heard of that smuggling ring. Lang Z says, thoroughly bite the poisonous snake from head to tail. No one runs afoul of the law and escapes this wolf's fangs. I'll get you all yet. Ah, youth. When did I become so old, I wonder? I've begun noticing the gray hairs in my beard more. I'm thinking of retiring my mirror. No. Hey, look. Keiji Inafune was the executive producer. Interesting.
I was a pink princess and the pink badger, all in the span of 2 days. Talk about busy. But it's alright because I got a letter from my beloved Edgeworth. Please take care of your hip. And when you wish to speak, first take off your headpiece. What does he mean by that last statement? It's not like I enjoy being under a headpiece every time I see him.
Oh no. Oh no. I'll rant. Yay, I get to collect the rant from my mod. March 17th, 4:33 p.m. High Prosecutor's Offices, room 1202. Whoop! I feel so much better now that the trial's over. And as always, your legal prowess was top-notch, sir. Yeah, nothing beat the look on Mr. Alba's face when you revealed the ring's secrets. Oh wow, he did it off screen. I was amazed. You're like a totally different person when you stepped into a courtroom. Off-screen trial. Mr. Edgeworth is always 10 times fiercer in court. Based on the information Mr. Alba offered up, they begun large-scale operations to clean up the rest of the ring, which I'm happy to leave to Franziska, Agent Lang. So what are your plans, Kay? Oh wait. Oh cool, I can get her. Oh, never mind. I do not have to collect her rant. I can read it right here. Oh wait, hold on. And I want to get that quote. Hang on. Thoroughly bite the poisonous snake from head to tail. Oh, thank goodness. I don't need to clip it after all. THOROUGHLY. Wow, this is some nice music. I mean, most of these games have great music. Alright, let me see Old Bag's rant.
It's not like I enjoy being under a headpiece every time I see him. I've been an alien, and then some creepy fuzzy pink animal, and then I was the pink princess, a great hero of justice. But ever since I was a young maiden, I could be spotted wearing the most stylish hat on my head. Although, right around now, maybe it'd be more preferable to wear my own costume or something, but even that just sounds like a terrible idea.
So what are your plans now, Kay? Hmm? Oh, well, we've taken care of the creep who killed my father, so I'm not sure. Hey, I know. Maybe I'll just keep on being Mr. Edgeworth's assistant. Are you still trying to steal my job, pal? Just kidding, just kidding. I can't steal something so important to you, Gummy. Aw. Phew, what a relief. Okay, yes? Even after all that's happened, are you still planning to become a great thief? Of course, but I don't want to tarnish the legend of the noble Yatakarasu. So I'm going to hold off on doing anything until I make a tight three-person team of my own. A three-person team. A three-person team of young beauties the same age as me, if possible. With those criteria, I highly doubt you'll find the two other people you need. My father chose to fight for the truth. I think that's what was so noble about him. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, the only things I will ever steal are the truths that have been hidden away. I'm going to work extra hard to make a world where the Yatagarasu isn't needed. Let's both strive for such a future. Well, I guess it's time for me to get going. I see. Kay, keep your chin up and stay strong, okay? And don't be a stranger. Don't worry, I'll be back. I'll be sure to break the lock on the window and sneak in. If you could, I'd appreciate it if you came in through the building's front door. It's okay, Mr. Edgeworth. The lock on my window at home has been broken for forever. Oh, one last thing before I go. Let's take a group picture, just the three of us. Yeah, commemorative photo. Every big case has to end with one. No. Hey, why not? Don't tell me you're camera shy, Mr. Edgeworth. Yes. Of course not, Detective. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm taking the picture now. Hey, come back here. Mr. Edgeworth, you can't run away from this, sir. Ah, hey, Detective Gumshoe. Stop that. I can't be seen doing that. Okay, I'm totally taking it now. Say cheese. And thus the long tale of the KG-8's incident came to a close. It saw the demise of a smuggling ring and the birth of a little great thief. But there is little time to rest and relax. For I am eager to tackle the investigation into a new case. The reason for my eagerness is my want to pursue the truth and my want to believe in the strength of those who use the power of the law for good. As someone who has chosen to live my life as a prosecutor, that is my new creed. Holding on to his cravat. Aw, Gumshoe. Miss Gumshoe. I miss him a lot. A severe lack of Gumshoe was missing in the last two mainline games. He got a reference, but no. It was awful. Like, come on, man. New items unlocked in the gallery. Cool. Okay, so, before I end it, everybody, let's see. Bad endings. So, before Faraday's name has been cleared, Shinnah forces Edgeworth to stop disrupting the investigation before taking Faraday in. Franziska tells Edgeworth to expect no mercy from her as her subordinate. After Faraday has been cleared, but before Butts has, Lang quotes Lang Z's, expect everything from a criminal, as all their actions are suspicious, before proclaiming Butts to be overly so. Despite Butts' protests, Lang arrests him before telling Edgeworth he had hoped that he would have kept him entertained. Edgeworth, unable to come up with a counter-argument, watches hopelessly as Butts is arrested. When investigating the Rose Garden, Lang notices the time and suggests that Edgeworth go home and rest, commenting that he's just playing around, albeit unintentionally. While investigating Kochin's office the second time, Shinna appears and questions Edgeworth's and Faraday's presence there, claiming they're wasting their time at best and tampering with the crime scene at worst. She then forces them to vacate the premises. During the middle part 3 chapter, Lang claims any further discussion to be a waste of time before taking Edgeworth off the case on the grounds that he is losing his objectivity. After Yu is arrested, but before Franziska is accused, Lang appears to Edgeworth's surprise, claiming that he won't let him take his case away from him, before forcing Edgeworth and Franziska out of the building. After Franziska is accused, but before accusing Alba, Lang arrests Franziska, claiming to be tired of waiting for others to solve his case. After accusing Alba, but before he confesses, he forces everyone to vacate the premises, commenting that he doubts that he and Lang will meet again anytime soon. After Alba's confession, but before he returns, he reappears and forces Edgeworth out of the building. He comments that they will not meet again, but that he will pray for their success. After Alba returns, he halts Edgeworth's progress, stating that he doesn't care about the truth he sees. Before leaving for the airport, Alba provides the same closing comment as the previous sequence. Wow. Alright. Let's see. I knew it. When Edgeworth explains to Gumshoe about the Babao government's extraterritorial rights, Gumshoe mishears it as extraterrestrial rights, and he asks Edgeworth if he really believes that the truth is out there. That was a reference to X-Files, where the FBI agents Mulder and Scully investigate various instances of paranormal activity, including those involving extraterrestrial aliens. Tyrell Bat's statement, "The times they are changing," is likely a reference to the similarly titled Bob Dylan song. Butts' first testimony is titled "Up on the Rooftop" and involves him comparing himself to Santa Claus. It's a reference to the Christmas song "Up on the Housetop" by Benjamin Hanwee. I knew it! Lang's line about Alba's diplomatic immunity being revoked is similar to an exchange at the end of the action comedy Lethal Weapon 2 between Roger Murtaugh and antagonist Arjun Rudd. Is that your final answer? That was a reference to Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. When Alba's defeated, oh yeah, I would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for those meddling prosecutors. That's the famous catchphrase, and I would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for those meddling kids. Scooby-Doo. I pointed that out before. Yes. Kay says, "No way you spin those babies right round like a record." That's a reference to the 1985 song "You Spin Me Right Round Like a Record" by Dead or Alive. And when talking to Gumshoe, just before entering the Alabashtan embassy, Edgeworth refers to Gumshoe and Kay's chummy, enthusiastic relationship by saying, "All they're missing is the last stooge." It's a reference to The Three Stooges, which is an American vaudeville comedy act. And now for some name trivia. Alright, so it says here, so Tyrell Bad may simply be a modified version of his Japanese name Bado. Alternatively, it could be a play on the word bad, as in bold or daring, rather than evil or wicked. Alternatively, it could be a play on bad. It could be a play. Yeah. His full English name may be a pun on the real bad, possibly as a reference to his being a part of the Yatagarasu. So if the first and the last name were to switch places, it will read similarly to Bad Trial, which can relate closely to the unresolved KG8 incident. Pops, Gumshoe's nickname for bad not only suits the fact that the veteran detective is older, but it's also the lollipop in his mouth. Um, Itatsu Bado. His first name, Itatsu, means headstrong. Bado. His surname may come from twisting the romanticization of the word bad, Bado. It may also come from the word bird, Bado, referring to his connection to the Yatagarasu. Um, in French, Gontran bald. Gontran is another word that can reference crows, which possibly references his role in the Yatagarasu. Bald is an old-fashioned French word for a hunting dog, possibly referring to him being in the case of the Yatagarasu. And additionally, Gontran bad sounds very close to contraband, smuggling, which could reference once again his connection to the Yatagarasu, pursuing the smuggling ring. And his design and personality seem to be partially based on the stereotypical film Noir detective, although his hand mirror and fondness for candy somewhat subvert the trope. Manny Cochin. So, it's a Manny is a diminutive male given name, Emmanuel. It may be a play on money in reference to his involvement in counterfeiting with the smuggling ring. Alternatively, it could come from Manny, which is an informal term for a male nanny. This could be in reference to his work under the slightly naive Coleus Polano. Cochin may be a play on coaching in reference to his job as Polano's secretary. CCU, her English name is possibly a play on CU, which will refer to her witnessing of her boss's illegal activities. Alternatively, CU could be a farewell due to her death. Other possibilities are CCU, which would stand for Camera Control Unit, possibly as a reference to her murderer being caught on tape, and CCU, since she was prevented from revealing what she knew about the Amano group. Yuko Kazura. Her Japanese surname, Kazura, is a Japanese word for creeping or climbing plants, such as ivy or vines. And it was likely chosen to fit with the plant-based name of Callisto U Superior, Kirkus alba, with a different kanji. It means wig, which suits Callisto's changing appearance. Shina is written in katakana, which indicates a non-Japanese origin. Shina was a medieval Islamic term which roughly meant military administrator. If written in kanji, Shina can mean hollow object. This could allude to her role as a spy who assumes a false identity but has no identity of her own. Himiko Kazura. Himiko, her name, comes from the obscure shaman queen Himiko as the Japanese name of Morgan Fay. The name is often used for women who are very powerful or very spiritual. Callisto U. Callisto is a genus of butterfly, the Callisto. U is a tree or shrub of the genus Taxus. This ties in with the butterfly and tree symbols of Babel and Alabas, and it also serves as a reflection of her accomplice's tree referenced name, Kirkus alba. All species of U also contain highly poisonous alkaloids known as texanes. This may be a reference to her deadly nature. Callisto may also come from the name of a mythological Greek figure whose name is derived from the Greek word Kallist, meaning most beautiful, and this may be a reference to Callisto U's frequently applied makeup. And the full name Callisto U may also be a play on callous to you. Callous. She is often referred to as Miss U by other characters, which could be a play on Miss U, Misssyou, and it's a reference to how she pretended to feel about CCU. English, Kirkus alba. Kirkus alba is the scientific name for the white oak. This may be a reference to his appearance, as he looks very much like an old tree. His hair looks like the leaves of an oak, his long nose resembles a tree branch, his wrinkled skin bears some resemblance to tree bark, and his beard looks like the roots of a tree. In fact, there is a small tree in the corner of Alba's Alphas that offers a striking resemblance to the man. Kaneji Onredo. His Japanese name may be a play on red carnation, following the floral name of his country. Alternatively, it could be a play on carnage on red, with carnage meaning death and destruction, and red referring to the color of blood, or his victim, Kashino, whose Japanese name continues the kanji for red. Kashino is a pun on the word casino, and when his name is read in the usual Asian format with surname first, it could be a play on no cash, nor kashi. Aoi Akashi. His name is likely meant to sound like Akaishi Aoi, meaning being red, and also green, like his costume. So Coleus Poleno. His full English name is a species name for the moorland clouded yellow butterfly, which fits with the national symbol of this country. So check this out. His Japanese name is Damien Hinji. Hinji means hinge, a bearing that creates a connection between two solid objects, which somewhat resembles a butterfly, with its two opening parts as its wings. And although possibly unintentional, one kind of hinge is a butterfly hinge, referring to his country's national symbol. And it could also suggest that Polino himself was the connector between Alabast and Babel. And you're gonna like this, everybody. So his Japanese name, Damien, may be a reference to Damien Thorn, the main character in the Omen film series. So in the films, said character is the Antichrist and the son of the devil. So the name was chosen in order to act as a red herring, and it made the player think that Polino is the murderer in the case. Alternatively, it was chosen to sound similar to the English word demon for the same reason. Because, yeah, I actually suspected him a little bit because he was all like, hey, hi, welcome to our country. I have some coupons, yeah, And there was times where he did get serious, like when to be serious for the moment as well. Like he kind of looked a little suspicious, but no, he was just a genuinely happy guy. He wanted to see, the justice of. Like it's a shame that whole thing happened with Manny Cochin, but hey, look, I got accolades and photo album and the character compendium. Oh, look at that. These are all my wonderful achievements that I got for the first game. And I definitely got them all for the first game. And the rest of the achievements are going to be for Prosecutor Gambit, for when I play along. I cannot wait to do that. That'll be my first time playing that game next month. Oh, look at that. Oh. I will not look at the second game, because I don't want to be spoiled. Oh no, this creepy image. Ah. Look at that. Oh, here it is, everybody. Behold. Gunjection. The most mighty subjection of them all. Point your fingers. I have gun. Gunjection. And I love this picture. The beginning of a beautiful friendship. Gumshoe and Edgeworth. And here's a Steel Samurai, the Pink Princess. And not the Yatagarasu. And the nice picture at the end here. That's awesome. So I got a character companion too. That's cool. Let's see. Oh wow, look at all this. I kind of want to see all this, but oh wow, never mind. Those look like characters. I haven't. Yeah, I'll definitely check out those when I get to Prosecutor Gambit. So the character compendium. Oh, nice. These are like, oh, look at that.
Objection!
Oh, that's cool. Hang on. How do I... Oh, I see. Y. Oh, Edgeworth bow. Oh, cool. I can see all the poses. That's awesome. Oh. This is cool. I like this. The Edgeworth bow. I can see it over and over. Yay. And I can see... That's cool. I can see... I can change the... Look at that. That's what they looked like originally on the sprites of the DS, the Nintendo DS. Oh my god. Oh wow. This is so cool. Hold on. I'm gonna check out all the sprites now. Oh, I remember. Man. Oh my god. I didn't realize how bad his sprite looked on the DS. Horseman looked alright. This is pretty cool. And the cool part is I can switch between whatchamacallit. I can switch between the art styles and the gameplay. Oh god. That's too funny. Oh gosh. Oh wow. We never really got to see him though. Oh wow, Emma's crunchy sprite. Oh god. Amano. Oh, Lauren. Meh. The Men in Black. This is pretty cool. I really like this. Oh, look, it's Satan, everybody. Ah! Man, his HD sprite looks better. Manfred von Karma, Satan, as I like to call him. Oh, look at that. Oh, look, walking. Oh, that's cool. Oh, he has the finger wag. That's awesome. Oh, here we go. Satan, plotting, scheming. The finger step that can be heard from the heavens. Oh, wait, hold on. I want to go back to, what's her face? Oh. That's funny. Let's see, what else? Oh, that's cool. That 7 years ago. Oh my god, that's Sprite. I mean, normally, I don't freak out about like, oh my god, look at the Sprite. Wow. I like the way his coat looked at the DS. That's cool. Ah. The judge. Ah, Long Ling from 7 years ago. Oh gosh. It's so weird, like, looking back at them now. Oh god, there he is. Let me see. Oh wow, this is amazing. I like this little theater thing. The Steel Samurai. Oh my god, he looks shorter on the DS. That's hilarious. Oh god. There he is. Oh, the reporter. The cameraman. Oh wow, the cameraman scoots forward. Oh, Master second. Oh, and there's Missile. Oh, look at that. Look at the doggo. He looks great no matter what. That's adorable. Alright. Okay, that's cool. So yeah. I'm looking forward to, Oh, hold on. There's still one more character compendium? No, it's okay. It got all of them. Oh, okay. Oh, it says complete. There it is. Alright. Ooh, music collection? That's cool. Hang on. Where is it? Yeah. Awesome. All right, that's cool. All right, everybody, it is done. I finally got through this game. It's been a nice revisiting it. It's okay. I think it's just okay. I mean, as much as I love, Miles Edgeworth, he is my favorite character. This game's all right. Okay. Wow. I get to finally eat dinner now. Teehee. Okay, everybody. I'm gonna we're gonna read on out to somebody. And that somebody is the name by the name of Ronzo. Ronzo's playing something called Restory Chili Electronics Repair. Oh, hang on. Oh, wait, I think I've seen this game before. I think this is one of those simulation type games. Oh no, wait, hold on. I'm mistaken. Res Restory run a quaint electronic repair shop in mid 2000s. Tokyo mid 2000s Tokyo. Grow your business by carefully restoring iconic video game consoles, cell phones, music players, and other nostalgic devices. Talk to customers, hear their stories, and see how your decisions impact both their lives and your shop. Oh, that's funny. You can prepare a legally distinct PSP, EMP, Nomni. I'm just looking at the screenshots. Oh my god, it looks like a legally distinct Noni play machine, Atari CX 40. That's kind of funny because Atari means something. Atari the meaning in Atari is known as to hit the target. And it's also a term in Go, the board game Go. Atari describes a situation where an opponent's stones are in immediate danger of being captured on the very next move. But to us in America, the Atari is like, oh, Atari, like the video game consoles. They had like more than one. I'm only familiar with the Atari 2600. But anywho, I am super ultra mega done today. Finally. Uh um I've done so many of these long casts. I mean, you know, the cases just get longer and longer. That's all. That's all there is to it. But I enjoy these games, everybody. I love these games. And hey, these games are awesome. I love the Ace Attorney series. I love these types of games. But anywho, everyone, I'm gonna head on out. I got so many people to thank too. And I do have people to thank. And eh, I hope you all enjoyed. I know some people like to just chill and just watch me narrate, which is okay. I mean, y'all can still talk to me every now and then. It's all good, but I'm not forcing anybody to. That's all. To the ones that, actually, chat it, I thank you all. And I do have a list, everybody. I have a list. And I also have, I always appreciate, you know, I always, and I always thank the lurkers, of course. I'm not going to like, oh my God, like I can't believe who's in there. No, it's all right. I'm not gonna call you out. I'm not gonna call out insert name here. Insert names here. Nah, don't worry. I'm not gonna scare you. Anywho, I'd like to thank the following. Gargoyle, thank you for being here. You were here since the very beginning. I appreciate that. Thank you, Chuckman, Alfred and the Fedic. Thank you for stopping by. Even if Ace Attorney's not your bag, I still thank you for coming by. It's been a while. Moonlight the Duchy, Punishment, Zofar. It was a nice little chat, about Mega Man. Always a nice chat with Mega Man. Like your Mega Man journey has been really fun. It has been fun. It really has been good. I look forward to seeing more from you. Mastery Mastered, thank you for stopping by. And Rally Flow Bro, thank you for stopping by as well. And to all the lurkers out there, thank you for, lurking my channel. I appreciate you all. I appreciate each and every single one of you. Now, tomorrow, I'm going to do something a little bit semi short. Tomorrow is a Tuesday. And you know what? It's been a while, everybody. You know what's great on a Tuesday? A Bison Tuesday! Yes! Yes! Yes, I'm going to do a little Bison Tuesday. I'm going to stream a game that I haven't streamed, a fighting game. It's going to be a fighting game. I'm going to stream a game I haven't streamed yet before. And you know what? I'll be like, what the heck? I'll use Bison in that game. And it is said that it's the worst playing version of Bison. So it'll be even more fun. What game will that be? I guess I could tell you all. It's not a big secret, a surprise. Yeah, I'm going to play some SNK versus Capcom, the match of the millennium. No, wait, excuse me. SNK versus Capcom SVC Chaos. Match of the other one, SNK versus Capcom's adorable. That game is lovely. It's like chibi fighting on the Geo Pocket Color. I have that on my Steam account, but I already streamed that before. No, but I'm gonna be playing tomorrow. I'll be playing SNK versus Capcom SVC Chaos. So tune in for that if you want. And then, man, I can't wait. Friday, everybody. By the way, I'm just letting you all know what I'm going to be doing Friday. This Friday will be Vampire Survivors Legacy of the Blood Moon. That's the newest update that's coming out. I will gladly surrender my money to Ponko because Ponko deserves my money. I love Ponko. I just love Vampire Survivors, everybody. I love Vampire Survivors, but that's going to be on Friday. But anyway, join me for a nice Bison Tuesday. For me, it was a Tuesday. All right. Um, yes. Okay, everybody. I'm going to get my raid ready. Feel free to come along in the raid, and then you can dip somewhere else. You can go about wherever you want to go. But anywho, I'm going to get my raid ready. Okay. Hang on. What do you mean? Hold on, am I still live? Good, I'm still live. All right, I was just making sure, everybody. Okay, I'm gonna get the raid ready. Thank you all for watching. And remember to go in peace. And have a wonderful Bison Tuesday tomorrow. But yeah. And I cannot wait to play Prosecutor's Gambit next month. And I'll see what I'm going to be feeling on Wednesday. I do have something planned on Thursday, but I'm going to see if I can play my cards right. Because I'm waiting for a certain release. And that'll be a Gelos 2. I'm hoping to do a Gelos 2 on Thursday. So yeah. So long, everybody. Objection. The power of logic prevails.